Why should I stop being a villain? Chapter 198-221. The room was filled with mana as Asher kept trying to force his mana core to consume more pure mana from the crystal. Host's mana heart is strengthening. He had received several such notifications till now. It was already the second day, and Asher could feel that he was nearing the completion of his mana core. His whole body was feeling the burden from his mana core and the amount of mana all around him. Host has increased his mana cow from D plus AC rank. Webnovelread is activating. Host's intelligence is negating the side effects. Side effects partially negated. It was a similar but denser feeling than last time. Lost in his concentration, Asher felt multiple memories flash towards him, but due to his high intelligence stat, the effect of Webnovelread was partially negated. However, Asher was still experiencing parts of his life as memories kept flooding in. Rank 1 goes to Kevin Whiteheart, Xander announced as a handsome, white-haired boy walked up to the stage. The top 10 were, 1. Kevin Whiteheart 2, Matthew 3, Licia Halcyon 4, Elena Rothschild 5, Sam Alistair 6, Amelia Greville 7, Eva Williams 8, Damian Seymour 9, Alan Asteria 10, Vanessa Baker. Many of the students present cheered for him. Kevin was well known for his good personality among the first-year students. So, these are the first-year rankers, Xander announced as he briefly looked towards a boy sitting in the front rows, with black hair and crimson-red eyes. It was easy to distinguish Asher from other students. Asher noticed Xander's gaze but he ignored it. He looked at the stage where the rankers were standing, and among them were Amelia and Damian. It's boring, Asher thought as he stood up. Is he mad? Some of the students started talking among themselves. I mean, even his younger sister is a ranker. Talks like these were happening, but Asher ignored them, but he still managed to claim a spot in the top 15. One of them said, for someone who had recently awakened, it was impressive for him to secure a spot in the top 15. Where is he going? Damian muttered as Amelia's attention shifted towards Asher who was walking out of the hall. She was going to congratulate Kevin, Elena, and Eva but stopped as she looked at Asher. She felt a bit awkward seeing Asher leave the room, and like others, she also thought that Asher was not feeling comfortable seeing her and Damian on the stage. Unlike him, she was about to speak with Damian about this but Elena's voice stopped her. Amelia, congratulations. She held Amelia's hand as Eva and Kevin also approached her. Yeah, you too, Amelia replied with a courtesy smile. We were going towards the rankers' dorm. Do you want to come with us? Kevin asked Amelia with a smile on his face. But, she turned and looked at Damian. I'm going outside for a bit. But if you want to go with them, then it's fine, Damian replied as he went after Asher. Come on, come with us. Elena saw the opportunity and grabbed Amelia's attention before she could talk with Damian any further. Outside the hall, Damian was going after Asher when he saw Asher standing in front of a pink-haired girl who was in her wheelchair. Seconds ago, Asher was leaving the hall when he saw Alyssa who was going back to her dorm after seeing the ranking list. She was in the top 20 so it was a good thing, but her goal was to become a ranker, but seeing herself fail, broke her a bit. She had failed to win in the representative tournament and now she didn't make it in the top 10. Is this all I can do? Alyssa said to herself as tears were forming in her eyes. These days had been tough for her, constantly being belittled by Alan and other students, and sometimes even the professor would treat her like the rest of the students. Anger and frustration were building inside her, but she couldn't do anything at all. Voices in her head kept screaming at her. It was getting difficult for her to even sleep properly as nightmares kept haunting her. A drop of tear fell on her knees when she noticed Asher who was standing beside her. What do you want? Alyssa asked after clearing her throat. Asher's emotionless eyes kept staring at Alyssa who was confused as to why Asher Greville was staring at her. She knew about him because he was the heir of the Greville family and many people, even her class, talked about him. Nothing, Asher said as he turned and went his way. She looked at his back and saw a brown-haired boy coming his way. Alyssa kept looking at his back for a few more seconds before she went her way. What are you thinking? Damian, who had caught up to Asher, asked. That girl was weird, Asher muttered, but Damien heard it. "Wasn't she a Lyssa's terrier?" Damien said as he looked back. "Did she say anything to you?" Damien asked, but Asher didn't reply as he kept thinking about something. Hours went by and Asher was in the VIP dorms and started training. Weird, Asher described his thoughts when he saw Alyssa. He had only recently found a way to suppress his inner urges, and it was when he went for a dungeon exploration test where he had killed various monsters. His headache calmed down a lot and he felt relieved when he killed those monsters. Not completely, but it helped him greatly. Every time he would look at someone he would feel nothing about them. It was a strange feeling, but that made him feel that he was different from everyone around him. Something in his instincts told him that he was meant to be alone. His life would remain grey as it had been, and this was the reason he had left the hall, because he was not finding it interesting, and his inner urges and headaches would increase, so he simply left as he felt that it was a better choice. And when he saw Alyssa, who was crying alone, it felt strange to him. He didn't notice it completely, but his mind became a bit clearer, and he was not getting that estranged feeling from her that he got from everyone. This was the start. Asher's consciousness that was seeing these memories thought. The memory changed, and it was the classroom where Professor Dahlia came in and announced the 3 test results. "What? Asher Greville is rank 1 in theory." Many students were shocked, but the one who was most shocked was Eva. "And you all have chosen your subjects, so?" Professor Dahlia started her class. "How?" Eva clenched her fist as her mind got distracted from the class. She had always thought that academics were her strongest point. Kevin and Elena saw that Eva was a bit upset with her results. When Professor Dahlia left, Eva stood up and went towards Asher, who was about to leave. "I will beat you next time," she said to him, and Asher looked at her. "Can I go?" he asked as he stood up and looked down at her. Asher had realized that he was different from other people, so he avoided people as much as he could, taking Asher's word as mocking. Some students started giggling, making Eva feel a bit embarrassed. "Why are you being so rude to her?" Kevin asked as he went to defend Eva. Asher's emotionless eyes stared at Kevin for a short time. Annoying, Asher thought. "Don't waste my time." Asher went past Eva and Kevin, ignoring their questions. "Why is Dalton Rothschild here?" one of the masked men asked. "Get ready to leave," Tom shouted out loud. "But what about the boss?" one of them asked. "Don't think about things that you cannot help with," Tom replied as he ordered them to retreat to the place where they could set up a temporary teleportation gate. In the air, Dalton saw a black blade collide with his blue sword. "This damn sword," Dalton muttered as he could feel his aura depleting. Asher's bloodthirst was spreading all around him as he looked at Dalton. "Do you think you can defeat me?" Dalton asked as he pushed Asher back. Asher didn't reply as his indifferent eyes stared at Dalton. "This will be your end, boy, and I will end this filthy bloodline with my own hands," Dalton said as he raised his sword in the air. Fortunately, they were far from the actual site where all of Zephyr's members were, so his attack wouldn't harm them. "Do you think you can kill me?" Asher asked as he looked at Dalton. "I will," Dalton replied as water droplets started forming around his sword. He was conjuring one of his elemental sword techniques that was so powerful that he could even destroy cities with one of his attacks. "Ruler of Mana," Asher muttered. "What is this skill?" Dalton got alerted as he could feel the changes happening around him. "You want to end my bloodline?" Asher asked as he smirked. Dalton, who was in the middle of executing one of his techniques, felt weird as the mana around him was not responding to him properly. Being a SSS rank hunter, he could feel this much more clearly than others. He was in Fascia when the World Association asked him to help them kill Asher Greville, whose whereabouts were just spotted on this continent. This can't be? Dalton refused to believe that such a bloodline ability would come out of the S-rank bloodline that Asher had. Every piece of information about Asher and his known abilities was made public as he was one of the most wanted criminals in the world. "Your ability is powerful, but sadly, I am not a mage." Dalton gripped his sword as he conjured his aura, which formed a shell around his body. "I will show why we SSS rank hunters are called humanity's pillars," Dalton said as he disappeared from his place. Far from their fight, Tom was looking in the direction where the noises of explosions were coming from. Whenever their swords struck each other, the ground below them would shake. I hope he doesn't use that. Tom knew about Asher's abilities, so he was hoping that he wouldn't use it. Shit, where is Nate? Tom kicked the ground. After 3 hours, Asher, who had wounds all over his body, was walking towards the temporary teleportation gate. Is it ready? Asher asked, looking at Tom, who was still waiting for him. Yes, boss, but did you? Tom spoke as he looked at Asher's condition. Dead. They will like my gift. Asher spoke, but his killing intent was making it hard for Tom to even breathe right now. Tom looked at the black veins that were reappearing on Asher's hand. I need to find Nate. He cannot die yet. Tom had his own reasons for following Asher. They were entering the teleportation gate when Asher looked back and felt the presence of another SSS rank hunter, but it was much more powerful than Dalton. You were late. Asher smirked as he entered the teleportation gate. The moment both of them entered, the teleportation gate exploded, as Tom had set it to destroy itself so that nobody could trace their coordinates. This can't be. A man with silver hair and deep amber eyes spoke. Silvers? Dalton weakly spoke as he recognized the voice. His hands and legs were already cut off and his own sword was piercing his heart. It was a miracle that he was still alive in this condition. Did he reach SSS rank? Silvers asked. No. Dalton couldn't see anything as his eyes were filled with his own blood. He is killing himself, Dalton muttered. We made the wrong choice. Tell Osbugh. Dalton couldn't complete his last words, but Silvers looked at his condition. You made the wrong choice. Everyone did. Silvers couldn't help but say it. I warned Farnus before that the records of the past were warning us, Silvers muttered. Until now, Asher Greville was only considered an SS rank hunter, so Dalton going after him was enough, but him succeeding in killing a SSS rank hunter was something nobody had thought would be possible. The memories shifted from when Asher defeated Dalton to the time he was still bidding at the auction. Do you like that blade? Damien asked as they were sitting in the ranker's room. Asher was invited by Damien to attend the auction with him. Yeah, Asher replied, but he bought it without thinking much about it. It was one of the things he thought were worth the investment. The auction came to the last bid, which was a ring finger armor-looking artifact. Things got heated. Damien said as the bid war between Leonard Tavian and Relin Whiteheart was quite long. I will go back, Asher said as he stood up. Okay, I will join Amelia then. Damien got up as well. Amelia was attending with the student council as she was the first-year representative. Asher was walking out, but he was stopped by one of the senior-year students. You are Asher Greville, right? The senior asked with a polite gesture. Yes, Asher replied. Well, Leon wanted to meet you for a small conversation, he said, looking for Asher's reply. Leonard Tavian? Asher thought in his mind. Not now, maybe later, Asher replied as he was not in the mood to chat with another person right now. Okay, the senior knew that he didn't have the status to stop Asher, so he couldn't do anything about it. The memories changed again as Asher was sitting in front of Leonard, who had invited him to the Blood Faction building after the auction had ended. Pleasure to meet you, Greville, Leonard greeted Asher. Pleasure is mine. Asher returned the greeting with his emotionless face. I will come straight to the point, as you look like someone who doesn't want to waste your time, Leonard said. Would you like to join the Blood Faction? He asked with a smile on his face. I would like to reject, Asher replied immediately. May I ask why? Leonard didn't give up just yet. I don't feel like joining yet, Asher replied as he got up. I will provide all the support you need inside World Academy, even Kevin Whiteheart. I can help you overtake him, Leonard said. Why would I want to overtake him? Asher asked. He can stay at rank 1, I don't need it, Asher said as he left the room. Leonard smirked as he saw Asher leave. So he will not take the bait. Interesting, Leonard said to himself. Well, I'm in no rush either, Leonard said as he remembered the plan his father had told him when he joined the academy. Asher was heading towards the research block, as he had taken a subject that was related to potion crafting, and research around various ingredients that were used in it. It was a subject that none of the first years chose. Only people in their third or fourth year would choose it. and that was only if they were going for a subject to increase their theoretical grades in. Asha entered the room and saw a pink-haired girl who was sitting alone in the class with a book in front of her. Did she choose this class as well? Asha thought as he took the seat closest to him. Both of them were sitting in the empty class far from each other, waiting for the professor to come. The professor entered the class and saw only 2 students present, Asha Greville. The professor was surprised by Asha attending a class that no first or second year student usually attended. Well, I am Fernando, and I teach potion crafting, as well as the formation of items or drugs from various plants and other substances. Fernando introduced himself. But as you know, this is a research subject, so you have to study independently from the books I will give you, and perform tests in the examinations, he explained, looking at Asha. Like many other professors, he was also ignoring Alyssa's presence. So, I will give you the recipe for this healing potion. You can make it from these ingredients, you just need to form a report about it, he said. Remember, no practical work until second year. Only those who pass the theoretical part at the end of the year can learn practical aspects from us in their next year, he clarified. So for the 2 of you, I will first explain. The class went by as Asha and Alyssa learned about the various properties of plants and monster parts used when making a potion or drug, and this is all we will learn today. The next hour you will be making notes and choosing your research topics, Fernando said. It's not compulsory, so it's up to your own decision, he added. You can discuss among yourselves or work independently. Move to the next classroom where all the books you will need are already present. Fernando concluded the class and left the room. Initially, he was uncertain whether to leave the heir of the Greville family with Alyssa, but, seeing that he hadn't mentioned it, Fernando explained the rules as they were. Asha was the first to stand, heading into the room full of books containing information about various plants, but he wasn't interested in those books. He was searching for something else. He was trying to create a calming drug, something that would numb his mind. He had discovered that killing monsters helped, but it wasn't a sustainable solution. As the heir, he knew his responsibilities were heavy. As Asha searched for books, Alyssa entered the room as well. Why is he here? Alyssa's dull eyes observed the tall figure perusing the books. It was strange for someone who could afford all the potions in the world and hire people to create things for them to take such a subject seriously. She initially waited for Asha to return and take a seat, but, seeing that he was still leafing through various books, she decided to select one for herself as well. Alyssa clenched her teeth, channeled her gravity magic to lift herself up, but doing so was painful for her body, and this was the reason she joined this class. Knowing that she hadn't become a ranker, she wanted to research the potions that could aid her. If she made it to the advanced course, students were given extra budget and supplies for their own research. In the vast room filled with bookshelves, the 2 of them were quietly looking for things to help themselves. Asha selected 3 books and moved towards the reading area to study them. He had done a lot of research before joining the World Academy, so he was pretty knowledgeable about this stuff. This will not work, Asha thought, looking through various properties of these plants. Some of them were grown, but some were only found in specific dungeons. Such materials were also very expensive, but that depended on their uses. Alyssa sat across the table with 2 books, one about healing potions, and the other about pain-killing drugs. Days passed without either of them speaking to each other. Both were focused on their own research, but Asha would occasionally glance at Alyssa, and he started to notice that, strangely, his inner madness subsided whenever he was near her. But it was not only him. Even for Alyssa, seeing Asha was strange. Kill, die, kill her, such voices kept echoing in her head. But oddly, whenever she was near Asha, the voices slowly started to fade, the closer she was to him. Unlike Asha, who was perfectly fine and could perceive these changes clearly, this was not the case for Alyssa. Her body would suffer when she used her mana, and even mana circulation was a huge issue for her. But it was her will to avenge that kept her enduring it. Even though she would hear people mock her and her mother's family, she remained quiet and held herself back. It's not the time, Alyssa would always remind herself. She knew she wasn't powerful enough to exact her revenge yet, but her determination was enough to endure the excruciating pain she felt whenever she went through the process of ranking her mana core up. Alyssa was turning the page of the book when she heard a voice. "It's useless," Asher stated. It was the first word he had said after attending the same class repeatedly. Alyssa looked up and saw a pair of emotionless eyes staring at her. "What do you mean by that?" Alyssa got a bit defensive, but she knew her limits. She had experienced such situations enough to know what would happen. Knowing Asher's background, she knew that even if he taunted or insulted her, she could do nothing to him. She clenched her fist, controlling her emotions. Asher noticed her reaction, preparing to reply. "The book you are reading, it's useless." He pointed at the book. This was the first time Asher had shown interest in what someone else was doing. His whole life, he hadn't cared about others' actions. His life had remained monotone, but this time something felt different, and Asher wanted to explore exactly what was different. Alyssa looked at the book, a bit confused. It was the first time she had heard him speak to her after he had seen her crying. "But you don't even know what I'm researching," Alyssa retorted. "I can guess from the books." That was their first conversation. Asher didn't know why he intervened, and Alyssa didn't know why she could talk like this with Asher. It was the first time she had conversed like this with anyone inside the World Academy, and that person was the heir of the Greville family. Alyssa despised elite families, and it was obvious that she wouldn't like the heir of one of the strongest elite families in the world. Weeks later, Asher would converse with Alyssa a few times, but it was always about the subject. Their conversations always remained topic-centered and never went beyond that. Their classes and courses were different. Except for this class, Alyssa never encountered Asher within the World Academy. After 3 months, Professor Fernando transitioned the class to purely self-directed research until their next examination. Around this time, Xander approached Asher. "So, you want to train me?" Asher asked as he stood in front of Xander, who had called him over. "Yes, knowing your father will not approve, I would like to keep this private," Xander said, "and I am offering you this chance because you have the potential to achieve rank 1, Xander continued, showing one of the duels that had occurred in the duel class. "Your swordsmanship is impressive, and even the footwork is perfect," he said, "and you have reached the peak of E rank already." Okay, Asher accepted Xander's offer. It wasn't a bad proposition for him. Learning from one of the best swordsmen in the world was an opportunity not many people could enjoy. He didn't know why Xander approached him, but if he could enhance his swordsmanship, he didn't mind it. He still hadn't found a solution for his inner madness, but he knew he needed to grow stronger if he wanted to hunt more monsters. Months passed, and Asher stood in front of Xander, observing his techniques. "Are you sure you want to show me all this?" Asher asked. His eyes remained emotionless, but Xander could sense his potential. "It's not as easy to learn as you might think," Xander replied with a stern look, yet, he knew that Asher would master it. Having seen his talent grow before his eyes, "If you think it's so easy, then try to imitate this movement technique," Xander suggested. Asher's crimson-red eyes started following Xander's footwork. "What's this technique?" Asher asked, showing interest. "Snake steps," Xander replied as his sword stopped at Asher's neck. In an instant, he had covered the distance between them while suppressing his mana. "Try to imitate this," Xander challenged him, and as the months slowly passed, the end of the year tournament drew near. "That mixture will never work," Asher said, sitting in front of Alyssa. As the end of the year approached, he'd had multiple small conversations with Alyssa. He didn't know what kept him going. This was the first time, apart from his family and Damien, that he had been talking with anyone else this long. Asher turned the page and slid the book across the table. "Look for this," Asher said, his eyes meeting Alyssa's. "Okay," Alyssa responded as she accepted the book and his advice. At first, she resented conversing with Asher because she thought he was mocking her, but he would only correct her when he saw her doing something wrong. Their conversation never became personal or extended beyond the confines of the large, empty room filled with countless books. Occasionally, Alyssa would glance up to observe Asher. Why do you have those eyes?" Alyssa wondered as her frustration grew. It constantly irked her that Asher had those lifeless eyes, just like hers. You have everything: power, money, family. Thoughts like these kept returning in her head. Nobody hates you, nobody mocks you, you don't have to deal with a sickness like mine. Then why? Asher had everything Alyssa lacked and wanted. But despite that, his eyes appeared emotionless. The voices in her head, constantly repeating these words, led her to develop a slight resentment towards Asher. Her mental strength was deteriorating due to the environment at World Academy. Still, she continued to observe and converse with him. Alyssa channeled her mana with a bit of pain and went to get another book. She came back and sat. When she looked up, she saw Asher watching her with a light smile on his face. For the first time, he had smiled. "So you can smile?" Alyssa asked, marking the first time their conversation strayed from the books they were reading. Asher raised his eyebrows and tilted his head a bit. He touched his lips, realizing he was indeed smiling. "Why?" Asher muttered, confused as to why he had smiled. He had never found anything amusing before. In the grey world he inhabited, nothing had ever piqued his interest. He only behaved in a way that he deemed normal for someone of his status. Beneath his cold exterior, unlike others, resided a boy that was plagued with headaches and had the urge to destroy everything around him. His smile soon faded, and he looked back at Alyssa. His interest in Alyssa grew further. Neither of them knew what drew him to her, and it was the same for Alyssa. They were unaware of how his smile had surprised Alyssa, who had never seen him smile or show any emotion during their months of acquaintance. She returned her attention to the books she had brought to the table. As she flipped through the pages, she didn't notice that the voices in her head had stopped. Their interaction was indeed strange. Several weeks later, "You know who I am, right?" Alyssa asked. "Alyssa Wisteria," Asher replied. "Not that, my mother's family." Alyssa trailed off, looking at the book in front of her. "Garcia," Asher supplied. "Then why?" Alyssa began to ask something but stopped herself. "I'll go now," she announced, channeling her mana to stand, and Asher watched as she left the room. It wasn't that she didn't want to hear Asher's answer, but rather she was afraid of it. All this time, she had subconsciously come to appreciate these small moments with Asher, but she was scared that if she asked the question, the answer might disappoint her. It was a strange feeling for this lonely girl, but in a world filled with hatred, these moments with Asher were her only peaceful refuge. The scene changed, and Asher found himself standing in front of many students. "The teams have been formed. This is a C-rank dungeon, so I want you to try and clear it as much as you can," Professor Elsa announced, surveying the randomly formed teams for this joint dungeon class between the 5 classes. The teams were comprised of the top 60 students from the first year. Asher looked around, noticing Amelia, Kevin, and Elena standing beside him. "I will lead," Kevin said, staring at Asher. "Okay," Asher responded, turning his head and ignoring Kevin. His eyes scanned the crowd for Alyssa, noting which team she was in. Amelia noticed Asher's search. "Yo, you're with Amelia?" Damien approached, tapping Asher's shoulder. "What's your group?" he asked, and Damien pointed to a spot where Matthew, Alyssa, and Rio were gathered. Asher looked at Alyssa, who was using her mana to hover and stand on her own. She will run out of mana, Asher thought. His mana sensitivity had been improving daily due to his bloodline ability. These days, Asher found himself questioning his actions and thoughts that revolved around Alyssa. "I want you to make sure she doesn't get hurt," Asher told Damien, pointing at Damien's group. "You mean Rhea Adler?" Damien asked quietly. Asher shook his head. "That girl?" Damien was a bit surprised, but he didn't draw anyone's attention. "If you want, I can," Damien replied. It was the first time Asher had asked him for help. Why is he getting involved with the Garcia girl? Damien pondered. He didn't know why, but he agreed to Asher's request nonetheless. Turning, Damien looked at Amelia, who was chatting with Kevin and Elena, and a strange look crossed his face. "I'll go now," Damien said, swiftly heading towards his group. Asher didn't miss the look on Damien's face, but at the moment, instead of focusing on others, he was busy trying to figure out why he was so interested in Alyssa. Shortly after, Asher was inside the dungeon. This time, he wasn't eager to hunt monsters. Being with Alyssa had taught him to calm himself significantly. Whatever drove him towards madness, it calmed when he was around Alyssa, and the symptoms kept reducing the more time he spent with her. One conclusion Asher drew was that his interest in Alyssa stemmed from the fact that she alleviated his strange illness that only he knew about. Asher moved with Kevin, who was leading the group. Their formation was arranged so that Asher handled the rear while Elena and Amelia were in the middle. "We'll rest for now," Kevin announced, looking around at the bodies of various monsters that littered the area. They had been fighting for hours straight, with most of the creatures killed by Kevin, supported by Amelia and Elena's magic. They erected small tents they had been given and created a resting spot. Kevin sat down with Amelia and Elena. Asher observed them and their interactions around him. He could tell that Amelia felt a bit awkward around him. Both Elena and Kevin refrained from engaging him in conversation, a situation he didn't mind at all. This time, his madness was subdued due to Alyssa's presence, but before he met her, he wasn't sure he could maintain his sanity around others. This was why he avoided Amelia after his first realization of his internal madness. "One of us has to remain on guard duty to ensure monsters don't come too near," Elena pointed out. "Oh, I can." Amelia began to volunteer, but Kevin interrupted her. "No, you and Elena are crucial members of the team. It'll have to be either me or him," Kevin said, looking at Asher. "I'll go." Asher stood up, understanding the direction the conversation was taking. Amelia wore an awkward expression, her relationship with Asher having remained uneasy since the party incident. "Okay, we can switch between us two after 12 hours, Kevin proposed, watching as Asher headed deeper into the dungeon. "Phew, now he's gone." Elena sighed in relief. "I wouldn't have felt comfortable around him without you." Elena confided in Kevin. "I can understand how you feel about him. I mean, look at his eyes," she said to Amelia. "It was fine," Amelia responded. "You don't have to bear all this alone. We're friends." "After all," Kevin said with a smile on his face, "you're a ranker and he's not. This clearly shows the talent gap between you two," Kevin asserted. Elena observed Kevin and Amelia's expressions closely, occasionally joining the conversation. While they were chatting, Asher was advancing deeper into the dungeon. "Somebody's here," Asher thought, crouching down at the sight of some human food in the dungeon. Could it be the instructor? He pondered, but quickly dismissed that possibility. Mana spread, Asher thought, extending his mana throughout the dungeon, detecting a large amount of mana concentrated in one area. "What is that?" Asher frowned, unsheathing the black blade he had obtained from the auction. He hadn't sensed any human presence yet, but he could feel an enormous amount of mana in one place inside the dungeon. While Asher was reliving his memories, the snake figure materialized once again. Its iris of blood-red hue locked onto Asher. Shadow-like energy floated towards Asher as the snake began to coil around his neck. "System is blocking Rune of Irdin, reducing the negative effect." This notification hovered around Asher, who was unaware of it. Is experiencing the negative memories instead of host. The peculiar beast moved its head to face Asher, who sat with his eyes closed. "Why do you hate this world?" the snake queried in a strange language, continuing to delve into Asher's memories. S bond is increasing. Strangely, the beast found its existence similar to Asher's. Asher was spreading his mana sense, and he could now clearly feel the presence of many D-rank monsters grouped together. "I should go back," Asher decided, turning around. Asher had just reached D-rank, while Kevin was a D-rank who was nearing the peak of D-rank in his first years. Both Amelia and Elena were D-rank hunters as well. Asher returned and saw the three of them chatting, but their smiles faded away when they saw Asher approaching. "Why did you come back so soon?" Elena asked, frowning. Asher's emotionless eyes observed the three of them. "Many monsters are grouped together ahead, and it doesn't look natural at all," Asher said. "What's unnatural about it?" Kevin asked. "It doesn't make sense for these monsters to stay in a huge group normally," Asher replied, remembering reading about the traits of these monsters. It seems to me like you're just afraid of going inside the dungeon." Elena chuckled. "Aren't you the heir of the Greville family?" she asked Asher. Asher's emotionless eyes stared back at the three of them. Do whatever you want." Asher turned and started walking away. "Wait." Amelia stood up, calling Asher back. She was about to tell Elena to not take it too far. "Let him go. He'll come back soon when he realizes the difference in our strengths." Kevin stopped her, watching Asher disappear deeper into the dungeon. "I will go after him," Amelia decided, standing to follow Asher. Kevin grew frustrated, seeing Amelia chase after Asher. He had thought she didn't like Asher at all. "Wait, then I will come with you." Kevin rose abruptly, halting Amelia. "Elena, are you coming?" Kevin asked. "Why not? If she wants to help him, I don't mind." Elena stood and joined Amelia. Amelia smiled faintly, appreciative of their help. She looked in the direction Asher had gone, but he had disappeared long ago. Asher was currently dashing towards the spot where he had spotted signs of people inside the dungeon. There were multiple paths in the dungeon, and he had chosen the one away from the grouped monsters, but he soon stopped when he sensed the presence of people ahead. Why are these people inside the dungeon? Asher thought, observing 2 second-year students standing before him. Judging by their mana, they were all D-ranked hunters. Will this even work? One of them asked nervously. "Shush, they just need to kill her," the other replied. But Asher sensed something was wrong with their mana. Something felt off, and the artifact they were holding. "Nobody will know it was us who did it." "Yeah, broken bar." They repeated these words. They seemed almost insane. As Asher moved, his foot stepped on a stone, drawing the attention of the pair, who saw a young man standing before them. Asher Greville? Wait, did he hear us? One of them exclaimed. "Who are you guys?" Asher asked, walking towards them with his crimson-red eyes staring at them. "Crimson, kill Crimson," one of them muttered to himself. Asher noticed something odd about their behavior. "Yeah, let's kill him, he's seen our faces anyway," one of them declared, staring at his partner. They turned to face Asher, brandishing their weapons. The next second, Asher saw 2 D-rank hunters charging towards him. Asher quickly backstepped, dodging the first attack with ease. Both were intent on killing him. "Severe slash," Asher muttered, lowering his body as his sword passed through one of the students. He quickly dispatched the other. Eth macron eth squared on tilde micro eth /1/4 meter. "I felt nothing," Asher observed, standing over the bodies of 2 dead humans. At that moment, he noticed that his inner turmoil had quieted as he killed the pair. This was the first time in his life he had killed someone, but he didn't feel any emotion. The moment he sensed their murderous intent, his body moved, and he killed them. Both were only 1 minor rank above Asher, but their techniques were flawed. The strangest thing, though, was their behavior and movements. They were too sloppy for second-year students at World Academy. Their thoughts and movements seemed out of sync. Boom! The sound of an explosion caught Asher's attention, and he cast his mana sense in the direction of the noise. He quickly moved toward the source and arrived just in time to see Kevin battling some masked people. There were 5 masked men. "You will not leave," one of them shouted, attacking Amelia. Amelia was caught off guard, about to raise her dagger to block when suddenly she saw a black blade pierce the head of the man attacking her. The man died instantly, and Amelia turned to look at Asher. "Why you killed him?" Amelia stammered, looking at Asher with a strange expression. Asher ignored Amelia's reaction and moved towards the other masked men. He saw that Kevin was prolonging the fight, having no intention to kill the attackers, but Asher, knowing about the massive group of monsters that would soon be attracted by the commotion, knew that they could not drag this fight out any longer. "Kill them, you are a monster anyway," Asher's consciousness whispered as he recalled these memories. His memories shifted, showing him standing in front of a girl with long black hair and crimson-red eyes. "Just turn yourself in," Amelia said, looking at Asher. "Is this what you came here for?" Asher asked, looking at Amelia. Tears welled in her eyes. "Kevin told me that he will make sure your punishment isn't too severe," she said, looking at Asher. Punishment? Did those guys send you here? Asher asked with a strange smirk on his face. How can you laugh right now? Amelia asked, unable to understand his calm demeanor. Mom, Dad, everyone died because of you, Amelia shouted at him. Asher's indifferent eyes met Amelia's. Just for that girl, what did you even see in that ugly? Amelia began. But Asher was in front of her in an instant. A heavy killing intent began to radiate from him, and Amelia flinched, stepping back, but he stopped as a memory flashed in his mind. Can you protect Amelia? It seems I can't, Damien asked with a smile, his eyes growing dull. Try to treat her better, Damien said, closing his eyes. It was Damien's last request, and Asher refrained from attacking Amelia. Go away, and tell your friends, next time I see their faces, I will kill them. His eyes bore into Amelia's. Till then, don't get in my way, Asher said, turning as a masked man appeared in front of them. Amelia didn't notice, but behind the mask, another pair of crimson-red eyes were staring at her. Unlike Asher's indifferent gaze, his eyes held only contempt when he looked at her. They both disappeared from that place just as Amelia felt the presence of multiple SS-rank hunters all around her. What? She looked around in confusion as a beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes appeared in front of her. Were you all right, Amelia? Elena asked. What is this? I only told you because I trusted you wouldn't reveal. Amelia started, but Elena shook her head. I will explain everything to you. Trust me. Elena dodged her question as an SS-rank hunter approached her. Lady Elena, they used a teleportation artifact, but we're tracing them, he said with a respectful tone. Keep searching, make sure he is apprehended, Elena instructed, turning back to Amelia. Kevin didn't know about this. I only informed the authorities because I was worried about you. Amelia, Elena said, a worried smile on her face. That man is not your family. He even used Damien as Elena started, but noticed Amelia clenching her fist. Stop, I need a moment alone, Amelia said, turning to leave. Elena watched as Amelia stepped outside. It seems he noticed our trap, Elena said, a frustrated look on her face. Meanwhile, outside, I will not forgive you. Amelia wiped a tear from her eye, looking up at the empty night sky. Mana core increased to C rank. Runevirden has increased from rank D to rank C. Asher, who had been immersed in reliving countless memories, slowly opened his eyes. The strange beast had disappeared long before he woke, leaving no trace of anything unusual. He stood and felt his strength had indeed increased significantly, but having revisited his memories so closely, his indifferent eyes surveyed the area around him. I should stay here for now, Asher told himself. He sat down again, back against the wall, and closed his eyes. He was not confident in controlling his bloodlust when faced with certain people, so he decided it was better to remain alone in this room until he felt able to restrain himself. He took out the artifact that he had stolen during the recent heist. So, it was all because of this artifact. Asher said, opening his eyes to examine the artifact. Asher could still feel the memories of his previous life flashing before him as he stared at the artifact in his hand. He killed them, Elena told Elsa, who was calming her down. What happened? Tell us exactly. Elsa, who had entered the dungeon, saw the scene before her. Many dead masked men were lying on the floor, and many burnt bodies of the D-rank monsters could be seen, but most importantly, a young boy with blood all over his armor stood beside the wall with a black blade in his hands. We were attacked by these people, Kevin told Elsa. He explained what had happened to them and how Asher had joined them and killed them all. As Kevin had pressed the emergency button the moment they were attacked, Elsa arrived shortly after with other staff members. It's fine, please go back, we need to investigate what happened here. Elsa told everyone to leave except for Asher. Can you tell us what happened here? She walked up to Asher, who casually looked at her. His hands are not shaking. Elsa noticed Asher's body language. She could see that there was no remorse, guilt, or fear. Despite him killing almost all the people present there, it was good judgment to kill them, seeing that they were prepared to die here, Elsa said, looking around at the headless corpses all around them. The moment they died, Their heads exploded due to some sort of runic device that was implanted in their bodies. The scene changed, and Asher stood before the faculty council, where even Farnes and Xander were present. "So, you are telling us you killed those 2 senior year students that allowed the intruders to enter the dungeon?" one of the professors asked. "Yes," Asher replied, his eyes emotionless. "You could have spared one of them. We could have known who the attacker was." Professor Irwin shouted. Asher knew Irwin, who was the sword instructor responsible for the first-year students, including him. "Professor Irwin, don't cross the lines," Xander said as he looked at Irwin. "You are talking to the heir of an elite family. Do you think he should have spared someone when his own life was in danger?" Xander asked as all the faces turned towards him. "But, I apologize, I got too emotional." Irwin apologized and sat back down. "Student Asher Greville, you can leave now," Xander announced, and Farnes didn't interfere in his decision. Asher turned and left the room. "I don't know what everyone else thinks, but this is a major breach in the security of World Academy," Xander said. "Enough, Xander," Farnes finally spoke. "I will handle this matter." Farnes looked at Xander, who was frowning at him, and this was how rumors about Asher being a ruthless killer started circulating inside the World Academy. The incident was framed as Asher killing people that Kevin, Elena, and Amelia had already cornered, but nobody knew who was behind this incident, as all the people involved in the attack were dead, and most of them were killed by Asher. "It was all because of this, huh?" Asher said, looking at the card-shaped artifact in front of him. It was a strange metallic card with a single eye-shaped gem in the middle. "Eye of Pretender, rank SS." Description: held by the false rulers, it was used to fuel the emotions of those it was used against, but its route remained impure. Ability: instigate negative emotions of a person against someone or around certain words. Limitations: blood of the person is required to activate the artifact. Limitations: the effect dulls if the intelligence of the user is too high. Limitations: can only be used for up to 20 people. False artifact: this artifact will remain mana-less until it is used and activated first. This was a hypnotic artifact that was won by Ozbatavian in the upcoming Calvas Gala. Although it could not control the person, it was capable of amplifying negative emotions like hatred, fear, etc. But this time, it would never fall into the hands of Ozbatavian. Up to 20, that's why he stopped using it, Asher muttered. If anyone was standing beside Asher at this moment, they would feel the chilling killing intent that was emanating from him. Asher closed his eyes, sitting there as the day changed. He could feel his inner madness returning as he grew stronger, but it seemed like his intelligence stat was still helping him ward it off. Night came, and Asher finally opened his eyes, taking a deep breath. "Status," Asher said, wanting to check something. Vertical bar Fate Devourer System Vertical bar. Name: Asher von Raven Greville. Level: 30 EXP 030,000. Bloodline: Devil's Absorption rank SSS. Cursed: Curse of Fate, active. Body Constitution: Mana Core rank C. Dash. Attributes: Strength, 118 plus 38A 156. Agility, 110 plus 35A 145. Endurance, 105 plus 25A 130. Intelligence, 180A 180. Mana, 119 plus 30A 149. Stamina, 99 plus 31A 130. Charm, 65 plus 5A 70. Fate, 10,230. AP, 60, SP, 32. Dash. Skills: Time Dilation, rank S, LVL1, Absorption, rank S, LVL1, Mana Flow, rank A, Mana Circulation, rank A, Rune of Irdin, rank D, No Dart rank SSS, Aura Force passive skill, Mana Conceal. Node Art, Mere Steps, Swift Strike, Phantom Strike. Beast, unnamed, level 1. Mastery, Node Art, Novice -27%, Magic, Novice -84%, Rune Art, Fundamental -80%. His stats had increased significantly. With his strength being the highest after intelligence, his mana was still low, but it would grow much more easily as the newly formed mana rings would easily hold the mana that would slowly accumulate in his mana core. 145. Asher noticed his agility stat and started contemplating it. Previously when he fought Louis, he could see that his speed matched Louis's, and Louis was an S+ rank hunter. This meant that his agility, which should have been equal to 550, was comparable to an S+ rank hunter. He could see that his stats right now were of a C rank hunter, but he was more powerful than others as almost all his stats crossed the threshold of C rank, which was around 130 according to Asher's estimations, so B rank would be at 190-200 then, and next will be 270-300, and S rank would be around 420. Asher thought. He was basing these stats on comparing himself to his previous life and Louis Rothschild. It might not have been accurate for an average hunter, but Louis was a fairly talented individual, so he was above other S+ rank hunters, but Asher didn't account for such errors. His opponents were even more talented and powerful than Louis. Asher closed his status. "Is the beast ready?" Asher asked, seeing a notification in front of him. There was one thing Asher needed to check again. It was the feeling he got when he saw the beast, similar to but different from what he experienced when he first met Alyssa. Beast materialization ready, calibrating levels, telepathic link formed. Asher saw multiple notifications before him as he saw the strange beast form once again in front of him. The blood-red iris stared at him once again. "What you?" The strange beast spoke as it stared at two indifferent eyes that were staring at it. Asher could hear broken words coming from the snake, but he heard them inside his head. Moments before Asher awoke from the rune of Irdin, the beast continued to stare at him. However, his body still required rest, and Asher fell asleep shortly after showering. Red energy started to emanate from the beast. Is restricted from using its full powers. Is soul linked to the host? The snake stared as purple runes resembling shackles appeared beneath the shadow-like energy. The snake turned as it sensed a powerful life force rivaling its own existence. Though it was sealed deep within, it could sense the force, just as the powerful entity sensed it. Used level 100 authority. The shackles around the beast loosened as it stared at Asher. "So, he is my master," it spoke in a strange language. Is using its last power before full restriction. "Are you sure you want to proceed?" A mark appeared on Asher's back as the shackles around the beast grew stronger and tighter. Sealing S memories until the host reaches level 100, is separating itself from the system, is reducing itself to level 1. "I shall acknowledge you for now," the beast spoke in a strange language as it disappeared, transforming into a strange, shadow-like energy that returned to his arm. "You can talk?" Asher stared at the strange snake before him. He had never encountered a monster intelligent enough to communicate with other beings, yet, oddly, he heard the snake's words in his mind. Despite it not speaking aloud, host can communicate with it as it was formed by the system. Unlike normal beasts, it can communicate with the host. While Asher read these notifications, he noticed the snake also turn its head to examine them. "Can you read them?" Asher asked the snake. Can. The beast responded to Asher through telepathy. "It is possible because the beast is part of the system," the system informed Asher. eth broken bar eth section diaresis vamakron eths. Cth degrees I diaresis 1/2. Asher reached out to touch the beast, hoping to confirm something, but he felt nothing when his hand contacted the shadow-like energy surrounding the beast. It was as if his sense of touch had disappeared. The beast has its own abilities, and that is one of them. "What exactly are you?" Asher asked the beast, turning to face it. His killing intent began to seep out, and the snake sensed it, but it stared back at Asher without showing any fear. Asher amplified his killing intent, focusing on the beast, but received no response. Don apostrophe T. No. Asher heard the telepathic voice of the snake. The voice was similar to a boy's but didn't sound like human speech. Yet, despite the odd language, Asher understood it. Host can understand the language due to the telepathic connection between the host and the beast. What am I? The snake questioned Asher. What would you like to name the beast? Asher saw the notification soon after hearing the snake's question. Riffer, Asher said after considering for a few seconds. Riffer. He heard the snake's voice again. Riffer, Level 1, Species, Serpent, Abilities, Locked, Passive, Perfect Conceal. Asher saw the details about the snake, but unlike his, most of its abilities were locked. So, how will you level up? Asher asked the system. Hungry. Instead of the system, Asher heard Riffer's voice. Unlike the host, Riffer will need to consume other beings, but his consumption has its limits. What limits? Asher asked. He was strangely invested in the beast that he had just encountered. It was the first time he had met an entity that had not reacted to his killing intent. Mana gems. Only such a high-potency source of energy will help him level up. It can level up from defeating and consuming monster corpses, but only if they contain mana gems in their bodies. Asher stared back at the snake, which continued to stare at him. How do I unsummon it? Asher asked. The host can simply think the instruction in your head and try to communicate it with the bonded beast. Go back, Asher thought, and he watched the serpent disappear. Shadow energy flooded back to his arm, forming a snake tattoo, which quickly vanished without a trace. Is that his ability? Asher asked the system. Yes, Perfect Conceal allows it to completely hide its existence until the host wishes for it to reappear. The host will need to properly nurture the beast for it to reveal its full potential. Where does it come from? Asher asked. Not enough authority. Level 90 authority required. It was the next change that occurred in the system, and Asher noticed it. Why was I chosen as your host? Asher asked. Level 80 authority required. Who is the goddess of time? Asher asked. Level 80 authority required. So this beast is even more intriguing than the goddess of time, whoever she may be. Asher mused. Level 40. Wasn't it? Asher recalled that the first authority would open at level 40. Depending on the host's knowledge, the authority may change. Asher saw another notification, but it was currently irrelevant to him. Most of the questions he wanted answers to pertain to topics he knew little about, but there was one thing that he did know. Do you know about the Black Dungeons? Asher asked the system. Level 40 authority required. Do you know why dungeons appeared? Asher asked a question that many sought answers to. The system doesn't know about it. No information regarding this was added to the system. Asher stood up and left the meditation room, intending to take a shower before doing anything else. While Asher had just reached C rank, Alyssa was struggling to reach D rank. Having recently achieved D rank, she was eager to train further. This is not enough, Alyssa murmured. Looking into the mirror, she didn't wear her mask in the room, allowing her to see her unscarred face. It's not enough to kill them, she said, touching the mirror as her reflection reminded her of her mother. Now that her body had healed, she could perceive mana more clearly. Although her performance during the first awakening was unremarkable, her current speed matched Asher's, who used his abnormal bloodline ability. In the past, her mana meridians were irreparably damaged. However, with the help of the SSS rank elixir, she had completely recovered, and for the first time in her life, she could use mana without further harming her body. The following morning, Asher was practicing his sword art. He stopped when he received a notification from Eric, the son of his head butler. Stephen, Eric, young master, strange rumors about you are spreading among the first and second year students. Asher read the message and instantly knew who was responsible. He responded to Eric's message, instructing him to continue reporting such occurrences. The first class on Space Element was happening today, and Asher planned to attend it. The first class was set to begin, so apart from Alyssa, only a few other students curious about the Space Element were expected to attend. Asher left the 10th floor and arrived in the lobby room, which was empty. He exited the ranker's dorm and headed towards the Mage Arts block. The class will begin an hour from now. However, there was another place he wanted to visit before going to class. He was heading towards the free area, where most first-year students would roam before and after their classes. It was a vast area filled with special flowers, and the environment had been designed to help students relax, but it was also famous for another reason. Since this area was only meant for students, it had become the perfect place for certain people. "Didn't I tell you that I need you to collect GP from your friends?" a green-haired boy demanded, his hands gripping the hair of the first-year boy he was talking to. But they refused. "It's not my fault." The first-year boy tried to speak, but Gavin punched him in the face. "Are my words a joke to you?" Gavin started digging his nails into the arm of the first-year student, causing blood to seep out. "Are you done with him?" Jack, standing beside Gavin, asked. You disturbed my flow." Gavin turned and pouted at Jack. "This bastard is even more sadistic than me," Jack thought, looking at the green-haired boy. For now, Jack ensured that no one came near this area. "Leon didn't tell you to do all this." Jack was growing impatient with Gavin and his habits. Leonard had only told them to ensure that most first years, especially those around rank 500-600, were under their control. Most of their targets were students from weak families. Leonard aimed to ensure that most first-year students fell under his control, but he made sure to only use people like Jack, Gavin, and Alan for such work. It was to ensure that none of the students even thought of rebelling against them. They chose their targets carefully, and most of those students were those without a powerful or influential background. Most of these students were trying to form social connections and gain power, so they never reported the bullying as it hadn't gone too far until now. But currently, Gavin's habit of hurting others was making things a bit problematic for Jack. "It's enough, stop now." Jack grabbed Gavin's hand as he looked at the first-year student. "And you, if you want a good life in and outside of World Academy, do what you're told." Jack flared his mana to pressure him. All right," the student immediately replied. "Wait, one more thing. I almost forgot." Gavin turned, crouched, and smiled at the first-year boy. What?" the first-year stuttered, scared that Gavin would harm him again. "Tell your friends to spread rumors about a certain person," Gavin whispered. "Asher Greville bullies people in your class." He remembered that this guy was in class 1B. "But, what, did you not understand what I'm saying?" Gavin asked with a sad look on his face. "Sigh. Should I re-educate you again?" Gavin gave him a worried look. "No, I will do it." "Yeah, I will do it," the first-year student reassured Gavin. A bit far from there, Asher was standing, and using his mana sense, he could see Gavin and Jack with another student in an area hidden from plain sight. "Hey, don't take things too far, it will be troublesome for us," Jack continued speaking as they left the secluded area. Asher, standing in another sector, sensed them leave. "Only this much," Asher muttered as he turned back. Asher remembered Gavin Neville, who would become a major supporter of the Blood faction. Even outside the World Academy, the Neville family was allied with the Alisters and Osbatavian, so it was no surprise that Gavin had become a supporter of Leonard. He remembered that Gavin had an even more twisted personality than he currently displayed, but he never showed it to others. Knowing that he came from an elite family, Gavin always ensured he never left evidence that could taint his image. What Gavin was doing right now could be considered bullying, but he was not breaking any rules inside the World Academy. Gavin never used mana to hurt others. Instead, he threatened them so they wouldn't use their mana to protect themselves, and none of the students could prove that Gavin had bullied them, as he always isolated the targets he bullied. The first-year student got up and kicked the ground. He was the same student who had called out Alyssa on the first day of class and was humiliated in front of everyone. Should I really do this? He was uncertain whether to follow the orders he had been given or not. Messing with an elite family was tantamount to declaring to the world that you didn't want to live anymore. As Asher returned to class, he could hear other students talking about him. His senses had increased, so he could hear them whispering about the rumors circulating about him. Something similar happened in his previous life. but during the dungeon invasion incident, this time, rumors were still mild as nothing major had happened, and most people assumed that Asher didn't have a great personality due to his cold demeanor, but people were still talking about him. Many such people in the World Academy engaged in similar activities like bullying. Still, unlike them, Asher was a renowned personality who was rank 1 and was already known as the greatest talent of his generation. The more influential or famous someone was, the more their demise and downfall were anticipated. Although Leonard had seen enough to guess that Asher was not one to be affected by such things, he wanted to see if it truly was the case or not. But even in his previous and current life, Asher didn't care about what others thought about him. "Keep your attention on me," Asher said as he arrived in the Space Element class. He sat down in one corner of the class. Arriving early, Asher kept tapping the desk in front of him. The next big event was the Calvers Gala, which was meant to happen soon, the place where all the elite families gathered, and some of the SSS rank hunters would attend as well. But Asher's actions had caused a delay, and the Calvers Gala would be postponed until the Seven Heads fixed another date. Time passed as the Space Element class was about to begin. The first one to enter the class was Alyssa, who was using her wheelchair. She entered the class, and her eyes landed on Asher, but she didn't stare at him for too long. Instead, she took a seat far from Asher. Nobody could guess that they were acquainted with each other from how they acted. Asher's indifferent eyes drifted toward Alyssa for a moment, but he soon removed his gaze as he saw a few other students entering the class. All the students took their seats and avoided both Alyssa and Asher for two different reasons. Soon, a professor entered the room, and with him, the security team of World Academy also entered the class. "Hello, I am Adam Rivas, and I will be your professor for the Space Element." The professor introduced himself as his eyes quickly scanned the students in the class. "Oh, and these here are the special hunters that work for the World Academy." Adam spoke with a wide smile on his face. Asher looked at Adam Rivas, meeting him for the first time. "They will be present here for the whole lecture," Adam said with a smile. His words convinced the other students, but some, including Asher, knew the real reason. "And if you can't guess why they are here, I can say you aren't meant to learn about the Space Element." Adam's face turned serious immediately. Those hunters were not here to observe the class but to handle Adam in case he went mad or got out of control during his lecture. His change in emotion made the security team a bit wary. All of them were S-rank hunters, so they could react easily if Adam tried anything unusual. Adam looked at the first-year student before him, his eyes finally landing on Asher Greville. "Wow, why is the famous heir of the Greville family in my class?" Adam asked Asher. "Aren't you aware of the consequences of learning the Space Element?" he questioned. "I am," Asher replied, his indifferent eyes fixed on Adam. "Interesting," Adam murmured to himself. "Well, for those who don't know, learning the Space Element essentially means decreasing your lifespan," Adam stated, examining the students' reactions. His words impacted all the students except for Alyssa and Asher. "Many, including me, consider the Space Element the strongest element," Adam declared as he extracted a pen from his storage ring. "It involves tampering with the law of space that pervades everything around us," Adam explained, a peculiar violet energy materializing before him, and leveraging that space to effect changes. He demonstrated, passing the pen through the violet energy where it reappeared in his left hand. "Only those endowed with an affinity for this element can even contemplate learning it," Adam affirmed as one student looked confused. "You," Adam pointed at the student, "if you want to ask something, then ask," Adam instructed, frowning at the student. His sudden action caused the student to hesitate momentarily. "Ah, you just mentioned that it decreases your lifespan, so why would anyone want to learn it then?" the student questioned. "Good question. The answer is simple," Adam responded, a smile gracing his face. "Who wouldn't want to explore the strongest element, even if it might kill you?" Adam grinned. Asher studied Adam, aware that most individuals who learned about the Space Element behaved similarly. Their emotions were exceptionally unstable, and their faith in their abilities made them impossible to determine away. "And how do you think the world would have functioned without teleportation gates?" Adam queried. A space mage assisted in that regard. Even though this element may harm its wielder, it remains fascinating, regardless of what you might think. Adam spoke, passion resonating in his voice. Now let's talk about dungeons. Adam tapped the screen behind him, and a blue dungeon gate materialized. This is a dungeon gate, but according to many theories, dungeons are nothing but a more advanced form of spatial magic, Adam posited. Many, including me, believe that dungeons represent what we could achieve through spatial magic if someone could learn it like other elements, Adam conveyed. But sadly, we are not here to learn about such things. He cut himself short. My job is simply to caution you all that learning the space element isn't for everyone, Adam clarified. It's a known fact that the more space element magic you use, the more it will harm your mentality and physical well-being, he elaborated. The World Academy will teach you up to Tier 2 spells. Tier 3 spells are considered forbidden to use unless you are willing to risk your life, Adam stated as a student raised his hand. Professor, have you ever used a Tier 3 space element spell? A girl asked. No, I am a space element researcher, not a user, Adam responded. That's one of the reasons I'm qualified to teach at the World Academy, Adam explained. Most space element users work under the supervision of the Mage Association, so even though it's a dangerous element, we still have many space element users who are alive. However, most don't survive past the age of 30, Adam conveyed. Let's examine one of the major side effects of using space magic. Adam tapped on his desk. Unstable emotions, basically people like me. Most of these symptoms can be observed early in life if you have a strong affinity for the space element, Adam shared. And mental weakness. This appears when a person uses space magic, severe headaches, hallucinations, etc. Adam's words discourage most students from pursuing the space element. Well, if you're lucky, and you have the subset element, like gravity, those side effects will diminish substantially, Adam directed at Alyssa. However, even then, you'll still experience them, as all of us do, Adam stated. But Asher knew that wasn't accurate. He was confident that he could manage the mental strain that came with space magic due to his high intelligence stat. Adam continued explaining other concepts as he produced a book. This is the Tier 1 spell, Blink. In this book, I have detailed all the inner workings of this spell and how to perform it, Adam elaborated. This will be the only spell that we will teach you. If you wish to learn more, use the Great Library, Adam announced. The World Academy prohibited students from delving deeper into the space element. However, they could still read books from various scholars throughout history if they were adamant about it. Unlike other elements, Adam was not allowed to freely teach about the space element. Adam snapped his fingers, causing books to appear before each student. This is Blink. It uses objects for small-scale teleportation. Try to understand the basics of it, Adam instructed. And for Miss Alyssa Asteria, you can study the books on gravity magic to learn more about your advanced element. Until then, work on the Blink spell, Adam recommended, directing his attention to Alyssa. Eth' say F squared F sedilla E F S Eth' O F F F T M S Eth' dot car broken bar Eth as her advanced element was an extremely rare one, so not many people knew spells about it. The only way to learn was to get permission from your professor of that element and access the books inside the Great Library. This class will meet once a month, and most of the time, we will only discuss this spell. Adam concluded the class as his eyes rested on Asher Greville. Is he faking his affinity? Adam pondered why someone as indifferent and expressionless as Asher would possess a space affinity. Ultimately, he assumed that Asher only had a slight affinity for the space element. Asher studied the spell as he turned the pages, examining various factors that needed to be addressed before someone could perform space magic. Sensing space. Asher recalled the first step Adam had explained. Visualizing and incorporating the space into your spell was a confusing concept. It was impossible to accomplish unless you had an affinity for the space element. Asher closed his eyes as he tried to sense the space element from the mana that was present all around them. It was a faint feeling, but he could sense it. Runaviadan is assisting the host. Magic mastery is increasing. Asher kept chasing that faint violet light that appeared all around him, but it was too vague for him to actually feel it. Magic master increased to 95%. But Asher stopped as he lost that feeling. The result was astoundingly fast. Asher had managed to sense the spatial energy that took others months, but, even for Alyssa, it took months before she could sense the spatial element that aided her gravity control. It took her years to master that one spell, a feat she achieved on her own. However, Adam only taught this spell as a Tier 1 spell. The Tier 2 blink that Asher wanted to learn allowed short teleportations within your field of vision. This spell was incredibly useful, augmenting his combat ability. Asher opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Alyssa was the only other person in the room. Alyssa was seated in her wheelchair. "I want to spar with you," Alyssa said, looking at Asher. Asher's indifferent eyes met Alyssa's gaze. "You will lose," Asher replied. "Doesn't matter. I want to test my new spells," Alyssa responded. "Meet me on my floor," Asher stated, to which Alyssa nodded in agreement. In her 8th floor residence, which belonged to the rank 3 student, Alyssa wore the ring-type artifact they found in the C-rank dungeon after Asher defeated the C-rank boss. There was a reason she had requested a spar, one of them being her inability to fully exert herself in front of others. Asher had told her not to reveal that she was fully cured, and she also understood that doing so would not be beneficial to her. Even though she had 2 powerful advanced elements, one would eventually lead to her death. Given that she consistently used gravity magic and her frail health, it was evident she was not destined to live long. Nobody approached her because everyone assumed that Alyssa couldn't maintain her rank for an extended period. This prevented her from practicing with others, as doing so would expose her true strength. Asher was standing in the training facility present on the 10th floor of the ranker's dorm. He was waiting for Alyssa, who wanted to spar with him. Alyssa arrived after a few more minutes as Asher was swinging his sword. Then, Asher received a notification that a guest had requested entry to the room. After clicking on his ID bracelet, the elevator opened, and Alyssa ascended to the topmost floor that belonged to rank 1. Asher proceeded to the lobby and saw Alyssa waiting at the entrance. "Come this way," Asher said, and Alyssa followed him into the training facility. Upon entering the training facility, Alyssa removed her mask, revealing her facial features again. Her previously lifeless pink hair transformed into a vibrant cherry blossom pink, and her eyes turned a light shade of pink. "I'm ready," Alyssa announced, looking at Asher. "You can go all out on me," Asher replied, revealing his mana. FFSF squared Eth apostrophe we FTM FTM pound O FTM EF superscript 1 dot Ethio FSC rank. Alyssa was both surprised and shocked. Achieving a C rank at this age was astounding, considering that even those considered prodigies were still striving to reach D rank. "I was not going to go all out, but," Alyssa materialized 2 ice daggers around her, and Asher unsheathed the black blade he wielded. If he was sparring with Damien, he wouldn't have used an actual weapon, but doing so with Alyssa was different. He knew her current goal was revenge, but she also realized she wasn't ready for it. However, there was another reason she requested this spar. "I will confirm it this time," Alyssa told herself. She threw the dagger toward Asher, but they changed the trajectory as the daggers got affected by her gravity magic. Clang clang. Asher blocked both daggers and destroyed them as his aura covered his blade slightly. Ice spears, multiple spears appeared around her, visible to Asher. Asher dashed towards her, not giving her time to react. "Descend." Alyssa waved her hand to the right, so she took the advice. Asher felt the gravity around him shift to his left. It was one of the moves that Alyssa learned in her 2nd year, but she had already mastered it. In his previous life, Alyssa didn't spend much GP on the Great Library as it was extremely costly for those who weren't rankers or year representatives, but this time, Asher had advised her to visit the Great Library if she wanted to learn more about gravity magic. But this is not enough, Asher thought as he used mirror steps to change his position. Alyssa quickly scanned her surroundings, seeing Asher, who had moved outside the altered gravity zone, eye-spined. Alyssa commanded as various spikes emerged around Asher. Asher quickly backstepped as Alyssa increased the distance between them. She knew it would be over if Asher got close to her, but she wasn't finished yet. Asher saw a large needle-like structure forming above Alyssa. Alyssa's hair started to flutter as a light shade of violet energy materialized around her arms. Pierce, Alyssa gestured downward, and the ice needle darted straight for Asher. This will be useless, Asher declared as he adjusted the grip on his sword, and Alyssa recognized this skill. She had seen him perform a similar attack on monsters enough that it was etched in her memory. Swift strike. Asher's sword met the ice needle, but just as they were about to touch, shatter, Alyssa used gravity energy to fragment the needle into multiple small shards. Spiral attack. Countless shards sprung from the ground, assaulting Asher. Alyssa was so focused that she forgot that such an attack could have severely injured any other student. Mere steps. Asher used a burst of mana to change his location, and as Alyssa watched him disappear, the gap in their ranks became apparent. Asher's speed was significantly higher than what Alyssa could currently handle. Lighten. Alyssa lightened the gravity around her body. Then a claw-like structure began to form around her hands. She looked up and saw Asher approaching her at a great speed. Descend. She used gravity magic to slow down Asher just before his next mere step, and she herself entered that gravity zone. Change shift. As she stepped in, she altered the direction of her gravity toward Asher while doing the same with the gravity zone around her. This allowed her to drastically increase her acceleration, boosting her speed to that of a D+ rank hunter. For a brief moment, the ice claws reaching toward Asher's neck halted as Asher used his sword defensively once again. Alyssa's eyes locked onto the black blade breaking through her ice claws, and she was now within Asher's range. She had taken a gamble, but now she was utterly defenseless. But at the last moment, the violet energy around Alyssa amplified, and its shade darkened. Spin, Alyssa murmured as Asher felt the ground beneath him disappear. Alyssa had closed the distance enough to utilize her current most potent gravity magic. She altered the entire gravity around them, causing Asher to lose his footing, which is crucial for mere steps, but she was still a D-rank mage and was already pushing herself. Encase. She touched Asher, and he could feel ice beginning to encase his body. It's not enough. Alyssa knew that Asher could still attack her, so she manipulated gravity to pressure Asher further, immobilizing him. Bam! Suddenly, both crashed into the ceiling as Alyssa lost control over her gravity, but at the last moment, Asher grabbed her hand, pulled her closer, and saved her from crashing into the wall. Alyssa regained control of her magic and altered the gravity as she slowly floated both down. My bad, I lost control, Alyssa admitted as a mild headache formed from her use of gravity magic. Asher used his aura to melt the ice encasing his body. Do you want to continue? Asher asked. No, thanks for your time, Alyssa responded. I will leave for now. After expressing her gratitude, Alyssa wore her mask once again before exiting the training facility. Asher watched Alyssa leave his floor and went back to his room. He reflected on the duel he had with her. She is improving, Asher thought. We could have had a proper duel if she was C rank as well. Alyssa entered her room on the 8th floor and looked at the blank canvas before her. He is weird, Alyssa mused as she picked up her brushes. She hadn't noticed it when she first met him, but she could feel it from the moment she was cured. Is it his eyes? She questioned herself. His eyes resembled hers when she looked in a mirror. She started to paint on the canvas, attempting to capture what she felt during that duel. 2 days had passed since Asher and Alyssa's spar, and right now, Elsa was giving a special lecture to Class 1. So, as you know, we will be forming 2 teams in the new structure of World Academy, Elsa said as she looked at the class. One of them will be a class team consisting of 3 students, and the other will be a hunting team consisting of 6-10 students for dungeon exploration that will start for the first-year students as well, she said. But we have already decided on the students in the class team, Elsa said. Her words upset some students, as they had thought they could form teams with their friends. Except for one, we were told to form teams while matching your talents, ranks, and overall scores, Elsa said as she looked at Asher. D+ rank, Already, she was surprised that he had reached D+ rank, but it's good that he realizes that ranking up is not that easy. She could sense that Asher's mana core was D+ rank. Even though D+ rank was shocking, it would have shocked many people if Asher had reached C rank. This kind of talent would not only have attracted the world's attention, but people who despised the Greville family would have become even more worried seeing such a monstrous talent grow. Asher noticed Elsa's gaze and was currently using his mana conceal skill to make it seem like he was still D+ rank. He was ready to show his C rank, but it wasn't bad for now if he could hide it. Each professor from class 1 to 5 will choose one team representing the whole class, Elsa said. From our class, it will be Asher Greville, Alyssa Wisteria, and Vanessa Baker, Elsa announced to the team. In class exclusive events, or matches that will happen in the future, you will work in these teams, Elsa said, but the most important teams will be hunter teams, and this team will participate in all the dungeon exploration, and we are giving you a choice to form your own teams, Elsa said. Hunter teams will be formed for your midterm examination only, so choose carefully who you pick in your team, Elsa said. Previously, we would only make a random team of 4 people for first-year students, but we have decided to change it into what an actual hunter team is like, Elsa explained. As you know, exploring dungeons means your life is on the line, and your team is crucial to that exploration. A decently built team can even outperform a group of talented people who are grouped together without much thought, Elsa said. As most of you will be working in guilds or the associations of your choice, we are making sure you understand the importance of working in a team from year 1, Elsa said. You can have people from other classes, of course. We will not impose any restrictions if you want to build a team with high-ranking students only, but, Elsa tapped the bracelet on her wrist. Be prepared, as we will increase the difficulty according to the team you build. Elsa looked at the faces of the students. Most of them planned to group with high-ranking students to score better, but doing so had its own issues. But you will be given an individual rating depending on your performance in your team, Elsa reminded them. Each hunter team will be given assignments to complete, and if their team were better, their assignment would become even more difficult, but that didn't mean completing them would give them the same grades. Your own individual performance on your team mattered a lot in such cases. Your midterm examinations will be team-based, and end-term examination will be based on individual duels, Elsa explained the format for the first year. So score as much as you can on your teams if you want to boost your rankings when you go to your second year, Elsa concluded the class. That's all, form your hunter teams and tell the group leader to send me your team details, Elsa said as she concluded her class. She left the class as the students started talking with each other. Asher stood up from his seat and left the class. Do you want to join our team? Alyssa asked Vanessa through the metallic mask she wore to cover half of her face. She remembered that Asher had given her the choice to invite Vanessa if she wanted to. He had already told her about the potential people joining the team. Yeah, but what about the others? Vanessa asked, as she knew not many people would join due to Alyssa's reputation. Alyssa brought out her ID bracelet and tapped on it to show the list of people that Asher had told her about. These two make sense, but why him? Vanessa said as she looked at Sam's name. Well, he wasn't half bad in the dual class, she muttered. Some hours later, while in class 5, Sam Alistair was talking with Matthew. So you will join Kevin Whiteheart's team? Sam asked with a bored look on his face. Did Leonard Tavian tell you to join his team? Sam asked, knowing Matthew had joined the Blood faction already. I don't have much of a choice, and he is rank 2, Matthew replied. They had become surprisingly good friends, but Sam didn't want Matthew to join Kevin's team. But knowing that Matthew had joined the World Academy with World Association's special recommendation, he knew that refusing Leonard was not good for him. Jack, who was in the Blood faction, didn't tell him to join Kevin's team because he knew the chances of the Princess of Halcyon being on Kevin's team were high. What team are you joining? Matthew asked. I have joined one already, and you will probably lose to us, Sam replied as he shrugged his shoulders. Matthew squinted his eyes, as having ranked 2 Kevin with him meant that his chances of winning were very high unless Sam was in a particular person's team. "Wait, did you join Asher Greville?" Matthew asked. "Yes, and don't tell anyone," Sam reminded him. At first, he wanted to refuse Asher, but he decided to join them when he remembered Asher's promise. Knowing his circumstances, Sam knew that Asher would probably not make it difficult for him. "Calver's Gala is coming as well," Sam thought. "What are you doing, Kevin?" Elena asked as she saw Kevin looking through his phone. They were sitting in the lobby area, waiting for someone to arrive. "I was trying to contact my father, but the head butler told me he was busy," Kevin replied. "Maybe it's because of the Calver's Gala," Elena replied as she remembered that Camden Whiteheart was one of the 7 heads of the Calver's Gala. "Did you need something from your father?" Elena asked. "It was nothing much, I just wanted to confirm certain things," Kevin replied with a smile. He couldn't tell how he had accepted Leonard Tavian's offer, but he wanted to consult about it with his father. Kevin looked back at his phone, but Elena kept noticing Kevin's behavior. It was not hard for her to notice that he was trying to dodge her question. "Usually, he would tell me everything," Elena thought. She kept thinking about what might have been bothering Kevin, but their conversation stopped when she saw a black-haired girl with golden-colored eyes walking toward them. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Licia said as she sat on one of the couches. "No, we arrived just now as well," Elena smiled. "So you wanted to talk about something?" Licia asked. "Yeah, we were forming our hunter teams, so we wanted to see if you would join us," Elena said as she looked at Licia. "It's not a bad offer, I don't mind it," Licia replied after thinking for a second. "Who is on your team?" Licia asked. "It will be me, Elena, Eva, Matthew, and you for now," Kevin replied, putting his phone away. "And the 6th person?" Licia asked. Although her father had told her to avoid children from elite families, she could not completely avoid them. "It will be my cousin, Ria, mostly," Elena replied as she avoided mentioning Sam's name. She knew there were issues between the royal family of Halcyon and Duke Alistair, and having an Alistair on her team might make things a bit uncomfortable for her. "Seems good, I don't mind it," Licia replied. "She's smart," Licia thought in her head. Elena had already researched enough about the Halcyon family and how to have Licia on her side. While all this was happening, Asher was going towards the Great Library. He had visited this library countless times in his previous life, but most of his visits concerned his research. But this time, he was going for the special spell and runic sections of the Great Library. Asher entered the vast building with multiple giant pillars at the entrance, and on each of those pillars, the names of scholars from history were present. "What, but I was only 1 day late," a voice of a student was heard by Asher as he entered the library. "The fine will be 150 GP, I will not say it again," one of the librarians at the main desk replied. But, fine, but can I reissue this book?" The student started discussing. Seeing from his clothes, it was obvious he was a senior year student, and not just him. Many students could be seen here and most of them were senior year students. Reading books at the Great Library cost GP if you were not one of the rankers or the student council members. Asher entered through the large hallway and he arrived at the main desk. The receptionist looked up and recognized the person before her. "I want to enter the restricted area," Asher said, looking at her. Yes, I need to create an entry for you." The receptionist quickly started working. Asher's presence attracted many eyes. "Is that him?" Some people started recognizing him but nobody approached him. "Your entry is done. You can use your ID bracelet to enter the restricted area," the receptionist replied. Asher turned as he passed through an area filled with big rooms, that had various shelves with numerous books. Most of these books were available to all the students that were studying at World Academy. They could be read easily, but spending time required GP and this made many people use their time in the Great Library efficiently. Most people present here were either busy reading, or if they had enough GP, they would take the books to their rooms to read them peacefully. But there were 2 areas of the Great Library that were only available to certain people: VIP area, This area could only be accessed by the top 50 students of each year and the professors of the World Academy. And then there was the restricted area, where only the rank 1 student, or the student council president, including the 3-star professors, could enter. Most of the professors that were either 1-star or 2-star were working at World Academy for years to get promoted to 3-star so that they could enter this particular section of the Great Library. Apart from old elite families, not many people held the various documents from the history of mankind. Not only those, but books written by various people who had achieved great things were kept in this section. In his previous life, Asher didn't get to enter the restricted area because he never reached rank 1 and he didn't need to as well. The restricted area of the Great Library only held books that either had records or journals of the past, or research papers of various people. But Asher was only concerned about medical journals and all of them were available in the VIP section. World Academy didn't need to restrict access to such books as potion making, herbology, etc. The restricted area was made to hold knowledge that was judged that only a few should see. Most of this research was gathered from fallen elite families throughout history and those people that wanted to share their knowledge with the future generation. Asher looked at the white stairway that led to the 3rd floor where the entrance of the restricted area was situated. He walked on the stairway and soon arrived at the 3rd floor. This floor was empty as no one had entered it at this moment. Asher arrived at the 3rd floor and he could sense that every staff member present here was at least an A-rank hunter. He walked on the large 3rd floor, as it was also part of the VIP section, but this part was only accessible by the rankers. Asher arrived at the old-looking man who was sitting in front of a peculiar gate that stood out from the various bookshelves that were present there. The old man closed the book in his hands as he looked up and saw Asher, who was standing in front of him. ID, the old man asked Asher. Asher showed his ID bracelet, and the old man pointed at the crystal that was present in front of the gate. Asher then pointed the ID bracelet at the crystal as he heard a robotic voice. Identity confirmed, access permission found. Remember, you can only read the books inside. Taking them outside is prohibited and you can only spend 120 hours inside each month, the old man said, and each book has a protection charm so make sure you don't damage them, as strict actions will be taken against you, he explained. You can enter now. The old man waved his hand as he picked up his book again. He was the head librarian of the Great Library, so his job was to make sure that all the rules were followed. Asher stepped forward as the runes lit up from the crystal and the door opened, revealing a pathway to the restricted area. Walking through the straight pathway, Asher could see that not much technology was used in this section of the Great Library, but the abundance of runes that were present showed how strict the security was. Asher soon arrived at the end where he saw various staircases that had labeling on them, from magic spells to sword arts, to records of events in the course of history. Various sections held various books that held great information inside them. Rune arts, Asher muttered as he saw the staircase that took him towards the particular section of the restricted area. Soon Asher arrived at a massive room that had books all around him. So one of these books holds the rune that unsealed my sword, Asher said as he looked around him. He remembered the time during the end of the first year, when he was training with Xander D. Marcus. Professor Neyman entered the training facility as he wanted to talk with Xander. Vice Principal Xander, it seems you are busy right now, Neyman said with a light laugh. Xander stopped his lecture with Asher as he looked at Neyman. The lesson stretched more than needed, Xander replied, as he hadn't noticed the time. It seems you are enjoying teaching, Neyman said, but Xander just gave him a strange smile. Neyman noticed Xander's expression, but his eyes drifted towards Asher who was leaving the room with a black sword in his hand. That's an interesting sword you have, mind if I take a look? Professor Neyman asked. Asher had a calm look on his face. He remembered Neyman, as he had once tried to teach him when he was young. Sure. Asher handed Neyman the sword. Neyman gripped the hilt as he started observing the dull black blade. Did you get it at the auction? Neyman asked. Yes, Asher replied. Interesting, these are the same runes. Neyman's eyes widened. Can I have this sword? Naaman asked as he looked at Asher. Of course, not for long, just a week. Naaman changed his words, thinking Asher might refuse. You can, but what do you need it for? Asher asked. It was not hard to notice Naaman's serious expression when he was observing the sword. It's related to a book I read recently about runes, Naaman replied. Sure, Asher replied. I will call you after the week, Naaman said as Asher soon left the room. Oh, I almost forgot why I came here, Naaman said as his face turned serious. We can go to my office. This is not the place, Xander said, looking at Naaman. A week later, Asher was standing in front of Naaman who was still looking at the sword. Would you believe me if I said this sword could be improved? Naaman asked Asher. Asher looked at Professor Naaman, but his eyes were drawn to a certain senior year student standing in the room with them. Oh, ignore him for now. What about my offer? Naaman asked again. How? Asher got straight to the point. His sword was an artifact and not a normally forged sword. Improving it was almost impossible as artifacts were not upgradable unlike man-made ones. Remember I told you I found an interesting book in the restricted area? There, I found some new runes and I saw familiar ones on your sword, Naaman explained. He had found an old book in the restricted area, but the study was interesting so he continued reading it. He then explained to Asher how he was going to use the method devised in that book to improve his sword. So, that's where this young man comes in, Naaman said, pointing at the senior year student who was feeling a bit awkward in this situation. Out of nowhere, he was called by Naaman when he was showing his useless ring armor artifact to someone a month ago. Now he was called again, but this time, even Asher Greville was present in the same room as him. Asher's emotionless eyes looked at the senior, who became a bit nervous when he saw his crimson-red eyes focused on him. Well, he has another piece that is needed to recreate the method I'm talking about, Naaman said. He explained how he had found similar runes on this artifact as well, and by inspecting it for a month, he found out the artifact was actually a tool to inscribe runes on the blade of this sword. It took him months, but judging by the information, and his knowledge of runes, it was obvious why he came to those conclusions. But there is a slight issue, Naaman said as he looked at the senior year student. This artifact is bound to the one who used it first, and it can't be used by anyone else than him, Naaman said, looking at the senior year student. So, he will perform the runic arts on your sword, Naaman said. FTMF_F pound F middle dot F degrees N tilde micro EFS. But I don't know anything about runes, and the senior year student was about to complain why he should waste his time for Asher, but he stopped. He forgot that the person he was talking about was the heir of the Greville family. Don't worry, I will tell you which runes to draw, but it will require preparation, Naaman said, and after a month, just before the end-year tournament, which was the final examination for the first-year students, Naaman finally called both of them again. S-rank mana gem, the senior shouted. Yes, this will be needed to supply the energy for these runes. I will guide the energy, you will draw them, Naaman said. Don't worry, I won't charge either one of you. This is my own research, Naaman assured the guy in case he got nervous. I will pay for it. Asher spoke. He was the heir of the Greville family, and he couldn't accept favors from others casually, and Naaman knew he would respond like this. If any other student his age was in his shoes, they would have accepted it for free, but knowing that nothing came without a certain price, Asher told Naaman that he would pay. Both Naaman and the senior year student started working on the rune. Naaman told him to draw certain runes on the sword. He was guiding the mana from the mana gem himself, but the pressure was getting to the senior, and that's when the mistake happened. At the end, where Naaman had thought the rune would finish, a problem occurred and the runes started to become unstable. This should not happen, Naaman frowned as he looked at the unstable runes. From his research, this should have completed the job. Shit, the senior year student cursed as he lost his concentration and the broken runes were applied to the sword. Did I mess up? He asked Naaman, worried. Well, not really, but it seems we made some mistakes, Naaman said as he took the sword in his hand. This is incomplete, Naaman said. That was a failure, but not this time, Asher muttered. This time, he had the ring armor artifact, the pen needed to draw the runes and unseal his sword, and unlike last time, he was going to perfectly unseal the first seal on his sword. Naaman had told him that his sword had more than one seal, but the book he read was either incomplete or he didn't understand it fully. But Asher remembered the power in his sword. Although due to the broken runes it never went above S rank, it struck terror into the hearts of many people. Asher looked around. He could see many books. Some looked decent but most of them were very old. All of them had protective runic charms on them to make sure they didn't get damaged. He picked up one of the books and started reading it. His high comprehension made it easy for him to understand what was written, but what he was looking for was a specific book. He still remembered the runes that Naaman made the student draw, and he was searching for them specifically. He took out many books from the lower shelves. As he skimmed through most of them, most of these books were written by famous rune masters from history, and they contained records of their understanding of runes. But it was still not what Asher was looking for. Journey of the Runic Master. Not it. Asher put the book back after skimming through it for 10 seconds. Most of the titles were weird as people wanted to leave their own impression on their works. Scorch Family's Record. He picked up another book, probably a fallen family. He guessed it might have been an elite or famous family in the past. Most of these books were either retrieved from such families, or they were individual works left behind by certain people. The World Academy wasn't the only place that held these books. Most of them were donated to the World Academy by the order of the High Council. As the current powerhouses never revealed their own techniques, it was decided that knowledge from the fallen families, which was in possession of various families, would be donated to the World Academy. Although some hesitated, all such books, or records, were donated except for the ones exclusive to those families, and one of those families was the Greville family. Asher remembered that they still had the records of the past that were present with almost all the elite families, none among these ones. Asher concluded after an hour of searching through the lower shelves. Asher had skimmed through at least 360 such books and journals. Not this. Asher kept picking up book after book, and as he reached higher, he noticed that most of those books were damaged. He understood why Naaman had mentioned the specific book he'd read might have been incomplete. Most of these books had only been preserved when they were brought to wealthy families or to the World Academy, so it made sense why most of them were damaged or in poor condition. Some books were even hundreds of years old, but not as old as the records of the past, held by certain elite families. Their existence was only known by the High Council, but not much importance was given to them. Most of those records were assumed to be broken texts, and they were only preserved because they had become a relic of the past. Those who had them cherished them as they increased their status among others. Asher picked up another book as he reached the highest shelves. He had skipped past the middle portion, as he decided to look at the highest portion first, and the highest shelves had the most books. Most of them had knowledge that was not useful for the current era. Unlike magic, runes have progressively improved as more people researched them, so it was obvious that looking at old books about them wouldn't be very useful, and most people like Naaman would look at the middle part. But Asher remembered what Naaman had once said in his previous life: reading the history has its own benefits, doesn't it? He had joked once when discussing the sword with Asher. This made Asher believe that the book must be among those old ones, and Naaman must have picked it up randomly. He stepped on another step that formed under his feet with the help of runes. Records of Mazzillion. Asher read the title of a book with a greenish cover. Looking at the pale brown pages, he judged that it was quite an old book. It's about basics. Asher stopped at the first page when he saw the book was about the basics. He kept turning the pages and his understanding of rune arts increased. Despite being old, this book was written by someone from a family named Mazzillion, but the full name was never found as some pages were already faded. Understanding of rune arts is increasing. He saw that the person had explained about runes in a very simple manner, and it was easy for him to understand what was written. It had all the fundamentals written in it. Asher was going to skim through it, but he stopped and read it diligently. He was going to read more about rune arts, but he found a book that was quite easy to read. He kept receiving notifications that his understanding was increasing. Asher kept turning the pages, and he soon turned the last page when he saw a new notification in front of him. Rune Arts has increased to Novice Mastery. He had increased his rank of Rune Arts, which was at 80% at Fundamental Mastery. It was a small increase, but he could learn more about it in Naaman's next class. It only took him around 30 minutes to fully read the book. Asher put it back inside. As he looked at the next book, this book was even more dull. Its cover had completely faded to a dull gray, with parts of it that still appeared lavender. Diary of Liz Eyre. Asher read the title that was written in golden letters, but most of it had turned dull. Asher flipped the page, skimmed past a few pages, and stopped on a particular one. "This is it," Asher said as he looked at the book. He had finally found the book that Naaman had talked about with him. Asher turned to the first page of this book, and found it was empty. He turned to the second page and read the first line. "Creation with runes is the only exciting part of this dull life." Asher read through the only lines written on the second page. As he turned to the third page, he saw symbols of various runes that Naaman had used in front of him. He kept reading through them, but surprisingly his understanding of the rune arts wasn't increasing. He didn't recognize the runes, but judging by how Naaman had put them together, he arrived at the middle part where another set of runes was explained. Each of their workings was different. As explained by the writer of this diary, none of these runes were meant for creation. It was strange for someone who talked about how they loved creating something to write about runes that weren't used for creation. It was mentioned again and again that these runes could only be used as a way to free something. Asher could see that his sword was the something mentioned here, but it didn't make sense for a person from the past to know about his sword which came out of the dungeon. He kept reading through the book and became more confused. Nothing about the runes was explained except what they would do if joined together. It was mentioned that they were useless when used on anything other than the specific object. Did this knowledge come from an artifact? Asher muttered as he kept looking through the book. It had been 3 hours since he had started reading it, but he kept going back to the first page. After reading a bit of the book, it made sense if the writer had gained the knowledge about his sword from another artifact, but this was only a guess. Unless Asher's mind drifted through a specific thought. He arrived at the second last page and saw the sequence of runes that Naaman had used in his previous life, and reading through all of it, Asher could guess why Naaman thought this sequence was the answer. He turned to the last page where some letters were written, but he could not understand the language. An unknown language detected. Does the host wish to translate it? A notification from the system caught Asher's attention. Will it cost fate points? Asher asked. Yes. How much? Asher queried once more, his indifferent eyes scanning the system notification. 1,500 fate points. Asher glanced at the sum, noting that it was a substantial portion of his current fate. Go ahead. Asher authorized the system, eager to decipher the text before him. Deciphering the language, the text started appearing before Asher, identical to the script penned in the book. The system commenced the translation of the enigmatic language for him, unveiling the words one by one. Finally, the cryptic text revealed itself, prompting Asher to delve into its reading. Seek not in lines that straightly flow, a secret awaits where the roots grow. The key to lock, in reverse is found. Turn me over, truth will abound. Incompleteness, this book lacks. Seek the missing in the talents tracks. Amidst the creation of runes, the finest art, there you'll find the missing part. What is this? Asher exclaimed, staring at the translated text. Asher looked at the text that appeared in front of him. So, I need to solve this. Asher studied the text, then he grabbed the book again. He pored over many pages, noting every rune sequence, but he didn't understand their meaning yet. Even Naaman had spent months on this research, yet he could not discern the true meaning of these runes. Runes were a peculiar language that could manipulate mana just as hunters did. Most people referred to it as the study of mana and considered runes the key to manipulating the mana, especially the elements, roots, lines. Asher kept deciphering multiple meanings of these words. Reverse. Asher noticed one key word that stood out. Runes were usually written from left to right, but he started reading them from right to left. He changed the sequence, yet he felt the new sequence was still incorrect. Each page of the book explained how these runes worked together. From that knowledge, Asher saw that the series of runes remained unstable. He flipped the book upside down, and viewing those runes from this new perspective, Asher started memorizing the patterns. Now if I reverse them, Asher began to arrange those runes in reverse. He kept rearranging the sequence in a way that satisfied both the reverse and upside down criteria. In front of him, strange runes formed a unique new sequence that was entirely different from the one mentioned on the penultimate page of the book. Memorizing all he was seeing, Asher unsheathed his sword. Next was the ring armor artifact he had purchased at the auction. This rune won't require any extra mana, unlike in my previous life, Asher remarked, studying the new rune sequence. Eth macron eth we eth far broken bar I circumflex 1/2 ethms. Ka broken bar m. In his previous life, Naaman had used an S-rank mana gem to forcefully etch these runes onto his sword. However, according to the book, after he had flipped it upside down, this rune didn't require much mana. As Asher had observed in the artifact information, his sword only needed unsealing runes. Thus, it shouldn't have required an S-rank mana gem. Naaman had misinterpreted these runes. He had believed them to be runes that upgraded his sword, but in reality, they were only unsealing the artifact. Asher donned the ring armor and descended to the ground, moving a bit away from the bookshelves. Asher examined the ring armor he was wearing. Rune encryptor. Rank, a rank artifact. Description, crafted by the one who bound his own masterpiece. Within it lies the key to unleash the true potential of this sealed creation. Embedded in the piece are 3 black gems, each harboring the unique means to unlock the enchanting power concealed within. Limitations: 1. The one who wears it and imprints his mana will be marked as the owner, and only that person could try to unseal the runic seals. 2. Each failed attempt will permanently destroy the gems. He looked at the small black gems present on this ring armor, and he felt the resonance between his blade and this ring armor. Even though he hadn't started inscribing the runes on the blade, he could feel the energy coming out from the black gems. In his memories, Asher remembered when the runes became unstable. He saw all 3 of these black gems shattered and become dull. He looked at the information of his sword once again. Sword of Chaos. Rank, D-rank sword. Description, crafted by a mysterious individual possessing extraordinary runic wisdom beyond human comprehension. This sword finds itself shackled by the very hands that brought it into existence. It yearns for its rightful owner to unshackle it. Abilities, increases sharpness in each strike by 15%. Abilities, made by a metal that will not be harmed by attacks below SS rank. Passive, grows to the peak of its owner's potential. Sealed to D rank. Passive, locked, requires a key to unlock. Passive, locked, requires a key to unlock. Let's try it. Asher resolved to apply the runes to his sword. He had disregarded the second paragraph of the text, but he had an idea of what the text was referring to. To confirm his suspicions, he first needed to attempt this new runic sequence and etch it onto his sword. Asher's crimson-red eyes focused on his sword. His mana started to surge, but he was cautious not to harm any runes present in the restricted area. Even though he had already moved far from the bookroom, he remained vigilant. Asher glanced at the book once more. He raised his index finger, on which he was wearing the ring armor. Using the tip of the artifact, Asher began to inscribe the runes onto his sword. After etching the first 2 runes, he noticed that the shining black gems required his mana to function. Utilizing his own mana as fuel, Asher started carving on the sword he had wielded in numerous battles in his previous life. Following the first 2, he employed the next pair. Inscribing them was consuming a lot of his mana, but he observed that the black gems were assisting him in forming the runes, so they embody the intent behind these runes. Asher mused as he inscribed the 4th one. This meant that these black gems possessed the true key necessary to form these runes in the first place, and utilizing them without the help of the rune encryptor implied that they would never function. He heightened his concentration as the remaining runes were quite intricate, and making a single error could lead to failure. But as Asher was etching the 6th rune, something unusual occurred. His ring armor began to morph, and he felt a small needle prick his index finger. Blood started to drip from his finger as Asher completed the 6th rune. However, Asher didn't halt. The next 2 runes were linked with the 6th rune, so stopping would disrupt the runic sequence. Asher persisted in carving the runes onto his dull black blade, which began to emit a golden glow. His blood started to seep into the runes, and Asher let it flow. He needed to complete a total of 16 runes, and he was only on the 7th one. Drops of his blood continued to mingle with the runes, as the runes began to orbit the dull black's blade. The more runes he etched, the more they covered the blade, and by the time Asher was on the 13th rune, the whole blade was enveloped by them. He had the final 3 runes left to inscribe. Asher began writing them, but his eyes remained focused on the blade. Last one. Asher used his finger to draw the final rune. When he completed it, the golden runes began to encase his sword. It didn't shatter this time, Asher noted, observing the runes that were swirling around his sword. The runes began to fade, getting absorbed into the sword. Asher's gaze fell on his sword again, and this time its appearance resembled what it had looked like in the past. A long blade that shone darker than moonless nights, with a black hilt featuring small golden engravings. Analyzing the artifact, Asher noted the system notification as he grasped his sword, and he could sense a familiar sensation emanating from it. There was a reason Asher was regarded as a highly dangerous individual in his previous life. Part of the reason was this sword alone, a single S-rank sword that had clashed against those considered the pillars of humanity. Asher noticed the unique ability that set his sword apart from others. Sword of Chaos, ability's vertical bar, absorbs the aura of the enemy and strengthens the aura of the owner of the sword. It's still the same, Asher remarked, studying this particular ability, but he could discern the changes that had occurred when he utilized the correct runic sequence. So, this is what it was capable of. Asher looked at the information about his sword. Sword of Chaos, rank, D-rank sword, description, marked by the blood of the host, and the host became the true owner of this sword. Abilities, increases sharpness in each strike by using your aura. Abilities vertical bar, absorbs the aura of the enemy and strengthens the aura of the owner of the sword. Property, ever-growing, absorbs the aura of the enemy to strengthen the sword itself. Passive, will grow with the host's potential. No limit. Passive, locked, requires the enchantment from the 2nd gem. Passive, locked, requires the enchantment from the 3rd gem in his previous life. His sword grew while absorbing his aura and the aura of those he killed, but it halted at S rank and never progressed further. A sword that only grows stronger the more people I kill, Asher said, examining the information. Aura was a power unique to humans. Monsters did not possess it. Only weapon masters could harness this power. His sword required a different type of aura from that used by others. While it absorbed aura from others, it strengthened itself with the aura surrounding the mana core. The strongest and purest aura was found near the mana core of the hunters, and the only way for his sword to absorb it was to plunge it inside their mana hearts. Asher's gaze fell upon 2 abilities displayed before him. In his previous life, his sword absorbed the aura of its victims but failed to enhance its own power beyond S rank. Therefore, Asher had to expend his aura to bolster the sword, ensuring it could compete with higher-ranked blades. So this property was flawed, Asher noted, examining the ever-growing attribute of his blade. He noticed his finger still bled, yet the needle from the ring armor had vanished once the runic sequence was completed. So I am the owner, Asher declared, gripping the sword and making a light swing. He could sense that, though it remained D rank, it had already improved significantly. It felt more familiar, but 2 of its abilities were still locked, and the clue lies here, Asher said, returning the sword to his spatial ring. Show me the 2nd paragraph again, Asher requested, and the system displayed the translated version of the unknown text from the book. Incompleteness. This book lacks. Seek the missing in the talents tracks. Amidst the creation of runes, the finest art, there you'll find the missing part. From the moment he read the second paragraph. He had a hint about the text, the best runic creation. Asher reread the lines. In human history, one thing was often brought up when discussing the best rune creation: the trials ground, one of the most coveted places in this world. This place allowed people to enhance their talents, a method superior to using artifacts for self-improvement. Regardless of the path you chose, talent was a constant. You were either proficient in mana handling, or your body was built to be a weapon master. However, some were better than others. Even individuals with the same elemental affinity could have stronger or weaker affinities, like Helena Raven, reputed to have the strongest black element affinity among all people. That affinity was also a talent. Before the creation of the Trials Ground, it was believed talent was fixed, but that notion changed after its introduction. It will be easier to retrieve it, Asher mused. He didn't know why the missing part of the runic sequence was in the Trials Ground, but it simplified matters. The Trials Ground was the primary reason for the establishment of the World Academy. It was also why Farnas made so many mana oaths, intending to become the protector of the Trials Ground. It's about time, Asher said to himself, returning the book to its shelf. It was around this time in his previous life that Arthur reached SS rank. He'd received the news from Sylvie, who informed him and Amelia about Arthur's impending attempt to break through from S+ rank. Arthur has been at S+ rank for years, but his breakthrough required a massive amount of mana. Eth' macron EFSZ Eth' squared Eth' tilde micro Eth' dot Cth 1/4 meter. Those in the Greville family who inherited the crimson red eyes were all associated with mana-related bloodlines. Arthur possessed an S-rank bloodline, making his body require an SS rank hunter's mana amount at S rank. While this slowed his ranking progression and required him to spend a lot of time at SS rank, it also meant that if Arthur ever reached the peak of SS rank, he'd be the only person in the world capable of holding mana similar to an SSS rank at SS rank. In his previous life, Nathan's death had caused some concern about the Grevilles regaining their power during Arthur's rank up. However, aside from his family, no one knew about Arthur's bloodline ability. At the Major Association Tower, two old men sat in the highest room of the tower. "Why is the seat holder of the Greville family here?" Sylvis inquired, his amber eyes meeting the crimson ones. "I'm just passing some time," Nathan replied. "Why are you revealing your presence in the entire area surrounding my association?" Sylvis asked. "Don't worry, Sylvis, I'll leave as soon as my son completes his rank up," Nathan reassured him, holding Sylvis's gaze. "Do you think someone would harm your family head in my presence?" Sylvis challenged. Nathan's implication was that he didn't trust Sylvis or his abilities. Arthur was currently using the Major Association's mana rooms, considered the world's best and reserved for the seat holders of the High Council. "And what?" Nathan countered, releasing his mana towards Sylvis. At Nathan's provocation, Sylvis also released his mana. Unlike Nathan's dominating aura, Sylvis had a distinctive silver-colored mana. Sylvis, known as the Archmage, had a mana color famously known as silver mana, different from the typical blue mana color. However, both of them were cautious with their mana use. "I've already allowed Arthur to use your room. Don't test my patience," Sylvis warned. In the next moment, both men retracted their mana simultaneously. Neither was interested in fighting. Sylvis had always maintained neutrality with all the elite families. He had shown support only on Sia for Farnas, when he advocated for the World Academy's construction. "I will retract my presence, but I'll stay here until he completes his rank up," Nathan retorted, his eyes fixed on Sylvis. Nathan's face hardened as he looked at Sylvis. "This is troublesome," Sylvis thought. Nathan's behavior confirmed he was serious about staying until Arthur's rank up was complete. Days ago at Abyss Guild headquarters, "You'll stay there for a week. Do you think the chairman of the Major Association will permit that?" Arthur challenged Nathan. Sylvis was known to dislike members of the elite and influential families. "Why do you even want to accompany me?" Arthur questioned, puzzled by Nathan's sudden desire to join him. You're taking my mana gems, right? Why don't I reclaim them? Nathan responded, arching his eyebrows. When did they become yours? Arthur protested, slamming his hand on the desk. Nathan refrained from voicing his concern about the many families that might disapprove when Arthur ranked up. The power they were amassing was enough to threaten numerous elite families, with Ava's child Rena, once known as the greatest talent ever born, and Asher, who was currently breaking records set by Ava. Nathan was aware of potential repercussions, but his main worry stemmed from the dungeon explosion that occurred more than 9 months ago. Nathan didn't believe it was a natural event, a conclusion drawn from his excursion into the dungeon and his high mana sensitivity. It can't be natural, Nathan thought. Despite his suspicions, he lacked proof of who was behind the attack. There were too many individuals who would benefit from his demise. Although he was aware that creating dungeon explosion artificially was impossible, but he had been inside too many dungeons to believe that his instincts were wrong. Just follow my instructions, Nathan said as he grabbed Arthur's shoulder, or I will drill some common sense into your brain. He used his mana pressure. This damn old man, Arthur said as he gave in to Nathan's demands, and this was why Nathan was present in front of Silvis right now. He was intent on ensuring that no one would interrupt Arthur's rank up, because if someone were indeed behind the dungeon explosion, Nathan surmised they held enough power in this world to execute such a plan. He didn't want to gamble with Arthur's safety, despite his certainty that Silvis wasn't the perpetrator behind the incident. For now, Nathan wasn't prepared to take any risks. I will leave once he completes his rank up, Nathan confirmed to Silvis. From his attitude, Silvis inferred that Nathan was not going to take no for an answer. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Nathan shifted the conversation. There were 2 reasons why he was present at the Mage Association. The first was to ensure that it was not Silvis Grandis who could have been behind the incident. The genius mage, who had invented his own mana technique and from what Nathan could sense, had mana sensitivity rivaling the Grevils. It was a known fact that the Grevils had the highest mana sensitivity, but most of them never became mages. If they did, however, they were in a league of their own. But he will not gain anything, Nathan thought to himself. It didn't make sense for Silvis, who stayed away from elite families and their social circles. Silvis was an orphan who reached the top without relying on familial status. One of the elders in the Mage Association had seen Silvis's talent when he was young and allowed him to enroll in the Mage Association, but he only offered him a role as a beginner mage in the association. It was Silvis himself who worked hard and gradually climbed to the top. Many people tried to connect with him when he reached SS rank, but he ignored them. He absolutely despised those who reached the top merely due to innate talent. He had been challenged throughout his life, and finally, when the previous chairman passed away, Silvis took over the Mage Association. He had garnered enough status in the Mage Association to succeed, but it was only when he reached SSS rank that he gained true authority. Previously, he could only move freely within the Mage Association, which made it difficult for others to approach him, but reaching SSS rank made it impossible for others to pressure him. And that's why Nathan was confident that someone like Silvis would understand the consequences of disturbing the current balance. But he wanted to ensure that if Silvis was involved in the dungeon explosion, he wouldn't try anything unusual. The second reason was that Lucas had also come to the Mage Association and was currently on the 70th floor where the VIP area for observing the workings of the Mage Association was located, and Husan was currently escorting him. Well, my grandson is also enjoying himself here as well, Nathan said with a laugh. Silvis was familiar with Nathan's carefree behavior. He had the most unpredictable personality among all SSS rank hunters, but he was also the most dangerous one. Because of his high sensitivity, Silvis could sense it. Being an SSS rank hunter, Silvis was the epitome of what hunters could achieve, but there were very few existences that made him feel threatened. One was Farnas Kalmort, and the other one who induced this feeling was Nathaniel Greville. Farnas was the strongest SSS rank hunter. He was closer to the peak of SSS rank, and Nathan was at the middle stage of SSS rank like Silvis, but he felt a similar sense of danger from him as he did from Farnas. you would understand how I feel about them, seeing how carefully you treat your own grandchildren," Nathan said with an amused look. "I just worry for their safety. I want them to grow stronger without any external influence," Silvus replied with a stern look on his face. It was a known fact that Silvus never allowed his grandchildren to leave the territory of the Mage Association, and he would never attend functions like the Calvers Gala with his family. This was to ensure that others stayed away from his family. "Why did you reveal their existence?" Silvus asked a question he had long intended to ask. Nathan could have concealed Ava's children's existence, but announcing their presence to the world was not beneficial for them. "They are the children of my family. They deserve the same treatment that Asher and Amelia received," Nathan replied. Nathan also understood what Silvus was trying to ask. The power the Greville family would have in the near future could even rival the World Association, and many would not sit quietly and let them grow strong. "And who would dare touch them while I am alive?" Nathan asked as he looked at Silvus. "Ffth Macron A Macron Eth apostrophe Ffth Macron Eth apostrophe I circumflex 1/2 L.co Eth broken bar. "Well, it is your own family, so I won't say much about it," Silvus said. "And about your stay," Silvus said as he looked at Nathan, "you can stay here but make your presence less noticeable." Silvus gave his final offer, on the 70th floor. "Livia would have liked this," Lucas said, looking at the various facilities he was exploring. At first, he thought that being a mage wasn't much fun, but seeing many magical things all around him as he watched people casting all sorts of spells made him realize that it was fun after all. Lucas was only here for a single day and then he would go back to the Greville mansion. "Grandfather is meeting the chairman of the Mage Association right now?" Lucas asked. "Yes, young master," Hassan replied with a smile. "Is he trying to copy young Master Asher?" Hassan smiled as he looked at Lucas, who was acting like Asher, but he could see on his face that his eyes would always wander around watching multiple people casting spells. Currently, they were watching many mages demonstrate their newly researched spells. Their research would be scored and this affected their standing in the Mage Association. But as Lucas was moving, he was also attracting a lot of attention. However, nobody approached him as Hassan was careful to ensure that nobody approached Lucas. It was a strict order from Nathan, that regardless of their status, nobody should approach him. "Is he the kid father was talking about?" a young girl with silver hair asked. "Yes," her attendant replied. "HMMPH, he doesn't look that strong anyway. I bet we can easily beat these twins." She turned and left. At first, she wanted to meet Lucas but her attendant didn't let her. "I am sorry, it's the chairman's order, we can't really." Her attendant tried to raise her mood. I know, Grandpa and his rules." She kept pouting as she left. "Sigh, we dodged a bullet," one of her guards replied. Hassan noticed that the presence of many S-rank guards disappeared as they left, and he could guess who the girl was. Silvus had a grandson and a granddaughter who were twins, and judging by the amount of security the little girl had around her, it was not hard for Hassan to assume that she was indeed the granddaughter of the chairman of the Mage Association. "Well, this is better anyway," Hassan said to himself as he looked over Lucas who was sitting calmly and was watching the presentation. Even if it was the chairman's granddaughter herself, Hassan would still have followed the order Nathan had given him. While Arthur was set to reach SS rank soon, Asher was planning to start the next phase of his plans. "Let's start with that guy." Asher had received a clue about his sword, and he didn't want to spend more time in the restricted section. He soon left the Great Library but planned to visit it again to learn about spells the next week. When he had no classes, in the Blood Faction building, many senior year students were gathered in the room as Leonard had called all the important members of the Blood Faction for a meeting. "I am bored. Why is a meeting being called? I still need to complete that damn assignment." A second-year student spoke, but nobody interrupted him. "Calm down, Blake. I will tell you soon. Let everybody come," Leonard replied. None of the first years, including Alan and Gavin, were called as this was something that Leonard wanted to share only with the most important members first. "Hey, do you think I have too much time?" Blake said as he stared at Leonard. Only he could exhibit such an attitude in front of Leonard, as he was from the Cranston family, one of the 3 strongest elite families. Leonard just smiled and didn't reply, but Blake understood the hidden meaning behind his smile. It was a subtle signal not to act too rowdy around him. Even though Blake had a status similar to Leonard's, he was not the heir of the Cranston family. Unlike Asher, the heir of the Greville family, Blake was the second son of the Cranston family. "And where is Jack?" Blake asked, as Jack was not present at the meeting. "He will be coming soon," Leonard replied, and soon, the last 3 members, including Jack, entered the room. "What's the meeting about?" one of the 3 asked. "Settle down, I will explain it to you guys," Leonard said. "As you know, I gave the task to you guys to ensure the majority of first years support Blood faction, willingly or unwillingly," Leonard said as he looked around the room. Most people here were either from influential families or elite families. Their influence was so strong that Leonard had about 60% of the second year on his side, but it was not the case for the third and fourth years. Most of the fourth year didn't follow Leonard, and even those that were close to Reese Williams, most of them were on Relin's side. Even though Reese was Leonard's friend, he would not let Relin, his fiancée tilde copyrightee, lose her position and authority. Reese and Leonard's partnership was only about matters outside of the World Academy, but he had already told him that inside World Academy, he would support Relin instead of him. "Jack, how many people are feeling the influence?" Leonard asked. Not much, but in a couple of months, when we will give them support against other students, it will change," Jack said, but he didn't mention Gavin's rash actions. "Tell Gavin and Alan to continue what they are doing," Leonard said, and Jack nodded. "Why do we need their support? We just need to win at the end-year tournament," Blake said annoyedly. "I know, but we are in a strange spot right now," Leonard said. "The tournament format is still not out, and only similar year students can go against others," Leonard said. "Right now, only the second-year victory is confirmed for us," Leonard said, knowing that Blake Cranston was the rank 1 second-year student. "Of course, but you should have no problem winning the third-year matches, right?" Blake asked. "Are you forgetting that our matches may not be duels?" Leonard said. While all this was happening, outside the VIP dorms, Gavin was going to a specific place where the student he threatened had called him to give the GP he demanded. It was late evening, and the lights were on, so everything was visible. The place where Gavin had told the student to come was the training facility in the duel room. "I should play around with him," Gavin said as he smiled and went toward the duel rooms. Gavin always bullied his targets to the extreme. He asked them for GP, but he didn't care about GP at all. He could buy it with money, and he did get monthly GP for being in the top 20. Gavin entered the training facility, which was currently empty as it was only used by VIP dorm students, and currently, nobody was present there. "Where the hell is that guy?" Gavin was looking around, but he heard some steps, and he turned and saw Asher standing behind him. "Why are you here?" Gavin asked with a confused look on his face. "Oh, did you see anyone else around here?" Gavin asked with a smile on his face. His attitude completely changed as the person he was interacting with changed. Gavin would never talk rudely with those with enough status to stand up against him. Asher looked around the training facility and spread his mana sense to see if anyone was around. "I have a gift for you," Asher said as his indifferent eyes looked at Gavin. "What does this bastard want with me?" Gavin was feeling uncomfortable around Asher. "Oh, what is it?" Gavin asked, maintaining his innocent face. "Check it." Asher tapped on his ID bracelet, and Gavin received a particular video on his ID bracelet. He clicked on it and saw multiple videos of him bullying students and the recent one with a Class 1 student, where Jack was present with him. What? How did you get this?" Gavin glared at Asher. He was sure that for privacy reasons, no recording devices were allowed in the World Academy except for the ones faculty had access to, and Gavin had always chosen places where no surveillance was present. Most of the time, these were the training rooms where people sparred and trained. It was one of the few places where only your entry was recorded. "Let's discuss it there." Asher pointed at the training room. "Sure." Gavin had a nervous look as he followed Asher. "Listen, I guess some guy recorded this. If you can tell me who it is." Gavin was speaking as he entered the room, but he stopped as he felt a killing intent coming from Asher. Asher walked closer to Gavin as his indifferent eyes stared at him. What are you doing?" Gavin managed to speak. Asher looked at the trembling figure of Gavin, and this was the reality of who he truly was. "Let's see if you can handle all this right." Asher grabbed Gavin by his throat and slammed him against the wall. "Argh!" Gavin screamed as his head was smashed against the wall. Asher grabbed his green hair and pulled his face upwards. "This is just the start," Asher said as he smashed his face into the ground. "Bam, why?" Gavin said as tears started coming out of his eyes. He didn't understand why Asher was beating him. Although he disliked Asher, he had never behaved rudely with him. "You will understand soon." Asher grabbed Gavin's face and took out a healing potion. Asher forcefully opened Gavin's mouth as he poured in the healing potion that made his injuries heal quickly. Blood stopped flowing as Gavin took a few breaths, but before he could talk, Asher threw a punch straight into his gut. But he didn't use mana, but the difference in their ranks was too much. Gavin was still at E+ rank, and Asher was already at C rank. Asher kept beating Gavin and giving him a healing potion just before his injuries worsened. This process continued for 2 minutes straight, making it the worst moment of Gavin's life. Not once had Gavin experienced a beating even remotely similar to this. Although he liked to bully and torture others, he had never been on the receiving end. After the same process repeated and Gavin's blood was splattered all over the room, Asher stopped and gave Gavin another healing potion. Please, no, no," Gavin kept mumbling as his eyes were full of tears, and his nose was full of blood. Seeing that Asher had stopped, Gavin immediately dropped to his knees. "I will stop bullying others and never harm anybody else," Gavin said, thinking that Asher was punishing him for his actions. ''Re ZW ZFS FSN tilde micro EC 1/4 Fs." But he was wrong. "Why would I want you to stop?" Asher said, and Gavin looked into the crimson red eyes staring at him. At that moment, Asher seemed no less than a monster to Gavin. Right now, all he wanted to do was run away. What do you mean?" Gavin asked. Wasn't he getting punished for his actions? Hadn't Asher beaten him to stop his acts of bullying innocent students? "I want you to continue what you were doing, but instead of Leonard, you will listen to me from now on," Asher said. "If you want to live peacefully." Asher's indifferent eyes stared at Gavin as his killing intent made breathing harder for him to breathe properly. Gavin was confused. "What does he want with me?" Gavin's heart was beating too fast. His mind was so clouded with fear that he was unable to understand what Asher might be implying. Gavin, who was on his knees, saw Asher come closer and speak again. "Keep doing what you do," Asher said, "but you will not work for Leonard now." Asher's indifferent eyes looked straight at Gavin, who was trembling a bit. I don't work for him," Gavin replied. Apart from his family, nobody knew that Gavin was supposed to maintain friendly relations with Leonard inside the World Academy. It was the Neville family head, Gavin's father, who told him to make sure he worked together with Leonard Tarvian. It was obvious that most elite families stayed away from interacting with associations, especially the World Association. The World Association was created solely so that the rules of the High Council were obeyed and the structure of the entire world was maintained. The association was established to work for the public masses and to ensure that no one from the elite families abused their power. The World Association alone had 3 seats in the High Council, which was the highest among all other associations. "Don't test my patience, Gavin Neville." Asher grabbed Gavin by his throat and lifted him up. Bam! Asher threw Gavin to the side, causing him to crash into the wall. Gavin, who was coughing from pain, saw Asher walking towards him once again. "Please listen, if it's about rumors about you, it was just me being a bit jealous." Gavin hurriedly spoke as Asher came even closer. "Do you think the Neville family would protect you the moment this video goes public?" Asher said, causing Gavin's eyes to widen. Asher knew that the current head of the Neville family would cut off his own son if the damage to their reputation was too significant. They had always controlled Gavin's behavior so it didn't become a big deal outside the World Academy. Apart from the servants who served him, Gavin didn't mess with any other people, knowing that he might get caught. Although his father ignored his behavior, Gavin knew how he would react if his actions were to tarnish the name of their family. Don't think too hard, it's either you betray Leonard or get abandoned by your own family, Asher said. No, father would not abandon me, Gavin thought in his mind, but Gavin knew that the video Asher had was enough to ensure that he at least got expelled from the World Academy. What do I need to do? Gavin asked, looking up at Asher. Asher saw Gavin's eyes, which were full of fear at the moment. Leonard asked you to increase his influence, right? Asher asked, making Gavin even more nervous. This information was not something that people other than the top members of the Blood faction knew. Yes, Gavin replied to Asher. Keep interacting with students just like you do now, Asher said as he looked at Gavin. Keep targeting students as a Blood faction member? He continued. Make sure they know it was the Blood faction that targeted them, Asher said, making Gavin even more nervous. But then Gavin tried to negotiate with Asher, but he could feel that saying anything more was dangerous. He is a monster. Gavin looked into Asher's indifferent eyes. He could not see any emotions inside those eyes, and the killing intent surrounding Asher prevented Gavin from thinking clearly. That's all for now, Asher said as he looked at Gavin. What? Gavin spoke out of confusion. Was that all? Was this the whole reason he was beaten so badly? But right now, Gavin couldn't feel anything except fear for Asher. Even though he knew that Asher was basically forcing him, all he wanted to do at the moment was get away from him somehow. You can go. Asher stepped aside as Gavin looked at the door behind Asher. Really? Gavin asked for Asher's confirmation. Seeing no response, Gavin stood up while his legs were still shaking. He took one step after another slowly, watching to see if Asher made any movements. I can leave, Gavin thought as he neared the door. As freedom seemed closer, Gavin regained the ability to think more clearly since Asher had removed his killing intent for now. Many thoughts came into his mind, but first, he needed to get out of this room. And don't try to act smart and report anything to someone else. Asher's voice made Gavin stop immediately. He turned back and looked at Asher once again. No, I will not do so, Gavin tried to assure Asher. Even if he had any thoughts about that, they vanished completely, and Gavin immediately replied, trust me. Gavin forced a smile onto his face. I have sent you a message about everything that you need to do, Asher said. Read it once you get back to your room, Asher told Gavin. Oh okay, Gavin replied. Asher watched Gavin leave and a smirk appeared on his face. He was looking forward to seeing if Gavin would behave like he told him to. He wasn't anxious about Gavin telling all this to Leonard because he knew Gavin would never do so. He remembered how much of a coward Gavin was while he bullied multiple students throughout his stay at the World Academy, and it was because he was a coward that he felt the need to harm others to prove that he was stronger and more powerful than them. Right now, Asher had only told him to do a small task, that was to behave normally and mess with Leonard's plan a little. Even if Gavin bullied a few students, the impact on the reputation wasn't too big. He wanted to control Gavin slowly, as the pride of a person from an elite family was significant. Unlike people from normal families, even a coward like Gavin might gain enough confidence to betray Asher and disobey his orders, and that's why Asher didn't tell him the things that he actually wanted him to do. Right now, Gavin was thinking that Asher was only controlling and blackmailing him because he was against Leonard, but in reality, Asher's current target was not Leonard, but the Neville family itself. Calver's gala should happen soon, Asher muttered. It will be interesting. Asher left the training room. At the VIP dorm, Gavin was sitting in his room, looking through the text that Asher had sent him. So I just need to act like an unruly member of the Blood faction. Gavin read through the first lines. He just needed to act like a bully, but, unlike previous times, instead of his own personal enjoyment, he needed to portray that it was the Blood faction that made him do so. Should I contact Leon about this? Gavin thought out loud while biting his fingers. As he read more lines, he read the warning that Asher had put in the text. If you think anyone can help you, you are free to try. but make sure you are prepared for the consequences. Next time, it will not be hands around your neck but my sword. Gavin's face grew paler the more he read the warnings that Asher had put in the text. No, I should follow him until I can be free of him, Gavin said. Most of the orders were not extreme, and so it made Gavin think Asher was just trying to make things difficult for Leonard, just like Leonard was doing for Asher. So I just need to target these people. Gavin looked at the new list that Asher had given him. There were many students, and most of them were in the top 200 of the first years. They were people that Gavin normally would have avoided, but he didn't need to do anything extreme with them. The instructions were clear. He just needed to act as he did with others while not going extreme like he did with the Class 1 boy. In a room with 8 large screens, an old man stood in the middle. I am against postponing the gala too much, the person in the first screen spoke. This was a meeting of the 7 heads of the Calvers Gala, and the old man standing in the middle was coordinating the meeting. Postponing it means that we acknowledge the threat of this unknown group, the person in the first screen said. I agree with him. Even though the White Heart failed in their duty, it doesn't mean we all are like that. The woman in the third screen spoke. Don't go too far. The man in the fourth screen spoke in favor of Camden, who had been silent until now. We can't blame the White Heart for that the vault was breached, he said. Okay, by the judgment of the 7 heads, the Calvers Gala will happen 2 months from now. The old man standing alone in the room concluded the meeting before it grew heated. Camden Whiteheart was silent during the entire meeting. When the meeting was over and the connection was turned off, he stood up. Zephyr. Camden repeated the name that had caused his reputation to plummet to rock bottom. I will kill them all, he muttered, his eyes shining and his aura causing cracks in the room. Did you find a team for yourself? One guy asked while sitting at his desk. Eth cubed eth broken bar eth snab broken bar eth macron l.coi 1/2 not really, his friend replied. Currently, first-year students were still forming their hunter teams. Apart from a few, the majority of the students were still considering various options, but I heard all the rankers are spread in 2 teams. A girl suddenly interjected, well, we're not competing for the top spot anyway, but it would be fun to be on that team. The first guy mentioned, what fun, I don't want to be near those guys, too much trouble for people like us, his friend replied, frowning. Personally, I would be happy to be on Kevin's team. The girl sighed. Not Asher Greville? The first guy asked. Him, he's too scary for me. The girl replied. Well then you would lose. The first guy laughed while the girl punched him lightly. It was true. Asher's image among all the first-year students was that of a monster. He was not as friendly as others, so approaching him was out of the question. At the moment, Asher was standing in the dual class where all the top 200 students among the first years were gathered that day. As you know, today will be a joint class with your seniors from the second year, Dahlia said, looking at all the top 200 who had gathered. However, Alyssa was not present. She had informed Dahlia that her health condition was poor. Skipping dual classes affected your grades, but Dahlia had granted Alyssa a 1-class leave because rankers were allowed to use such reasons to skip classes, and she had skipped because, at that moment, not only first-year but second-year students would also be present. Nobody messed with her from the first year, but second-year students were a different case, and if someone pushed her too far, she might reveal her strength in front of others, so she just skipped the class for that day. Asher had already told her to use her leaves on such classes as they were informed of these classes in advance. Don't worry, only a few rankers will train with you, and most of them will be friendly spars, Dahlia said, as some students had nervous looks on their faces. Previously, Owen was in charge of the dual class, but Dahlia was temporarily given this class, and she was continuing the tradition that had continued inside the World Academy. Each time, after the first years had adjusted to the environment of the World Academy, they would spar with the second years so that they knew the difference between them and the second years. This was done so that these students, who were the top talents of their batch, would perform even better. But wouldn't we just lose? One of the students asked. Dahlia looked at the student who had asked the question. It's a spar, it doesn't matter if you lose. Learn from it, Dahlia said. Learn to spot your own mistakes, and train yourselves so that after each fight you become stronger, Dahlia added. Not every time will you find someone who would help you correct your mistakes, Dahlia continued. If you can't even improve your battle instincts in a controlled spar, what will happen when you fight monsters? Dahlia looked over the students. She raised her voice a bit so that everyone understood why such spars and learning from them were important. Even though they had instructors who taught them, it was up to them to learn and improve themselves from that knowledge. I will assign most of you to people from the second year, Dahlia announced, pointing at 20 senior year students who were standing there. Damn it, Sam thought, noticing that Jack was also present among the people that Dahlia had called over from the second year, but knowing that they were in a public setting, he was sure that Jack would not go too hard on him. Isn't he Blake Cranston? Kevin asked Elena quietly. Yeah, he is the rank 1 among the second year students, Elena replied. Kevin looked towards Blake, who stood confidently among the second year students, and he could feel that Blake was a C-rank hunter. He could see why Blake was the rank 1 student in the second year. Reaching C rank while being a second-year student meant that he was a very talented individual, but he noticed that Blake's eyes were fixed on a particular place, and following his gaze, he saw Asher standing with Damien and Amelia. I will assign each of you 10 students. You have to spar with each of them, Dahlia said, looking at the 22nd-year students. And remember, don't go overboard, or I will deduct your grades, Dahlia reminded them once more. She turned and announced the groups, and lastly, all the rankers were placed under Blake, who was the rank 1 student. Most of the 20 students belonged to the top 100 students of the second-year class. All of you will spar with Blake, but we have one less person in the rankers, Dahlia said, as Alyssa was not present. Her mention irked many students who disliked her, but they were too busy going to their assigned seniors. Rhea Adler, you join them. Dahlia took rank 11 student, Rhea, and placed her in the same group as the other rankers. Hello, I am Blake Cranston. As most of you might know about me, Blake introduced himself. Professor, do I have to spar with every one of them individually? Blake asked, looking at Dahlia. What do you want to do then? Dahlia asked. Let them form a team of 3 and attack me. It will give them a fair chance as well, Blake proposed. Are you sure about this? Dahlia asked. Okay, apart from Asher Greville, all of you will form a group, Dahlia told the 10 first years in front of her. She could sense the mana of a peak D-rank hunter coming from Asher. What a monstrous talent, she thought while she excluded Asher from teaming up. Not only her, but Blake could also sense that Asher was already at the peak of D-rank. At his pace, it was possible that Asher might even reach C-rank, which was the same as Blake, by the end of the year. Well, who would be first? Blake turned and surveyed the group. In his eyes, everyone could see the arrogance. It was obvious that Blake could act arrogant as he was not only more powerful than them, but he also belonged to the Cranston family. The only one who was not irked by Blake's mocking stare was Asher. Kevin, Elena, and Licia will form one team, Dahlia said. Amelia, Damien, and Matthew will be in another team, she continued, and Rhea, Vanessa, and Eva will comprise the final team, Dahlia announced. She had specifically chosen Blake so that all of them could go all out and learn from their mistakes. 2 other star professors were observing the other duels, ensuring that nothing went awry. As you guys will be attacking as a team, you are not allowed to use aura or launch lethal spells. Remember, this is a spar, Dahlia reminded them. Blake had also been instructed not to use aura and avoid targeting critical areas. So, which one of you wants to start first? Dahlia asked. Kevin was about to raise his hand, but Asher spoke first. I will go, Asher said, looking at Dahlia who glanced back at Blake. He nodded to confirm. Remember, don't use aura. I will end the spar the moment you do, Dahlia reminded them as both Asher and Blake took their positions. Asher picked up the practice swords that were given to them. As Blake was also a swordsman, Asher observed Blake, who stood there confidently, his gaze locked onto Asher's indifferent eyes. Blake differed from other elite family kids. The Cranston family had always used harsh training methods on their children. Leonard told me to avoid him, but I don't really care, Blake thought, recalling the advice Leonard had given during the last meeting. It was well known that Asher had chosen the mage course, despite being a swordsman, which made Blake think that Asher was overly confident in his skills. Their fight attracted many curious onlookers. A significant number of students turned to look in their direction. This was a spar between two rank ones, and it was going to be an interesting watch. "Let's start this show," Blake announced, adjusting his footing. "Is he using his family's sword art in a spar?" Kevin observed as he noticed a change in the air around Blake. Asher regarded Blake, who had taken the first stance of the famous sword art that belonged to the Cranston family. Blake adjusted his footwork as he watched Asher. "Now come at me," Blake taunted, staring right into Asher's eyes and smirking. "So he wants to outduel me in swordsmanship," Asher deduced, seeing through what Blake wanted to achieve. Upon seeing Blake's signal, Asher adjusted his grip on his sword. At that moment, not only were the students present, but even some professors, including Dahlia, were eager to witness the prodigious talent of the first-year student as he went up against Blake Cranston, the top-ranking second-year student. Blake shifted his weight onto his left foot, preparing to receive Asher's strike. Ash''eth cubed eth ''ss eth macron eth diaresis I circumflex 1/2 eth ''l dot eth registered. Asher darted towards Blake, his sword slicing through the air in a slashing motion. Clang! Blake blocked Asher's initial strike, taken aback slightly by the force behind it. Shoving Asher back, Blake altered his stance and charged toward Asher. "Try and block this," Blake asserted, employing a movement technique passed down within his family. "Impressive," Dahlia mused, observing Blake's graceful maneuver. Despite moving towards Asher, he remained in full control of his momentum. This was a unique technique imparted to Blake by his brother, the heir to the Cranston family. "Let's wrap this up," Blake resolved, determined not to show any mercy to Asher. He might have sparred more playfully if it had been anyone else, but not with Asher Greville. He desired to demonstrate to Asher the disparity between them, and it was a matter of pride as the top-ranked student. Blake's sword targeted Asher, who could now discern the technique Blake was executing. In Asher's view, he could perceive various nodes indicative of Blake's vulnerabilities. Asher quickly sidestepped to his right twice and raised his leg to kick Blake, but Blake, alert to Asher's move, took a step back at the last moment. This evasion was possible due to the special movement technique that enabled him to counteract such sudden attacks. "Not bad," Blake acknowledged, rushing towards Asher once more. Asher noted Blake's sword raised to attack his right side but failed to detect the subtle change in Blake's footwork. Though most people might not have caught on, Asher was already familiar with the pattern of his opponent's movement technique, unlike his own mere steps, which Asher could freely adjust. Blake's movement technique followed a specific sequence, allowing him to swiftly shift his momentum. As Blake lifted his hand to strike Asher on his right side, he suddenly pivoted on his right foot to alter his momentum. This rapid shift to the left side happened so swiftly that most students didn't even register it. None could react to Blake's speed except for Asher. From the corner of his eye, Asher saw Blake's real attack coming. Swift strike. Asher engaged his sword technique. "What?" Blake's surprise was palpable as Asher's sword, which had been in midair to dodge a feint attack, changed direction and descended with lightning speed. Clang! Blake hadn't anticipated Asher striking from such an unusual angle, and the force behind Asher's strike caused Blake to momentarily lose his footing. This gave Asher the opening he needed. While Asher's sword pinned Blake's to the ground, Asher twisted his body to deliver a kick to Blake. He reinforced his strike using mana to intensify his attack, escalating the danger for Blake. "Shit!" Blake identified Asher's kick aimed at his face. At the last moment, Blake pivoted backward, yanking his sword back, causing Asher to miss his attack, or so he thought. However, Asher abruptly halted his attack mid-air, brought his leg down, and struck Blake's chest. Bam! What? Many students spectating the duel were left with their mouths agape. Even Kevin watched the unfolding spectacle with a surprised look on his face, but the most shocked were the professors, including Dahlia. Asher's movements seemed far beyond that of a typical student. "Damn it," cursed Blake, who had barely managed to parry Asher's attack. Using mana, he quickly distanced himself from Asher. He looked at Asher's indifferent gaze, his fist clenched in frustration. He realized he would have lost if he hadn't managed to block Asher's last strike. The hall fell silent, all eyes on Blake as he stared down Asher. The top-ranking second-year student had nearly lost to the top-ranking first-year student. Such an event would have been deemed unbelievable had anyone suggested it before the match. They understood why Asher was unbeaten amongst the first-year students, but against Blake Cranston, it was a shock to their belief systems. Blake felt the weight of their stares, feeling as though his pride had taken a blow. "No, I cannot lose to him," Blake resolved, summoning the mana within his body to execute the first sword art technique his brother taught him. "Is he using his sword art?" Asher noticed the change in the mana around Blake's body. He recognized this sword art, a modified version of the Cranston family's original sword art. The one who improved it was the current heir of the Cranston family. Dahlia noticed Blake raising his mana but didn't halt the duel since the condition was not to use aura. Blake gazed at Asher, his brother's advice echoing in his mind, to not use the family's swordsmanship openly until necessary. Asher could sense the mana circulating around Blake's sword. The technique was still potent even without aura. One of the 22nd-year students who had recently completed his spar recognized Blake's attack. Blake lowered his body to the left and charged toward Asher. His aim was Asher's neck, and his speed was now twice as fast as it had been. His sword was now surrounded by a strange turbulence of mana. "Shit, is he trying to injure him?" A second-year student recalled the aftermath of Blake using that attack against a monster in a dungeon. The monster had been torn apart by the strange technique Blake had employed. The scene had been too gruesome to witness. He was shocked that Professor Dahlia hadn't stopped the spar. Such an attack would be virtually undefendable for a first-year student, but Dahlia was keen to observe Asher's response. Asher's impassive gaze fell on Blake, who had closed the gap between them instantly, his sword drawing a significant amount of mana towards it. Mere steps, Asher invoked his movement technique, subtly altering his position relative to Blake. He saw Blake's blade advancing toward him. Blake's eyes blazed with a fervor to defeat Asher, but in the next instant, he found himself on the ground, inverted, with his right wrist in Asher's grip and his sword directed at his neck. "What?" Blake gazed up at Asher in disbelief. He was certain his strike was about to land, but now he was on the ground. It wasn't just him. The other students also failed to comprehend what had transpired. "The winner is Asher Greville," Dahlia announced, her gaze fixed on Asher. She saw it. She noticed Asher's movements but struggled to believe that a first-year student could move like that. Asher glanced at Blake, who still didn't understand what had transpired. How had the technique he learned from his brother been countered? Asher released his hold on Blake's wrist and turned towards Dahlia. "Can I leave now?" Asher asked. "Wait, what happened just now?" Some students didn't understand, resulting in confusion. "Is he that fast?" Aside from Dahlia, the only person who had caught Asher's movements was Kevin. Kevin had used his lightning element to amplify his senses for the last 10 seconds of Blake and Asher's spar. "How?" Kevin murmured in disbelief. Even after witnessing what Asher had done, he was certain he could never devise such a counter to Blake's strike. "Yes, you can leave," Dahlia replied to Asher's question. As expected from the grandson of the sword god, some students whispered among themselves. They couldn't believe what had just transpired. Most of them were too stunned to speak, including all the rankers. Even Damien, who would usually cheer for Asher, was awestruck by his friend's talent. "We will stop the next spar for a moment," Dahlia announced, making her way toward Blake. She had seen what Asher had just done. At the last moment, when Blake's sword was nearing Asher, Asher employed a strange movement technique unknown to her to shift slightly backward. It wasn't much, but enough to throw off Blake's strike. What happened next left her speechless. Asher used mere steps to appear just to the left of Blake, moving so fast that Blake, who was focused on his sword, didn't notice. In the next instant, Asher grabbed Blake's hand, twisted it, and pulled his body backward using only his strength, halting his momentum instantly. It was hard to believe that all these refined movements occurred instantly, but countering Blake's sword art wasn't difficult for Asher. It wasn't hard because he had done it once before. It was a spar, so Asher didn't push things too far and ended the duel before it became dangerous. The memories from the Rune of Yrden were still vivid in his mind. It was safer for him not to stay around others for too long. Even with Gavin, he had difficulty refraining from killing him outright. Let's just go back, Asher thought, walking past Damien, who was trying to approach him. Seeing this, Asher shook his head and advised Damien against it. Focus on that. Asher pointed at the sparring spot where Blake was getting up. Oh, right. Damien waved his hand and returned, forgetting that the class was over. Asher was heading towards the exit but altered his path slightly as he walked past Gavin, who had observed the entire duel with his eyes wide open. Choose your sides carefully, Asher whispered to Gavin as he left the duel class. Gavin didn't react noticeably, so no one realized that Asher had spoken to him, but Gavin had heard Asher clearly. Initially, Gavin had hoped that Blake would teach Asher a lesson, allowing him to negotiate with Asher later, but now, having seen what had just occurred, all his hopes and plans were dashed. Like him, Alan, who had watched the whole duel, struggled to control his trembling hands. No one noticed it, but when Asher defeated Blake, his gaze fell on Alan. It was only momentarily, but Alan knew that Asher was looking at him. Seeing that indifferent look once again brought back memories of the representative tournament. Isn't that guy too strong? Vanessa casually mentioned to Amelia. Ah, yeah, Amelia responded, puzzled as to why Vanessa spoke informally to her. Blake, do you want to continue with this spar? Dahlia asked, looking down at Blake, who sat on the floor with his head hung low. Did I just lose? Blake pondered. No, it was because I couldn't use aura, he reasoned. I can't lose to a first year. No. Blake's mind was in chaos. Blake Cranston, Dahlia called out loudly, causing Blake to look up. Do you want to continue this spar? She repeated her question. She understood why someone like Blake would be so unsettled by his loss and acknowledged that she would probably react similarly in his position. However, she had to continue with the class. Blake looked around and saw the faces of all the students present. He could sense their mocking stares. Yeah, Blake responded, his gaze landing on Kevin and the other anchors. He could tell that they all believed they could beat him. He hadn't experienced this kind of scrutiny in a long time. Being the top-ranked student who had always triumphed over others, being perceived as weak wounded his pride even more. Upon hearing Blake's response, Dahlia allowed the 3 teams she had formed to come forward and spar with Blake. I need to show them, Blake thought, growing even angrier. We can defeat him, Elena said to Kevin. She believed that if Asher could do it, so could they. Kevin shared her sentiment. If Asher could do it, perhaps it was Blake who wasn't that strong. It wasn't just them. Apart from the second-year students, all the first-year students blamed Blake for being too weak. Ah, Leon won't like this. Jack, who had watched the whole duel, realized what kind of news would spread across the World Academy. It wasn't the sort of news Leonard would want to hear right now. It's a good thing I joined him. Sam noted Jack's expression when Asher defeated Blake in the spar. He felt as if he had made the right choice. Despite joining Asher, he wasn't confident that Asher could help him. Maybe he can really save my mother, Sam thought. Begin the next spar, Dahlia commanded as Kevin, Elena, and Licia stepped forward. I will attack him, and you two can support me, Kevin said, and Elena nodded in agreement. 3 minutes later, Kevin was on the ground, as were Elena and Licia. These fools think I'm a loser? Blake spat out, his eyes gleaming with anger. Kevin looked up at Blake while blood trickled from his mouth. After Asher's spar, Blake completely changed his fighting style. The other second years could tell he was serious now. This was the Blake Cranston they knew, but it only further emphasized what kind of monster Asher was. And this was confirmed again when Blake defeated the next 2 teams, including Amelia and Damien, joining this class. His only motive was to go easy on everyone except Asher to reduce his fame around the World Academy, but nothing went according to his plan. He clenched his fist, feeling the mockery still directed at him. F cubed F macroni F apostrophe F tm negation F broken bar F tm F middle dot O F middle dot L dot car broken bar Fs. You can leave now, Dahlia instructed, noticing Blake's behavior, even though he hadn't violated the spa's rules. These were more like duels than spars. It seems his ego is bruised, Dahlia surmised, sensing that the defeat was messing with Blake's head. Blake turned to leave the dual class, heading straight for the second-year ranker's dorm. Bam 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 bam. Blake relentlessly struck the walls in his floor's training area. Bam bam. Damn it, Blake cursed, continuing to hit the wall until his hands began to bleed. He was too enraged to calm down. He could feel all the respect and fame he had earned crumbling down. Even though he had defeated everyone else, losing to Asher in a one-on-one spar was too much. Brother won't like this, Blake thought as he finally stopped. The Cranston family was very strict, and he knew they would not react favorably to this news. Shit, 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 Blake cursed under his breath. Meanwhile, Asher was in his room, looking at the information Tom had sent him for today. So, they've tracked him down, Asher muttered. Tom had told him that some people had attacked Darren Marks, and he was killed soon after. Darren Marks was the same guy that Asher had blackmailed into killing his two friends, Gmard Ratliff and Robert Willis. He knew it would have happened sooner or later, as both Gmard and Robert were involved with Rothschild and Alistair's business, which wasn't open to the public. It was only a matter of time before Darren would have been found, and seeing now that he had been killed meant they knew both Gmard and Robert were dead. He'll be occupied for now, Asher said, thinking about James Rothschild. First, the incident at the Calvers Gala involved Louis Rothschild, and now one of their moles in the Abyss Corporation turning on them. He would be busy until the Calvers Gala, but he knew that the one who sent the assassin was probably from the Alistair family. Everything was going as Asher had planned. It was enough of a distraction to keep many people busy until the gala took place. Right now, the name Zephyr was still not enough to shake the foundation of the elite families, but that would soon change. The gala should be interesting, Asher said, his eyes turning cold. So, are we hosting the gala as planned? Cameron asked the same old man who managed the meeting of the seven heads. No, it will be pushed ahead by 2 months, but it shouldn't matter as the dates were never announced, the old man replied. As the gala was not announced yet, they could postpone it just enough to maintain the pride of the elite families. The security issue with the vault was not a minor one that could be overlooked. Even now, half the manpower of the authority was working with the World Association to find traces of the unknown group. Zephyr, did the results come in? The old man asked while sipping his tea. No sorts of drugs were found, but Louis Rothschild did say that the drug or whatever poison the intruders used affected their mana circulation. Cameron replied, I can't even trust what that guy says, Cameron said as he grabbed his forehead. Nothing that came out of Louis's mouth made sense to them. An unknown drug that could affect the mana of an S-rank hunter and below. Only 3 people below S-rank managed to escape a peak S-rank hunter. Wasn't there an incident that happened with Louis Rothschild during the party of the heir of the Greville family? The old man said as he remembered the rumors around that time. Is he holding a grudge for that long? I can't even do anything extreme because of his status, Cameron said with an irritated look on his face. His delusions are the reason our search is not going anywhere. Cameron spoke. They had no clue about the intruders, and the statements they got from Louis didn't make sense and were not helping them at all. Cameron, sometimes it's not good to overlook things, the old man said. So, what should I do? Interrogate the heir of the Greville family who is still in his first year at the World Academy? Cameron replied. Hey, I heard you fought and escaped an S+ rank hunter? Cameron said. The old man just laughed seeing Cameron's antics. He himself knew why Cameron was behaving like that. The pressure to find the identity of this unknown group was high, and even the chairman of the Artisans Association got involved as the vault's security was breached. Well, I am glad that only 2 artifacts were stolen, Cameron said. After searching and verifying, it was found that only 2 artifacts were missing, but they didn't know what they were as most of them were not analyzed by a runemaster. They were meant to be auctioned and the difficulty to analyze such high-ranking artifacts was too hard. "So are we announcing the gala this week?" Cameron asked. "Yes, after confirmation from the 7 heads and after we decide who will inaugurate the gala this time," the old man said. "White Hart are not a good choice anymore," he said, "and Hargrave's head doesn't want to be the one to do it." The old man sighed. "Why?" Cameron asked. Opening the gala and being the main host was considered a great honor, so it didn't make sense to him. "Let's just forget it," the old man said with a tired look, and it was his hint to Cameron to not dig any further, "and make sure you deliver the estimated dates to the World Academy in advance," the old man reminded Cameron. "Okay, then I will go back." Cameron understood the orders and stood up. Seeing the old man nod, Cameron left the room. "Well, it's a good thing they only did such little damage," the old man said to himself. He was thinking about Zephyr, and the people behind it, and he knew that their movements would be extremely difficult knowing that many forces were searching for their tails. "Well, that's what you get for going against the elite families," he muttered. He was sure that none of the existing illegal organizations were behind this attack, and if they were, things would get extremely difficult for them considering the crime this time. In the World Academy, what? Blake Cranston lost a spar against Asher Greville? A second-year student asked. "Don't you know? Almost everyone knows about this," his friend said. "But how?" The second-year student asked. "It doesn't make sense. You're telling me that the Blake Cranston we know of lost to a first-year student?" He had a shocked look on his face, but it was not just him. This news had spread like wildfire inside the World Academy, that even the professors knew about it. Something like that had never happened in the history of World Academy. There were times when a first-year student would defeat their senior, but defeating the rank 1 student was an entirely different thing. Not only was Blake the most powerful student in the second year, but he was also known for attempting the most dungeons out of all second-year students. He had the most battle experience out of all second-year students, so him losing to a first-year student was an insane shock to the second-year student. "Hey, doesn't that mean a first-year student is better than a whole second year?" one of them said as many eyes turned towards him. "Wait, why is everyone glaring at me?" He noticed the stares. It was obvious why people were reacting like that. Knowing that a first-year student who had just joined was better than all of them was not the best feeling in the world. But, it was just a spar anyway, one of them spoke. "It's not like they used aura or lethal moves." He continued, "Can you beat Blake Cranston in a spar? He never lost a single spar in the duel class. Almost all of his spars were a win, and few were a draw, never a loss." One of the students spoke out. Blake Cranston was not a simple guy either. The second son of the Cranston family who had all the resources and the rough training of the Cranston family. Inside the Rankers dorm, Leonard was sitting in front of Blake and Jack, and his expressions right now were not bright at all. Usually, Leonard would maintain his smile and mask his true intentions all the time, but right now he couldn't control the frustration he was experiencing. "How?" Leonard asked. Blake was clenching his fist as he knew what Leonard was asking, and he felt that answering it was too embarrassing for him. "In one day, your one loss will result in almost half of the people that we brought on our side crumbling and stepping back," Leonard said. "If you can't even win against a first-year student, how were you so sure about winning the end-year tournament?" Leonard asked while staring at Blake. "Ha!" Leonard was controlling himself from losing his temper, but it was hard to do so. But even though he wanted to strangle Blake right now, he couldn't act too rudely against Blake knowing that he was from the Cranston family. "I will duel him again," Blake said looking at Leonard. "Last time, I focused too much on swordsmanship, but in a duel, it will be different," Blake replied. "No need, just forget about Asher Greville for now, and this time follow my orders." Leonard glared at Blake. Blake wanted to deny, but seeing the look in Leonard's eyes he stopped. "Let the midterm examination happen. I will handle matters regarding Asher Greville," Leonard said looking directly at Blake. "Just focus on regaining your image. challenge people to duel from the third year. I will give you the names, Leonard said, and clear your reputation a bit, he said. And Jack, spread rumors that Blake went easy on Asher Greville and it was not an actual spar, Leonard said, and Jack nodded at him. Right now, losing influence was not something Leonard wanted. Most of his influence was because of the top members of the Blood faction. And tell Alan and Gavin to increase the speed of the task we gave them, Leonard spoke after thinking a bit. Make sure most of the people lean over to the Blood faction's side rather than the student council, Leonard said. This is getting annoying, Leonard thought as he leaned back on the chair. Everything goes wrong around Asher Greville, Leonard thought. Since the moment Asher entered the World Academy, everything went wrong for him, and this made Leonard even more aware of Asher's existence. I need to be careful around him, Leonard muttered to himself. He became even more focused on Asher, as he was the only one Leonard couldn't read properly. That guy would be a good card. Leonard remembered Kevin and the deal he made with him. Although Kevin made it clear that he would always side with Relin in matters concerning the student council, he accepted the proposal that Leonard gave him. Now all Leonard needed to do was to make sure that Kevin, who was estimated to be the rank 1 student, would be able to stand against Asher Greville. Right, the gala will be announced this week, Leonard said, looking at Jack and Blake. Make sure all things I said will be done before the gala happens, Leonard reminded them. In the duel room of the Rankers dorm, Amelia was sparring with Damien, who was just defending against her attacks. She used a fire spell that Elsa had taught them, and Damien defended by using his aura, moving and pushing her back. It's my win this time, Damien said, stopping just ahead of Amelia. HMPH, the score is still 8-5, and I've won 8 times, Amelia retorted, looking at Damien's smug expression. They were sparring because the defeat from Blake was still on their minds. Although it was an expected loss, it didn't feel good for them. After Asher left, Blake didn't hesitate to show no compassion in the spar. He showed them why he was the strongest second-year student, but doing so didn't help hide the fact that he had lost to Asher. But I am improving though, Damien said, putting the shield to the side. Why are you even choosing to become a tanker? Amelia asked. Didn't Uncle David also insist you choose the other course? Amelia asked. Damien just looked towards the wall and dodged the question. Hey, are you ignoring my question? Amelia looked at Damien. Come on, don't nag me like my father, Damien replied. Seeing Damien's face, Amelia knew that their conversation wouldn't go anywhere. He should choose combat arts instead of this, Amelia thought as she looked at Damien. In her perspective, it was a waste of Damien's talent to become a tanker, whose main role was to act as a defensive line instead of being aggressive. Although not comparable to Asher, Damien was amongst the top candidates if judged purely on battle instincts. The Seymour family was famous for its hand-to-hand combat skill, and David Seymour was among the best, if not the best hand-to-hand combat hunter. Their skills and family techniques were all molded to achieve the best possible way to attack using their bodies, and David wanted the heir of his family to carry on with the same tradition, but unfortunately, both of his sons didn't want to do it. Nate declared that he wanted to go more towards the academic side instead of focusing on being a strong hunter. David Seymour's biggest headache was that he didn't want his sons to not carry on their legacy. But seeing that Damien still had the resolve to become strong, he decided to let Damien choose whatever he wanted to become, on the condition he learned all the techniques from him. This was something that Amelia didn't know, as David had told Damien to hide this fact from others. He didn't know why, but the day after Damien discussed that he wanted to choose something other than hand-to-hand combat, David told him not to tell anyone that he was also learning combat arts. It was a strange request, but David told Damien to hide the fact from everyone, including his own family. Even his mother and his younger brother Nate didn't know about this. At that time, Damien came to the conclusion that his father insisted on this condition because his mother would not have liked the pressure that would fall on Damien to learn 2 completely different techniques at the same time. But that was not the only reason why David chose to do so. There were many things about the world that they saw with their eyes that they didn't know about. Most of the ugly truth about the true nature of a society where the strong were always preferred over the weak was still hidden from the eyes of the privileged students of the World Academy. I heard that the midterms are scheduled for the next 2 months, Damien said, picking up a bottle of water. They'll conduct them before the gala, as most of the elite family children here would attend it, Amelia replied, picking up a towel to wipe her face. I heard from seniors that they're increasing the complexity of the exam, Damien said. It won't be a simple dungeon expedition anymore. He continued, isn't our current team still the best? Amelia asked, and Damien thought the same, but why do we have a Lisuas Terrier on the team? Many negative rumors will flock towards us, Amelia said, remembering the list that she saw. In Asher's team, there were 5 other members including him, Amelia, Damien, Alyssa, Vanessa, and Sam Alistair. Well, she is the 3rd ranker, so it's fine. Nobody would say anything because we picked a strong ranker, Damien said. Is it because of Asher? Damien suddenly questioned, looking at Amelia. Do you think they changed the complexity of the exam because we would have won just because he was on our team? Amelia asked. Didn't he defeat Blake Cranston in the spa? Damien reminded her. Yeah, but we will be graded individually, so why would they do so? Amelia asked. She knew that the chances of them winning were high just because her brother was on the same team as her, but the midterm examination was a team-based exam and all them would have been graded individually anyway, so it didn't matter that Asher was on their team. They still would have to perform well in whatever the midterm examination was to ensure they got good scores. Makes sense. But Asher is good in both theory and practical tests, so what can they even do? Damien said. Forget about him. Why don't you worry about your own theory exams? Amelia said. I did take the courses that were fairly moderate, and you can help me anyway, Damien casually said. What makes you think that I would help you this time? Amelia said, tapping her elbow. Oh come on, don't be mean. Damien tried to act pitiful, but it wasn't working on Amelia. While both of them were chatting, Asher was on his floor, and Sam was present there as well. So, why did you want to meet me? Asher asked, staring at Sam. Out of nowhere, Sam wanted to meet Asher to discuss something. Sam was a bit anxious as sitting in front of Asher wasn't at all comfortable for him. It was the first time he had initiated a conversation with Asher, so he had thought a lot before saying what was on his mind. I wanted to ask how you would help me, Sam said. Didn't I tell you not to worry about that? Asher said. Yeah, but I want to know when you'll be ready, Sam asked, but this time his face was full of resolve. Previously, Sam didn't want Asher to spread news about his mother's existence, so he went ahead and did as he said, but if Asher was serious about helping him, he wanted to know when. I can't wait for 10 years, Sam thought. Thinking about the current matters in Halcyon, Sam wasn't confident that his mother would remain safe. Asher looked at the impatience in Sam's eyes, which made it easier for him to control Sam even more. Remember about my group, Asher said, looking at Sam. Yeah, the faction you want to create outside the World Academy, Sam replied. I will let you meet the other members of the group and introduce what we will be focusing on, Asher said, after the Calvers Gala. And then I will tell you the answer to your question, Asher said. Can't you tell me now? Sam started, but stopped midway. Okay, I will wait till then, Sam said, standing and leaving the 10th floor shortly after. At that moment, Sam didn't know that the group he was about to join would be the infamous organization Zephyr, whose existence was only known to a few people in the upper society. I wonder if you have the resolve to save your mother, Asher said. Thinking about the conversation he had with Sam, he wanted to know whether Sam would join him, knowing what he wanted to achieve. Asher knew Sam Alistair's only weakness. To save his mother wasn't his objective but Sam's, and everything had a price. Sam needed to pay the price to Asher. Sam, who was leaving the ranker's dorm, was still lost in his thoughts, and as he raised his head, he saw Licia, who was coming towards the entrance of the dorm. I greet the royal princess. Sam greeted Licia with a light bow. Licia was from the royal family, while Sam was from the Alistair family. Despite both of them belonging to the elite families, he needed to follow the etiquettes that had been followed in Halcyon for generations. Licia looked at Sam and just walked past him. "Well, at least it's better than meeting that bastard brother of mine." Sam laughed it off as he walked towards the VIP dorms. In the student council room, "What's the current state?" Relin asked Tyrone. "Not much. The news about Blake Cranston losing to Asher Greville is still the most talked about topic," Tyrone replied. "Why are the timings so bad?" Relin slammed the documents on the table. Tyrone looked at Relin and it was obvious why she was in a bad mood. "We can't put off the nomination of the student council members," Tyrone said, looking at Relin. "Yeah, let's call the meeting. We can't delay it further," Relin said as she massaged her head. "So, these are the people recommended for the student council?" Relin asked as she looked at Tyrone. "Yes, most of them were recommended by our members, and a few were recommended by professors," Tyrone replied as he looked through the documents. They looked at a list of students recommended to join the student council. Joining the student council was only possible with a recommendation from an existing core member or a 3-star professor, and Relin and the other core members needed to choose who would join the student council this time. The student council was split into 2 parts. First, the core team worked solely for the student council. However, while all rankers had the right to join the student council, they would not be accepted into the core part, where all authority lay. Leonard Tarvian and Blake Cranston were among them. Apart from Jack Alister, all the Blood faction's top members were not part of the core team of the student council. "This time, we will only choose 6-10 members for the core team. It will be enough," Relin said, looking at Tyrone. "I think that will be fine. So, should I call the meeting and invite all these students?" Tyrone asked. There were 3 committees and the main student council. Only the heads could decide who would join them, and this meeting was also meant for this purpose. The Blood faction would also be present at the meeting as they were the only faction in the World Academy. "So, I will invite the 3 heads first," Tyrone said, noticing from Relin's expression that she was still not over the previous meeting. Relin watched as Tyrone left the room soon after. She tapped on her ID bracelet, and another list of students opened. All of them were the first-year students who were recommended, but it was a more detailed list that included their backgrounds. Tyrone was sitting in a room with a few seats for all the committee heads and for him and Relin, the student council president. He looked at 2 more seats reserved for 2 people. One of them was Leonard Tarvian, the head of the Blood faction, and the last seat was for the current strongest student in the World Academy, the rank 1 student from the 4th year. These were the only reasons this meeting couldn't be postponed further, as most 4th-year students didn't have much time. They were busy entering dangerous dungeons and completing tasks to ensure they graduated from the World Academy. Tyrone looked at Zoe, the head of the management committee, enter first as she walked in with the head of the discipline committee, who had also arrived. Behind them were a few students from their committee as well. As they would be choosing the next members of the committee, they were allowed to bring a few people from their committees to attend this meeting as well. "I hope this meeting goes well," Tyrone sighed, thinking about the rest. Right now, the whole academy was in chaos with Asher defeating Blake Cranston, and soon this news would be revealed outside the World Academy as well, and he saw the hall start to fill as all the first-year students who were invited started to enter. Among them were all the rankers and many others. The total number of students gathered here was about 150, and they were part of the top 200 students in the rankings, and soon, everyone was settled. Tyrone looked at Relin, who entered as well. The next one to enter was Leonard Tarvin. Relin looked towards Kevin, Elena, and Eva sitting in the hall, and she smiled at them. Many students noticed this interaction, and it was obvious as the student council president was the elder sister of Kevin Whiteheart. Both of them took their seats, and Relin started talking with Zoe. The head of the discipline committee ignored their conversation. Tyrone took his seat as he picked up the document on the table, and a similar one was present in front of all seats. Right now, all of them were attracting many stares from the first-year students as almost all had a significant status outside the World Academy. But the ones gathering the most stares were Relin and Leonard Tarvian. Both of them were extremely attractive individuals. The next moment, Asher entered the room with Eric behind him, all eyes moving toward him. Right, he is the head of the dual committee. Some students started whispering among themselves. The recent incident with Blake made many forget that Asher was the head of one of the three committees. Asher walked towards his seat and sat down with Eric standing behind him. Asher looked at Damien, who was waving towards him, and Eric, who was standing behind Asher. "He's still the same," Eric said with a smile. He remembered seeing Damien a lot when he would visit Asher and Amelia. Normally, people like Damien would ignore Eric as he was only the son of the head butler, but Damien didn't mind the status gap between them. Silence. Relin spoke out as the mana pressure of a B-rank hunter took over the hall. "We will start the meeting soon, so I expect you all to behave properly." Relin's commanding voice made the chatting the first year stop. Leonard just smiled seeing Relin, but internally, the timing around this meeting bothered him just like Relin, but this timing was the worst for him. The student council was still in a better position than the Blood faction, which had lost much respect and admiration. "Who is the empty seat for?" Some students looked at the empty seat beside Relin, but their doubts were soon over as the door opened, and two fourth-year students entered the room, and behind them was a person who was very famous outside the World Academy. The rank 1 student in the 4th year and currently the strongest student in the World Academy. "Isn't he the heir of the Hargrave family?" One of the students spoke as they saw an extremely attractive young man with brown hair enter the room. With a smile on his face, the strongest student entered the room. Asher's indifferent eyes met his. "Come on, don't get so serious out of nowhere," he joked, looking at the atmosphere in the room. But everyone in the room could feel the strength of an A-rank hunter coming from him. "As you know, I am your senior from the 4th year, he spoke, "and I am Jaden Hargrave." He introduced himself. "I am the current rank 1 student in the 4th year, he smiled and sat beside Relin. "I am here to judge the process, so don't mind me," he said. Seeing Jaden's friendly behavior, everyone relaxed. They almost forgot that Jaden belonged to the Hargrave family. And currently, he was the only one with a status rivaling Asher equally. "So he is Asher Graville." Jaden's eyes looked to his left. "Interesting." Jaden smiled, but they didn't know the true nature of Jaden Hargrave. And seeing Leonard, who was not smiling anymore, it was obvious that Jaden was not as friendly as he seemed. "Well, you can start the meeting," Jaden said, looking at Relin. Leonard, who was sitting beside Jaden, maintained his neutral face. Jaden was someone he knew very well. "As you all know, this meeting was called so that we could select a few among you to become our members." Relin began the meeting. Her words made many students nervous, as most wanted to join the student council. "Apart from the rankers, none of you are part of the student council yet," Relin said. "Being one of the top 10 rankers meant you were allowed to join student council the moment they became rankers. And we are here to announce the names of the people that I have chosen to join the student council first," Relin said as she looked back at one of the student council members. One by one, the member used the list and announced the 40 members allowed to join the student council. Many students were disappointed as their names were not on the list. A recommendation didn't mean they would be accepted, as many factors, including their ranks, were also considered. Only those recommended by the professors were allowed to join directly through recommendation, and those who were not chosen need to submit their application to the heads present here at the end of the meeting. "Some of you might get accepted that way," Relin said. Only 48 students were selected, and among the mentioned 40 and the 8 rankers, Tyrone took over from Relin as everyone looked at him. "You are part of the student council, but you cannot use the authority of the student council unless you are inside the core team," Tyrone explained. "There are 3 committees, the student council core team and the Blood faction, which is a new addition," Tyrone said. "Each head will announce the people they want, and you can choose whether or not you want to join," Tyrone continued. "Well, what will be the order?" Tyrone asked Jaden, who had been sitting there silently. "Why not start with the head of the dual committee?" Jaden suggested, causing Leonard and Relin to frown. "Why not start with the head of the dual committee?" Jaden suggested, and his suggestion made Leonard and Relin frown. Usually, one of them would have been selected to choose first, but this time it was Asher Greville. "Well, you can start with your introduction." Jaden looked in Asher's direction. He was the one in charge of this meeting, and he could decide the order in which each of them could introduce themselves. Listening to Jaden, Eric started explaining what the dual committee was. "As first years, you have not experienced it yet, but most of the quarrels or differences in opinion are handled by duels," Eric said. "After your midterms, you can challenge others for duels for their ranks, or something that you both disagree on," Eric said. "Every duel needs confirmation from our committee," Eric announced. Asher currently held the power to decide whether people could duel to change their ranks or not. He could even single-handedly force someone to accept the duel, regardless of what they wanted. "Although committees come under the student council, we act independently from them," Eric said. Anybody from the dual committee held a lot of power, and the only committee that held similar power was the discipline committee. There were only 30 members in the dual committee, and most of them were the top 30 rankers of their respective years. One of the student council members stepped out as he spoke. "Those who wish to join the dual committee can raise their hands," he announced. Some of the people raised their hands, and this was due to a recent incident that happened. Usually, they would have chosen the core team of the student council or Leonard based on their status. But Asher's fame made them rethink their decision. "So, who will you choose?" Jaden asked Asher, looking for his response. Asher tapped his fingers on the table as his indifferent eyes looked at all the students who had raised their hands. "Amelia Greville, Damian Seymour, Sam Lister, Vanessa Baker," Asher said, "but they were only 4. We will not accept any more members, so don't waste your time applying," Asher said as he looked at all the first years present before him. Jaden was confused about why he refused to bring in more members, as the hierarchy between the committees was maintained by their members. Soon the turn changed as Asher had announced his decision, and nobody could tell him to change it. "It's only 2 of them." Leonard looked at the 2 people that Asher had taken. Sam Lister and Vanessa Baker were both rankers, but it still made things easier for him. "Thanks for the chance. I will use your arrogance wisely," Leonard smiled. "Now the Blood faction can choose," Jaden said after the discipline committee accepted the members. Surprisingly, Licia was the only ranker that entered the discipline committee. "I am Leonard Tarvian, the son of the chairman of the World Association," Leonard said. "As you know, I am the head of the only faction in the World Academy." Leonard introduced himself. "We want to change the system in which one person in the student council holds all the power, and to change it, we only need those who are strong enough for this purpose," Leonard said. He explained the benefits of choosing the Blood faction and how many clubs were under his authority, but the recent incident with Blake showed his effect, as not many students raised their hands. It irked Leonard greatly, but he had expected it. But he still gained a powerful hand, and it was Matthew who basically had no choice but to join Leonard and the Blood faction. And there were others like Gavin Neville and Alan Asteria, and a few others who were quite strong. "Let's see now, Relin, you can choose the core team members, and then we will distribute them equally among the 4 groups," Jaden said as he excluded the dual committee, as Asher didn't want to. Even before many people knew, the choices of the student council president were going to be Kevin Whitehart, Elena Rothschild, Eva Williams, Rhea Adler, Kelsey Ward. Relin announced the names, and they were all rankers except the last name, which belonged to the 16th rank girl. After the names were decided, Jaden looked at the list and neutrally distributed the others so that no side had more power than another. Jaden's presence made it difficult for both Leonard and Relin to gather more students to their side. The meeting soon concluded as the first years were told to leave, and now only the committee heads with their few members and Jaden were present in the hall. Leonard put the document on the table in front of him and looked at Jaden. Jaden noticed Leonard's gaze and smiled back at him. "My work is done here, so I should leave." Jaden stood up. Jaden left with the other 4th years, and none of them tried to stop him. "Seems like it failed." Leonard noticed Jaden's action. Unlike Asher, who was still a first year, Jaden was a 4th-year student, so both Relin and Leonard treated him more carefully, knowing he was the current heir of the Hargrave family. Seeing Jaden leave, Asher also stood up. "Let's leave," he told Eric, who nodded and followed Asher. "Isn't it great that Jaden Hargrave supported us?" Eric said to Asher as he followed him. "He is not someone who supports others, just ignore any requests from his side," Asher said, and his words confused Eric. Didn't Jaden Hargrave just support Asher against people like Leonard Tavian and Relin Whiteheart? "Well, if young master says so, I can't really do much," Eric thought and didn't mention the topic anymore. Asher noticed Eric's confusion, but he didn't correct it. Most of the time, people hid their true selves, and Jaden was one of those people, and Asher didn't want to ally with Jaden, as doing so would make him lose the next person he was going to recruit in Zephyr. Last time it was Kevin Whiteheart who got his support. Asher remembered his previous life. In the fourth-year area, Jaden was going towards the Rankers' dorm. "Why did you support Asher Greville there?" one of his friends behind him asked. "Why not? We at Hargrave believe that the strongest Hargrave becomes the heir of the family, and I live by that belief," Jaden replied. "And the Grevilles are gathering more power, it won't hurt to ally with them," Jaden added, but Jaden didn't reply truthfully. His actions were not because he was simply impressed by Asher's talent. If anything, Asher's terrifying talent made him more cautious about the Greville family. He only showed his support openly because it was better to keep such people as his allies. "What is that brother of mine doing?" Jaden asked, remembering his brother. "I heard he's still maintaining his research club, so not much has happened," his friend replied. "Tell Leonard Tavian that I won't consider the deal," Jaden told him. "What deal?" His friend became curious. "Don't stick your nose where it isn't needed," Jaden warned him with killing intent. I'm sorry," his friend replied, lowering his head. Seeing Jaden being casual, he forgot that there were times when Jaden was quite scary. "What's our next assignment?" Jaden asked. "It will be an A-rank dungeon in Fascia's capital," his friend instantly replied. Asher left Eric in the third-year area as he went towards a specific place where Damien, Amelia, Sam, and Vanessa were waiting. "Oh, here he comes." Damien, who was talking with Sam, looked at Asher. "Did Eric go back?" Damien asked. "Yeah," Asher replied. "So, will we have no extra people on the team?" Amelia asked. "No," Asher replied. "I want you all to practice with each other and improve your synergy," Asher said. "Practice with each other and spar, but make sure you know your strengths," Asher said. "What about you and that Asteria girl?" Amelia said as Asher stared at her. "You can ask her. But I won't be joining you for the practice sessions," Asher said. After telling them, Asher soon left, leaving them to discuss the rest among themselves as he went to the Rankers' dorm. Sitting in his room, Asher looked at the current state of his magic. This much should be enough to implement the technique. Asher sensed his current mana, which was enough to implement the technique that Lucas in his previous life had told him about. It was his way to ensure that he could cast various spells in succession, but only he could do so because of the massive mana pool he had. But Asher could replicate the technique with his current mana pool, which had increased sufficiently. Ping. He looked at his ID bracelet as a notification arrived. Midterm examination schedule confirmed 2 months from now. Asher saw the dates, and it was a month before the Calvez Gala would happen. Why should I stop being a villain? See 222-234 Volume 3 Chapter 222 Choosing Sides. So, these are the people recommended for the Student Council, Relin asked as she looked at Tyrone. Yes, most of them were recommended by our members, and a few were recommended by professors, Tyrone replied as he looked through the documents. They looked at a list of students recommended to join the Student Council. Joining the Student Council was only possible with a recommendation from an existing core member or a 3-star professor, and Relin and the other core members needed to choose who would join the Student Council this time. The Student Council was split into 2 parts. First, the core team worked solely for the Student Council. However, while all rankers had the right to join the Student Council, they would not be accepted into the core part, where all authority lay. Leonard Tavian and Blake Cranston were among them. Apart from Jack Alistair, all the Blood Faction's top members were not part of the core team of the Student Council. This time, We will only choose 6-10 members for the core team. It will be enough, Relin said, looking at Tyrone. I think that will be fine. So, should I call the meeting and invite all these students? Tyrone asked. There were 3 committees and the main student council. Only the heads could decide who would join them, and this meeting was also meant for this purpose. The Blood faction would also be present at the meeting as they were the only faction in the World Academy. So, I will invite the 3 heads first, Tyrone said, noticing from Relin's expression that she was still not over the previous meeting. Relin watched as Tyrone left the room soon after. She tapped on her ID bracelet, and another list of students opened. All of them were the first-year students who were recommended, but it was a more detailed list that included their backgrounds. Tyrone was sitting in a room with a few seats for all the committee heads and for him and Relin, the student council president. He looked at 2 more seats reserved for 2 people. One of them was Leonard Tarvian, the head of the Blood faction, and the last seat was for the current strongest student in the World Academy, the rank 1 student from the 4th year. These were the only reasons this meeting couldn't be postponed further, as most 4th year students didn't have much time. They were busy entering dangerous dungeons and completing tasks to ensure they graduated from the World Academy. Tyrone looked at Zoe, the head of the management committee, enter first as she walked in with the head of the discipline committee, who had also arrived. Behind them were a few students from their committee as well. As they would be choosing the next members of the committee, they were allowed to bring a few people from their committees to attend this meeting as well. I hope this meeting goes well, Tyrone sighed, thinking about the rest. Right now, the whole academy was in chaos with Asher defeating Blake Cranston, and soon this news would be revealed outside the World Academy as well. And he saw the hall start to fill as all the first-year students who were invited started to enter. Among them were all the rankers and many others. The total number of students gathered here was about 150, and they were part of the top 200 students in the rankings. And soon, everyone was settled. Tyrone looked at Relin, who entered as well. The next one to enter was Leonard Tarvin. Relin looked towards Kevin, Elena, and Eva sitting in the hall, and she smiled at them. Many students noticed this interaction, and it was obvious as the student council president was the elder sister of Kevin Whiteheart. Both of them took their seats, and Relin started talking with Zoe. The head of the discipline committee ignored their conversation. Tyrone took his seat as he picked up the document on the table, and a similar one was present in front of all seats. Right now, all of them were attracting many stares from the first-year students as almost all had a significant status outside the World Academy, but the ones gathering the most stares were Relin and Leonard Tarvian. Both of them were extremely attractive individuals. The next moment, Asher entered the room with Eric behind him, all eyes moving toward him. Right, he is the head of the dual committee. Some students started whispering among themselves. The recent incident with Blake made many forget that Asher was the head of one of the 3 committees. Asher walked towards his seat and sat down with Eric standing behind him. Asher looked at Damien, who was waving towards him, and Eric, who was standing behind Asher. He's still the same, Eric said with a smile. He remembered seeing Damien a lot when he would visit Asher and Amelia. Normally, people like Damien would ignore Eric as he was only the son of the head butler. But Damien didn't mind the status gap between them. Silence. Relin spoke out as the mana pressure of a B-rank hunter took over the hall. We will start the meeting soon, so I expect you all to behave properly. Relin's commanding voice made the chatting the first year stop. Leonard just smiled seeing Relin, but internally, the timing around this meeting bothered him just like Relin, but this timing was the worst for him. The student council was still in a better position than the Blood faction, which had lost much respect and admiration. Who is the empty seat for? Some students looked at the empty seat beside Relin, but their doubts were soon over as the door opened, and 2 4th-year students entered the room, and behind them was a person who was very famous outside the World Academy, the rank 1 student in the 4th year and currently the strongest student in the World Academy. Isn't he the heir of the Hargrave family? One of the students spoke as they saw an extremely attractive young man with brown hair enter the room. With a smile on his face, the strongest student entered the room. Asher's indifferent eyes met his. "Come on, don't get so serious out of nowhere," he joked, looking at the atmosphere in the room, but everyone in the room could feel the strength of an A-rank hunter coming from him. "As you know, I am your senior from the 4th year," he spoke, "and I am Jaden Hargrave." He introduced himself. "I am the current rank 1 student in the 4th year." He smiled and sat beside Relin. "I am here to judge the process, so don't mind me," he said. Seeing Jaden's friendly behavior, everyone relaxed. They almost forgot that Jaden belonged to the Hargrave family, and currently, he was the only one with a status rivaling Asher equally. "So he is Asher Greville." Jaden's eyes looked to his left. "Interesting." Jaden smiled, but they didn't know the true nature of Jaden Hargrave, and seeing Leonard, who was not smiling anymore, it was obvious that Jaden was not as friendly as he seemed. "Well, you can start the meeting," Jaden said, looking at Relin. Leonard, who was sitting beside Jaden, maintained his neutral face. Jaden was someone he knew very well. "As you all know, this meeting was called so that we could select a few among you to become our members." Relin began the meeting. Her words made many students nervous, as most wanted to join the student council. "Apart from the rankers, none of you are part of the student council yet," Relin said. "Being one of the top 10 rankers meant you were allowed to join student council the moment they became rankers, and we are here to announce the names of the people that I have chosen to join the student council first," Relin said as she looked back at one of the student council members. One by one, the member used the list and announced the 40 members allowed to join the student council. Many students were disappointed as their names were not on the list. A recommendation didn't mean they would be accepted, as many factors, including their ranks, were also considered. Only those recommended by the professors were allowed to join directly through recommendation, and those who were not chosen need to submit their application to the heads present here at the end of the meeting. "Some of you might get accepted that way," Relin said. Only 48 students were selected, and among the mentioned 40 and the 8 rankers, Tyrone took over from Relin as everyone looked at him. "You are part of the student council, but you cannot use the authority of the student council unless you are inside the core team," Tyrone explained. "There are 3 committees, the student council core team and the blood faction, which is a new addition," Tyrone said. "Each head will announce the people they want, and you can choose whether or not you want to join," Tyrone continued. "Well, what will be the order?" Tyrone asked Jaden, who had been sitting there silently. "Why not start with the head of the dual committee?" Jaden suggested, causing Leonard and Relin to frown. Chapter 223 Deviation. "Why not start with the head of the dual committee?" Jaden suggested, and his suggestion made Leonard and Relin frown. Usually, one of them would have been selected to choose first, but this time it was Asher Greville. "Well, you can start with your introduction." Jaden looked in Asher's direction. He was the one in charge of this meeting, and he could decide the order in which each of them could introduce themselves. Listening to Jaden, Eric started explaining what the dual committee was. "As first years, you have not experienced it yet, but most of the quarrels or differences in opinion are handled by duels," Eric said. "After your midterms, you can challenge others for duels for their ranks, or something that you both disagree on," Eric said. "Every duel needs confirmation from our committee," Eric announced. Asher currently held the power to decide whether people could duel to change their ranks or not. He could even single-handedly force someone to accept the duel, regardless of what they wanted. "Although committees come under the student council, we act independently from them," Eric said. Anybody from the dual committee held a lot of power, and the only committee that held similar power was the discipline committee. There were only 30 members in the dual committee, and most of them were the top 30 rankers of their respective years. One of the student council members stepped out as he spoke. "Those who wish to join the dual committee can raise their hands," he announced. Some of the people raised their hands, and this was due to a recent incident that happened. Usually, they would have chosen the core team of the student council or Leonard based on their status. But Asher's fame made them rethink their decision. "So, who will you choose?" Jaden asked Asher, looking for his response. Asher tapped his fingers on the table as his indifferent eyes looked at all the students who had raised their hands: Amelia Greville, Damian Seymour, Sam Lister, Vanessa Baker. Asher said, "But they were only 4. We will not accept any more members, so don't waste your time applying," Asher said as he looked at all the first years present before him. Jaden was confused about why he refused to bring in more members, as the hierarchy between the committees was maintained by their members. Soon the turn changed as Asher had announced his decision, and nobody could tell him to change it. "It's only 2 of them." Leonard looked at the 2 people that Asher had taken. Sam Lister and Vanessa Baker were both rankers, but it still made things easier for him. "Thanks for the chance. I will use your arrogance wisely," Leonard smiled. "Now the Blood faction can choose," Jaden said after the discipline committee accepted the members. Surprisingly, Licia was the only ranker that entered the discipline committee. "I am Leonard Tarvian, the son of the chairman of the World Association," Leonard said. "As you know, I am the head of the only faction in the World Academy." Leonard introduced himself. "We want to change the system in which one person in the student council holds all the power, and to change it, we only need those who are strong enough for this purpose," Leonard said. He explained the benefits of choosing the Blood faction and how many clubs were under his authority, but the recent incident with Blake showed his effect, as not many students raised their hands. It irked Leonard greatly, but he had expected it. But he still gained a powerful hand, and it was Matthew who basically had no choice but to join Leonard and the Blood faction. And there were others like Gavin Neville and Alan Asteria, and a few others who were quite strong. "Let's see now, Relin, you can choose the core team members, and then we will distribute them equally among the 4 groups," Jaden said as he excluded the dual committee, as Asher didn't want to. Even before many people knew, the choices of the student council president were going to be Kevin Whitehart, Elena Rothschild, Eva Williams, Rhea Adler, Kelsey Ward. Relin announced the names, and they were all rankers except the last name, which belonged to the 16th rank girl. After the names were decided, Jaden looked at the list and neutrally distributed the others so that no side had more power than another. Jaden's presence made it difficult for both Leonard and Relin to gather more students to their side. The meeting soon concluded as the first years were told to leave, and now only the committee heads with their few members and Jaden were present in the hall. Leonard put the document on the table in front of him and looked at Jaden. Jaden noticed Leonard's gaze and smiled back at him. "My work is done here, so I should leave." Jaden stood up. Jaden left with the other 4th years, and none of them tried to stop him. "Seems like it failed." Leonard noticed Jaden's action. Unlike Asher, who was still a first year, Jaden was a 4th-year student, so both Relin and Leonard treated him more carefully, knowing he was the current heir of the Hargrave family. Seeing Jaden leave, Asher also stood up. "Let's leave," he told Eric, who nodded and followed Asher. "Isn't it great that Jaden Hargrave supported us?" Eric said to Asher as he followed him. "He is not someone who supports others, just ignore any requests from his side," Asher said, and his words confused Eric. Didn't Jaden Hargrave just support Asher against people like Leonard Tarvian and Relin Whitehart? "Well, if young master says so, I can't really do much," Eric thought and didn't mention the topic anymore. Asher noticed Eric's confusion, but he didn't correct it. Most of the time, people hid their true selves, and Jaden was one of those people, and Asher didn't want to ally with Jaden, as doing so would make him lose the next person he was going to recruit in Zephyr. Last time it was Kevin Whitehart who got his support. Asher remembered his previous life. In the 4th-year area, Jaden was going towards the ranker's dorm. "Why did you support Asher Greville there?" one of his friends behind him asked. "Why not? We at Hargrave believe that the strongest Hargrave becomes the heir of the family, and I live by that belief," Jaden replied. "And the Grevilles are gathering more power, it won't hurt to ally with them," Jaden added, but Jaden didn't reply truthfully. His actions were not because he was simply impressed by Asher's talent. If anything, Asher's terrifying talent made him more cautious about the Greville family. He only showed his support openly because it was better to keep such people as his allies. "What is that brother of mine doing?" Jaden asked. remembering his brother. I heard he's still maintaining his research club, so not much has happened, his friend replied. Tell Leonard Tavian that I won't consider the deal, Jaden told him. What deal? His friend became curious. Don't stick your nose where it isn't needed, Jaden warned him with killing intent. I'm sorry, his friend replied, lowering his head. Seeing Jaden being casual, he forgot that there were times when Jaden was quite scary. What's our next assignment? Jaden asked. It will be an A-rank dungeon in Fascia's capital, his friend instantly replied. Asher left Eric in the third-year area as he went towards a specific place where Damien, Amelia, Sam, and Vanessa were waiting. Oh, here he comes. Damien, who was talking with Sam, looked at Asher. Did Eric go back? Damien asked. Yeah, Asher replied. So, will we have no extra people on the team? Amelia asked. No, Asher replied. I want you all to practice with each other and improve your synergy, Asher said. Practice with each other and spar, but make sure you know your strengths, Asher said. What about you and that Asteria girl? Amelia said as Asher stared at her. You can ask her. But I won't be joining you for the practice sessions, Asher said. After telling them, Asher soon left, leaving them to discuss the rest among themselves as he went to the ranker's dorm. Sitting in his room, Asher looked at the current state of his magic. This much should be enough to implement the technique. Asher sensed his current mana, which was enough to implement the technique that Lucas in his previous life had told him about. It was his way to ensure that he could cast various spells in succession, but only he could do so because of the massive mana pool he had. But Asher could replicate the technique with his current mana pool, which had increased sufficiently. Ping. He looked at his ID bracelet as a notification arrived. Midterm examination schedule confirmed, 2 months from now. Asher saw the dates, and it was a month before the Calvez Gala would happen. Chapter 224 Midterm Announcement. As the students received the announcement about the midterm examination, a meeting was ongoing in the faculty council. So, are we going through with this format? Elsa asked Xander. Yes, for others, we don't have to think much, but these two teams have many rankers, Xander replied. We will increase the difficulty accordingly, but make sure you guys follow them at all times. Xander looked at the chosen instructors for this midterm examination for the first years. This meeting discussed how the midterm examination would be carried out and how they would grade the students. There were many variables in a dungeon run, so they needed proper planning before they went with the format they were aiming for. Make sure that the difficulty is enough for this team especially, Xander said, pointing at Asher's team. Many professors looked at the name, and in front of Asher's name, it was stated that he was a D+ rank hunter, but doing too much will affect the rest of the team, Professor Neyman said, and many agreed. They couldn't increase the difficulty too much for Asher as that would make others in his team that were behind him in rank suffer. That's why we will split the examination into 2 parts, with a dungeon exploration and the test we discussed, Xander said, looking at Neyman. They wanted to prepare a test that ensured both teams could compete equally and they could grade them at the same time. While the faculty council was busy with the meeting, Asher was again heading towards the Great Library. He had generated enough mana to practice his spells much more freely, and he could learn more now. Asher entered the restricted area again, and the old man allowed him to enter as Asher had not used his total time for the month yet. I should learn about the black element. Asher remembered Helena had told him to use the library to learn about various spells, and the restricted area was where various powerful magic and knowledge about the theory behind them were stored, and right now, his priority was learning about a few black element spells he could use. Asher entered the black element section and looked at various books. He could see mentions of various types of black element magic, something that works with this. Asher looked at his hand, which got covered with a black shadow. Host has used shadow control rank D. Asher used the same spell that Helena had taught him, which worked well with him. The black element has various elements, and learning all of them would take time, but right now, he wanted something that was combat-related. Theory of control. Asher muttered the name of an old book and picked it up. Unlike runes, old books about magic could contain more powerful spells than the current ones. Magic depended a lot on a mage's talent, so the spell created by one person was often not used by others as they simply couldn't, and such cases increased as the difficulty of the spell increased. Right now, Asher was looking for Tier 2 spells, which he could cast freely without worrying about his sword art, which also used a lot of mana. Understanding the black element, Asher read through a few pages, and the first instruction to learn anything was to understand the basics of the element itself. The black element was a highly complex element, but not as complex as space. All the spells derived from this element were used to curse or induce fear in your opponents or use it as a combat spell. Casting illusion-related magic was also possible with the black element, but illusion magic was not limited to it. Host understanding of magic is increasing. Asher kept looking at various ways a spell could be implemented, which increased his understanding of magic. Host understanding of magic is increasing. Host understanding of magic is increasing. Asher kept turning pages when he saw another spell similar to Shadow Control. Shadow Control skill that Helena taught him was the most basic spell of the black element that she created herself and used as a base for all her spells. Not only did she give her own spell to Asher, but she showed all the variations she created for that one spell alone. It was a spell that was greatly related to Asher's understanding of magic and the black element. Shadow, which was what people named the energy, was similar to shadow and darkness and was one of the uses of the black element. The energy was corrosive to others, but unlike other elements, it moved with the wish of its user. Unlike fire element, where the spells would surely hurt others if they touched it, black element did not follow the same rules, and this was one of the reasons black element mages were highly regarded, as they could be reckless with some of their spells without harming their allies. This should be a good spell. Asher looked at one of the Tier 2 spells mentioned in the book, Shadow Bind, a Tier 2 spell that was used to restrict your opponent, could restrict even B-rank monsters if you could maximize its use and supply enough mana. But what interested him even more was one of the variations that Helena had shown him. This should work. Asher started analyzing the spell pattern that was explained in the book. It was a difficult spell to cast as the structure had to be maintained for a long time. But Asher didn't want to become a pure mage. He wanted spells that could complement his sword art, and he could remove the current bottleneck that was hindering him from completing the technique he couldn't last time. Shadow Steps. Asher looked at the next few spells, some of which were masking spells. The black element was mostly used by those who delved into stealth magic, and it allowed many hunters to safely ambush monsters in the dungeon or kill people. But unlike Kai's ability, the black element didn't make people disappear completely but allowed them to mask their presence, and the number of movement techniques used in the black element was numerous. Host understanding of magic is increasing. Host understanding of magic is increasing. Asher kept using his mana to replicate those spells, and then he would try to change them to suit him. It was not as if the spells were not good enough or their explanation was not good. But Asher was not a pure mage. He didn't want to constrict himself to casting such spells the way they were meant to. This should work. Asher imagined the black element and tried to form a chain-like structure. Shadow Bind. Asher muttered, and various black chains emerged from the floor, but they soon dissipated as Asher cancelled the spell. This is not good enough. Asher noticed the mana consumption, and it was too high. Let's use his technique. Asher remembered a certain person from his previous life, the only person that Asher felt could rival him due to the nature of their bloodline abilities and the person who sacrificed his own life to save Asher, Lucas Greville, who was known for his endless mana, and the only person who could counter Asher's original bloodline skill, Ruler of Mana. Asher stopped his mana flow momentarily and used his mana core to attract the mana inside his body. It was a strange process that could not work without his mana flow skill, allowing him to control his mana like this. But unlike Lucas, who had his bloodline ability to assist him, Asher was changing the method to suit him. Host understanding of magic is increasing. Host understanding of magic is increasing. Host has reached intermediate mastery in magic. Asher was deconstructing the spell to the basic while making his mana core attract the mana around him. He had stopped the mana flow that made his body feel tired. It was almost like the energy around his body had halted in one place. This technique differed from his mana doping methods, as this only allowed Asher to cast spells differently than other mages, and there were no harmful side effects from using this technique. Unlike others that used their mana to fuel a spell, he was going to use the mana around him to fuel some part of the spell, but doing so required him to attain the feeling of commanding the mana around him, and he was replicating that feeling with his mana core, which was dense enough to hold a lot of mana. "Now let's form the spell," Asher muttered as he started to form the spell formation around his mana core, using the mana around his mana core to make part of its structure. This time, shadow energy erupted from the floor, and chains started forming, but the speed of the spell was much quicker than before, and the mana consumption was lower, but the power behind it remained the same. Shadow control has increased to rank C. Shadow bind rank C is learned. Host has reached intermediate mastery in magic. Good enough. Asher looked at the results, and forming spells in this way allowed him to create a spell that required less concentration to maintain itself. Chapter 225. Practicing. Asher continued sifting through various books, but all the other spells housed in the restricted section were tier 3 or higher. After going through a few more books, Asher turned his attention to more foundational works and the research conducted by various people concerning the black element. Most of the research related to magic was housed within the major association, and apart from them, only the World Academy had records about the various magic research that hadn't been shared with the rest of the world. Some of these books were donated to the World Academy by Sylvis Grandis himself. However, none of them were about the black element. Asher was engrossed in the books when he heard footsteps. Looking up, he saw Professor Arman enter the restricted area. Arman, the youngest 3-star professor in the World Academy, often visited the restricted section to read various books. "It seems you are quite a diligent student," Arman commented, surprised to see Asher in the restricted section, "but I would recommend you also try learning in the VIP section, as the books here are very hard to comprehend, and the limited time might hinder you," Arman suggested, approaching Asher. Asher closed the book he was reading and returned it to its place. Unlike the rune section, other sections were considerably larger. "It's fine," Asher replied. Arman got the impression that Asher might not have taken his advice to heart, but he couldn't force a student from an elite family to follow his guidance. He was correct. If it were anyone other than Asher, they would have a hard time learning from these books. All of them were very complex, and even professors would spend weeks on a single book. It was clear why Arman suggested that Asher visit the VIP section, where simpler books more suitable for beginners were available. Well, he can do as he wants, Arman thought as he went to pick out the book he had been reading last time. Asher watched him leave, then exited the black element section. Done for the day. Increasing magic mastery was only possible through understanding more about magic and improving mastery over the element you were working with. The current classes were only about the basics, where most spells were only explained at a fundamental level. The first year was when the World Academy's subjects were tailored to suit the majority of the students who had not previously received any training. Meanwhile, on the 9th floor of the Rankers' dorm, 6 people were gathered together. "I don't know what the pattern of the midterm would look like, but it will involve dungeons for sure," Eva said, "and Professor Dahlia already told us that they will score all teams, so we should prepare to increase our synergy," Eva added. At that moment, she was discussing the strategy for the midterm examination with her team, which consisted of Kevin Whiteheart, Elena Rothschild, Licia Halcyon, Matthew, and Rhea Adler. "We have 3 mages and 3 weapon users, so I think we are pretty balanced," Elena noted, looking around. Eva, herself, and Licia were mages, Kevin was a spear user, and Rhea and Matthew used swords. "Kevin and Matthew will be in the front while Rhea assists you. We will place Eva in the center with me and Licia around her," Elena suggested. "Seems good. I can manage to protect you guys, and we can increase our efficiency as well," Eva replied, thinking that Elena's idea was sound. "We can perform really well with this team," Kevin said, looking at Elena. Elena smiled, hearing Kevin's response. I heard they have 5 rankers on their team as well, Matthew said, drawing everyone's attention. So? Kevin asked. I'm just saying that Asher Greville's team is also quite good. I'm not sure we can take the first place. Matthew voiced his honest thoughts. But this time, the test will be about clearing the dungeon, not killing monsters for evaluation like last time, Licia said, looking at Matthew. She is right. We don't need to focus on them. Instead, we should work on our synergy, Eva said, but Matthew wasn't convinced. Ignoring Asher, he knew that Sam wasn't at his real rank. He had sparred with him several times before the rankings were out, so he knew Sam was somewhere around the top 5 or 6, and just like them, a meeting was happening in Damien's room where everyone on their team, except Asher and Alyssa, was present. So she declined to practice with us? Amelia asked Vanessa. Not exactly. She said that her presence wouldn't help us at all. Vanessa tried to put it nicely, but it was obvious that Alyssa didn't want to attend the practice. Well, then it's just us 4, Sam said, trying to lighten the mood. Then we can spar in teams of 2, Amelia decided, not wanting to waste their time, and decided to ignore the current situation. She had been pondering how to get along with Alyssa, but her absence from the practice solved that issue. Me, Damien, and you 2 together, Amelia proposed, looking at Sam and Vanessa. There were only 2 months until the midterms would start, and they needed to practice as much as possible. The next day, Asher was in the runic theory class. Naaman was standing in front of Asher at that moment, observing him with an amused look. You've learned a lot, and your intent is very clear despite the rune you use. Naaman analyzed Asher's work so far. He looked around, noticing that the number of students had dropped, and even those still attending had difficulty controlling and creating runes. Well, these are only basic runes, so you need to perfect them before you move on to complex runes, Naaman advised the class. We will conclude the class for now, Naaman announced, much to the excitement of some students becoming frustrated by repeatedly working on the same runes. But remember, my exams are not easy, so don't expect to pass my subjects easily. Naaman smirked, stroking his beard. His words made many students nervous and anxious, as this could affect their overall scores in the end. Midterms were crucial, as they were the only exams apart from the end-of-year exams that affected their grades. Throughout the year, midterm and end-of-year exams were extremely important. They could affect your rankings going into the second year. Even though rankings could change with duels, you could only challenge a person ranked 100 spots below you. However, even if you changed your ranks, your score at the end of the year affected your rankings going into the second year. Climbing to lower ranks was useless if your grades were not up to par with your ranks. The World Academy's ranking system was fairly accurate, making it nearly impossible for anyone, apart from the top 100 students, to climb the ranks easily. Most changes happened within the top 100 ranks. Asher stood up and left the class, and while going towards the ranker's dorm, he received a message from Sylvie. It happened couple months later this time, Asher said, looking at the message. 5 days ago at the major association, Nathan was standing outside the room that Arthur was using. This brat really made me wait this whole time, Nathan grumbled as he sensed the changes happening due to Arthur's ranking up. I should mask his mana. I can't let that mage bastard sense it, Nathan thought, aware of Sylvis's mana sensitivity that rivaled theirs. He wanted to mask Arthur's mana to keep Arthur's bloodline ability a secret. While watching his son reach the SS rank, Nathan was reminded of Ivar. He recalled that Ivar would always joke around with Arthur when he reached SS rank before Arthur. I couldn't protect you, but I will protect your kids, Nathan vowed as he noticed the mana emanating from Arthur's room. Nathan flared his mana as Arthur's mana kept rising until it reached near the peak of SS rank. Nathan smiled, his eyes shining, as he sensed the powerful mana emanating from Arthur. At the top floor of the major association, Sylvis was wondering, so he has reached SS rank, but why is that old guy flaring his mana? Is he trying to compete with his own son? Sylvis wondered, not understanding why Nathan was showing his mana, but he shrugged it off. It didn't matter how Nathan and Arthur behaved with each other. Now that Arthur Greville was done, Nathaniel Greville would leave as well. I wonder how the others will react, Sylvis mused, looking at the Calvers Gala invitation sent to him. The SSS rank hunter, known as the Pillars of Humanity, was given the first invitations. After a week, all the elite families would receive their invitations separately. Sylvis studied the letter, undecided about whether to attend or not. Part of him was concerned about his grandchildren who had grown up without experiencing the upper society. He didn't want his grandchildren to get involved in the scheming of the elite families, so he arranged a special class for them at World Academy, but he didn't want to deprive them of experiences that could help them deal with people from elite families. Well, I'll think about it later, Sylvis decided, setting the letter aside as he looked at the documents on the table. Chapter 226 News from World Academy. Somewhere in a mansion in Fascia, in a vast room filled with weapons, many people stood watching a duel between a young man with light brown hair and an old man defending against the young man's sword attacks. Judging from the impact of their strikes, both of them were S-rank hunters. Young master is so powerful, one of the hunters watching the duel said. The duel ended as a draw as the old man looked at the young man. You have grown even more powerful, young master, he said. Still, I can improve a lot. He stored his sword inside his spatial ring as he noticed his family's butler waiting for him, and noticing the expression on the butler's face, he could sense that he wanted to report something. You guys, carry on with the practice, he ordered as he approached the butler. What happened? He asked as the butler bowed before him. Young master, we received news from World Academy, the butler said, looking at the young man. Is it about Blake? He asked. Yes, young master, Blake lost to Asher Greville in a spar, and the rumors about this are spreading throughout the World Academy, the butler reported, but he could feel the killing intent coming from the young man standing before him. It was apparent why the young man reacted like that. After all, he was Blake Cranston's older brother, the heir of the Cranston family, which was considered amongst the three most powerful elite families. Cade Cranston wasn't the heir of the Greville family in the first year? Cade asked the butler. Yes, young master, Asher Greville is the rank 1 student in the first year, he replied. Listening to this, Cade's anger was increasing, and so was his killing intent, but he controlled it. Let's move to my office, Cade said, and the butler followed him. They entered the mansion, and Cade entered his office and sat on his seat. Did father or grandfather hear this news yet? He asked the butler. Not yet. I informed you first, as both of them were busy, the butler replied. Cade put his hands on his head. How? He couldn't think of a way Blake could lose to a first-year student in a spar. Does this mean my swordsmanship doesn't win against Nathaniel Greville? He clenched his fist. He had developed his family's sword art even further and taught the improved sword art to Blake because he was his younger brother. But hearing that Blake lost, Cade was growing even angrier. After a moment of silence, while the butler kept waiting for Cade's answer, Cade looked up. Tell Blake that I will meet him during the Calvers Gala, Cade said, and cancel all the guild work related to me for the next 2 months, Cade said, and the butler nodded at his request. This was what Blake was afraid of happening. He knew his older brother Cade wouldn't like it when he discovered he had lost to Asher in a spar. Tell father and grandfather that I will deal with the situation myself, Cade replied, but his facial expression made the butler slightly nervous. Control the media and make sure that news doesn't spread in a way that harms our reputation. Cade looked at the butler. As you wish, young master, the butler replied and left soon after. He knew that there were 2 things that Cade put above all, his swordsmanship and his pride as a member of the Cranston family. Meanwhile, Arthur sat with Sylvie and the twins in the Greville mansion, discussing the incoming Calvers Gala. Did you inform both of them about your rank up? Sylvie asked Arthur. Oh, I forgot about it. Arthur tried to smile his way out of it, but Sylvie's glare made it impossible. But Sylvie softened her look as she knew that reaching SS rank was different for Arthur, and it was one reason Arthur was spending his time with Lucas and Livia for the past few days at the Greville estate instead of the Abyss Guild headquarters. I will inform them now, Sylvie said as Arthur nodded at her. "Well, you can do that later," Arthur said as he turned to Lucas. "Do you guys want to go to the gala?" Arthur asked Lucas and Livia. "Gala?" Livia asked, as she wasn't informed about it. Most of their time was spent training or learning about complicated stuff related to the elite families. It's a gathering of all the elite families and other people that have a very powerful status in the world, Arthur explained in simpler terms. "Even though nobody would dare to disrespect you guys, there will be a lot of eyes on you," Arthur said while looking at the twins, before deciding for them. He wanted to know whether they wanted to participate. I don't know, I don't really mind." Livia looked at Lucas. "I don't mind either," Lucas replied. He had learned a lot about elite families and, most importantly, the standing of the Greville family amongst other elite families. Nathan made sure that the twins knew that being a Greville, they needed to behave in a way that showed their authority so that no one could look down on them. He didn't want them to avoid the upper society. Sylvie looked at the two cute little kids behaving confidently, but she knew that the Calvers Gala was not just a celebration or auction, it was a place where each family looked and gathered information about the others. "Will Big Brother attend it as well?" Lucas asked, knowing that both Asher and Amelia were in World Academy. "Yes, World Academy gives a leave to the elite family and students that have families that attend the Calvers Gala," Arthur replied as Lucas's face brightened up. "So Big Sister will be present as well?" Livia jumped up on the sofa, and Arthur smiled at her. Their conversation continued, and sometime after that, Sylvie informed Asher and Amelia about Arthur reaching SS rank. "It happened a couple months later this time," Asher said, looking at the message. He was waiting for this news as Arthur's rank up would attract many people inside some area. "They will be busy for a while," Asher said as he approached the ranker's dorm. Arriving at his floor, he contacted Tom. "Yes, boss," Tom replied through a hologram. "Did you finish finding out about the locations I sent you last month?" Asher asked as he looked at Tom. Not all of them, but it should be finished by the end of this month," Tom replied, but he was a bit scared about Asher's reaction. He didn't know that the task Asher would give would be this difficult. "Inform Dane and Kai about their next mission," Asher said, but Tom had a nervous look on his face. "Boss, should we really do this?" Tom asked, but looking at Asher's indifferent eyes, he got his response. "I will inform them," Tom said, and Asher disconnected the call. Sigh, "How should I tell them about this?" Tom looked at the screens in front of him. Right now, Dane and Kai were just training to reach S rank with the resources that Asher had provided for them, and for quite some time, their moods have been quite happy. Well, nothing lasts forever. Tom prayed for both of them. "I can't refute boss's order, so don't blame me," Tom told himself as he stood up. He tapped on his phone to inform Dane and Kai about an urgent meeting so they could meet him. Chapter 227 Zephyr's next mission? The underground facility in this mansion rivals ours in Spider, Dane told Kai as they approached the meeting room. "I can feel that I am close to reaching the next rank," Dane said with a silly smirk on his face. They didn't know, but many mansions under the Greville family had such facilities, and Asher had chosen this mansion for that particular reason only. Whatever, Kai ignored Dane, who had been having a fun time training all this time. Kai was more focused on the various research and books that Tom had sent him, and he was figuring out how to improve his capabilities as a mage. Living much like this isn't too bad. Kai remembered the old days, and a smile appeared on his face. Both of them entered the room and saw Tom sitting in the center. "Sit down. I have called this meeting to discuss the next mission," Tom said as he watched Dane and Kai enter the room. "Shouldn't we wait a bit? The authorities are on full alert after the previous heist," Kai said as he sat on one of the seats around the table. "It's the boss's orders. I can't do anything about that," Tom replied as he tapped on his phone. A hologram erupted in the center with various red dots in the center. "Let me give you the rundown about the next mission," Tom said as he looked at the two of them. "So, it's like this." Tom started explaining the plan that Asher had told him to work on. As Tom explained various parts of the plan, Kai and Dane's faces changed from confident to horrified. Being involved in an organization like Zephyr, it was rare for them to react like this, but seeing their current reaction, both of them couldn't believe what sort of absurd mission they were being sent to. Wait, the boss won't be joining us on this mission, right? Dane asked. Yes, this time, it will be only the two of you, and I will be coordinating you guys like last time, Tom replied. Hey, did we do something wrong on the first mission? Dane asked with a serious look on his face. No, Tom shook his head. In fact, he was glad that both Dane and Kai hadn't done anything stupid on the mission, even though many unknown variables got involved in that heist. Isn't this basically telling us to die? Dane asked, looking at Tom. No, I wish you guys successfully performed this mission, Tom replied. Dane looked at Kai, who was just frowning right now. He was looking at the map that Tom had shown them. Forget about the other locations, we will get killed before we even move out from here, Kai said, pointing at the first red dot. Don't worry, my role in this mission is to make sure you guys don't die, Tom said, or try to make sure you don't die, Tom thought. He wasn't sure whether Kai and Dane would survive and complete the mission. Take these tokens. Tom took out various tokens with the symbol of Zephyr, which was the letter Z with a special design around it. It was a pitch black token, and the message it was trying to convey was pretty clear. We will use the teleporting artifact that we brought out of the heist. Tom pulled out the necklace that Asher had given him. How does it work? Kai asked. Not all teleporting artifacts worked properly, and he rarely saw a teleporting artifact that could teleport multiple people. I've gotten a person to inscribe the coordinates on the back of the artifact, Tom said and showed it to them. He explained to them the workings of the artifact as Asher had done for him. Tom didn't know why Asher could describe it so precisely, but he didn't question him. Wait, this is one of those artifacts that also works in a dungeon? Kai asked with a shocked look. Yes, Tom replied. This made them a bit nervous as they looked at the artifact. The teleporting artifact, which even worked in a dungeon, was a priceless treasure. This meant that people could even escape Red or Yellow Gate dungeons. Something like this would be coveted by all the people in this world. There's a good chance with this artifact that will survive the first two locations, but surely you know what kind of security is present at the third, Kai said as he looked at Tom. Don't worry, we'll plan it together. Tom continued the meeting, but it was hard for him to make them believe this mission was possible. The deadline is the gala, we can't miss it. Tom remembered Asher ordering him to ensure their mission was completed before Calver's gala began. Kai, you need to improve your bloodline ability by the end of this month, Tom reminded Kai, something Kai was already working on. I've increased my limit by 15 minutes, but I think this is my limit, Kai replied. Still, try to increase it as much as you can. I'll give you all the mana-related artifacts that the boss left us, Tom said. Kai nodded, but the atmosphere in the meeting room wasn't good. Dane and Kai left the room, and as they were walking in the hallway, Kai looked at Dane, who had been silent throughout the meeting. What are you thinking? Kai asked. Nothing, I was just thinking of the mayhem we'll cause if we succeed at this mission, Dane said as he smiled, looking at the Zephyr token. Crazy bastard, Kai muttered as he saw Dane's smile. Why am I always stuck with such people? Kai thought in his head. At the World Academy, Gavin walked down the hallway to his class. He could see several students avoiding him out of fear. However, he didn't derive the usual satisfaction from their reaction this time. At present, he was following Leonard's order to increase their influence by continuing his extreme actions, as suggested by Asher, and now, Leonard and the entire Blood faction were working to restore their reputation, which had been damaged due to Blake's loss. Meanwhile, Blake was sitting in his room, scrutinizing the message he had received from his family. How did they get the news so fast? Blake asked, a nervous expression on his face. He had received a message from his family's butler, relaying that Cade, his elder brother, had commanded him to attend the Calver's gala without fail for a discussion. Damn it, if only it wasn't someone from the Greville family. Blake cursed his luck. Ping. His attention shifted to the message he had just received from Leonard. So, these are the people I need to defeat? Blake scrutinized the list of third-year students, Leonard had already begun to manipulate the rumors, and many people were starting to believe that Blake hadn't exerted his full strength against Asher. It was difficult, however, to convince those who had witnessed the duel firsthand. Still, the majority remained skeptical, as the idea of a first-year student defeating a second-year rank 1 student seemed too absurd to believe. A week passed, and Asher stood in the mage theory class, where Elsa explained various spells. The topic of the day was dual casting. Dual casting involved a mage simultaneously casting 2 spells. The next level of complexity was multicasting, a skill that required a lot of practice and talent. Only Alyssa and Eva, first-year students, were capable of dual casting. Other contenders close to mastering the technique included Elena Rothschild, Amelia Greville, and Licia Halcyon. Listen carefully, and ensure your fundamentals are strong, Elsa reminded them, as many students struggled with dual casting. Try to make 2 spell structures at the same time and allocate enough mana for them separately. It will be hard, but I expect you guys to excel in dual casting, which is a much-needed skill of a good mage, Elsa explained. Some of you are also learning an advanced element, Elsa said, her words directed towards students like Alyssa, who had mastered the space and ice elements. The ice element, in particular, was a formidable force with high destructive capabilities. Its effectiveness depended on the mage's mastery level. Chants are only necessary for higher-tier spells or if you cannot silent cast a spell, Elsa clarified. If you want to learn dual casting, make sure you can cast these spells without chants, Elsa instructed. While the students practiced on the dummies before them, Elsa focused on a few students demonstrating exceptional talent in her subject. Her problem, however, was that the top student in her class wasn't supposed to be a mage at all. Asher Greville was the student Elsa wanted to send back to the sword art class, but she couldn't find a legitimate reason to remove him. Exceptional comprehension, insanely sharp observation. She noted these traits as she observed Asher. These observations were used to grade students in class, and Asher was currently outperforming all his peers. This fact became an issue for those who were pure mages, and they found it hard to accept that a swordsman was surpassing them. One of these students was Elena herself. However, she chose to ignore him as the midterm exams were not far away, and the information regarding the exams was limited. Asher stopped when he completed the assignment that Elsa had given the class. Those who have completed today's task may leave, Elsa announced upon noticing Asher. Apart from Asher, though, the others were far from finished. Ping, your appointment with Vice Principal Xander DeMarcus has been confirmed. Asher looked at the message he had received on his ID bracelet. Chapter 228 Discussion with Xander. So, what did you want to discuss? Xander asked as he looked at Asher, who was standing before him. He had received a message that the rank 1 first-year student requested an official appointment. However, knowing that he had given Asher an easier way to meet him, he found it odd that Asher had used a formal contact method. Is it because of Arthur? Xander pondered. It was highly likely that Asher might harbor negative feelings toward him due to the strained relationship between him and Arthur Greville. I want to get approval to use the Beast Grounds on this flying island, Asher said as he looked at Xander. Beast Ground? Those are only accessible to second-year students or above, Xander informed him, but we will be adding a dual course against beasts and monsters soon. After your midterms, Xander added, aware that this information was only known to a select few, but that will be a duel. I want access to the giant forest, Asher specified, raising Xander's eyebrows. The giant forest was an area on the flying island where all sorts of monsters were present. Apart from a few dungeons, this forest was filled with beasts ranging from D to A rank and even some S rank monsters. Most of these creatures wouldn't leave the boundary of the forest due to the presence of various SS rank hunters around the World Academy and the security runes that would alert if any beast crossed the border. This giant forest was the hunting ground where, starting from the second year, students would go and defeat the beasts within. Is it because of your spar with Blake Cranston? Xander asked, curious why Asher wanted to tackle challenges beyond a first-year student's capability. Even if you can outperform your peers, We can't bend the rules to favor a single student, Xander replied sternly. He might have shown a bit of favor towards Asher, but it was due to his past. However, if your teams take first place and you maintain your rank 1 in all subjects, I might discuss this issue with the rest of the council, Xander suggested. Okay, Asher said as he turned to leave. Won't you ask about the midterms? Xander asked, curiosity etched on his face. I don't need to. Asher exited the room. Confidence is a good, young man, but overestimating yourself will only lead to regrets, Xander mused, reminiscing about his younger self. Xander was involved in preparing and suggesting the midterm, but the final decision on its format would be made by Farnes. Well, this won't be easy for you guys, Xander remarked, reviewing the information he had received from Farnes regarding the exams. A week later, Amelia and Damien were sparring with Sam, Alistair and Vanessa. You focus on her, I'll handle him, Sam instructed as Vanessa directed her attention toward Amelia. Amelia noticed Vanessa's aggression and used various spells to obstruct her advance. Mana Barrier. Amelia chanted the basic barrier spell they had learned from Elsa. Unlike Eva's more complex and powerful barrier magic, Mana Barrier was a mage's most common defensive tactic in combat. While Vanessa attacked Amelia with her sword, reinforced with her aura, Sam advanced toward Damien, armed with a shield. Sam spun his spear as he attacked Damien, who deflected his assault. After being pushed by Damien, Sam retreated and charged towards Amelia. He baited Damien, but Amelia noticed Sam advancing on her. Amelia began chanting a spell, but Sam didn't detect any magic. Behind you, Vanessa warned. Sam turned and saw Damien preparing to strike him with his shield. Damn, this augmenting magic, Sam cursed as he braced for Damien's impact with his spear. It's over, Damien declared, observing Sam's vulnerable position. Okay, you win, Sam conceded, snapping his fingers. Damien offered Sam a hand, helping him up. Well, the score is now 12-8, Damien said, smirking. His smirk irked both Sam and Vanessa, but they conceded that both Damien and Amelia were superior in terms of synergy. This should be the last spar I will participate in. The theory exams are only 4 weeks away, so I will focus on that, Sam said as he grabbed Damien's hand to rise. We'll probably do the same, Damien agreed. The theory exams were based on the subjects they had taken, and they all aimed to reach D rank before the exam. I heard that Kevin Whiteheart is already preparing to reach D rank. Sam shared what he had heard from Matthew. I feel like I could push to D rank, but I'm not completely sure, Damien admitted, a sentiment shared by the others. But we have 6 weeks before the midterm exam starts, so it will be fine, Amelia reassured them, receiving nods of agreement. The SSS rank artifact that increased mana density on the whole island allowed students to rank considerably faster than others. 2 weeks later, Professor Gilson was teaching dungeon theory and explaining some of the most dangerous places in the world. So remember, apart from the 5 continents, there are various inaccessible territories, Gavin instructed, displaying pictures of the Lost Land, one of the most infamous dangerous locations globally. For a long time, clearing these areas has been a problem for us due to the presence of various SSS rank monsters, Gavin explained, presenting a chart. Sometimes, when an SSS rank dungeon explosion occurs, the climate and even the environment adapt to accommodate these terrifying creatures. Gavin listed some off-limits locations. Although we still hunt in these places, we generally avoid confronting the monsters unless necessary, Gavin continued as a student raised his hand. Why can't we hunt them? Don't we have 11 SSS rank hunters? The student asked. Gavin adjusted his glasses and tapped on the screen, revealing a graph comparing hunters' strength to monsters' strength. The reason we avoid them until we are forced to fight is simply that losing a SSS rank hunter is the worst-case scenario for us, Gavin responded. You may not have witnessed a SSS rank confrontation, but even multiple SSS rank hunters are sometimes needed to kill a SSS rank monster, depending on its abilities, Gavin elaborated, and these lands are not so valuable that we need to conquer them, Gavin added. So, we focus mainly on dealing with appearing dungeons rather than conquering the Lost Lands, Gavin concluded. Asher was also among the attendees of this class, primarily because after the midterms, this class would introduce Monster Battle, in which students would face monsters and learn to battle them. If I don't get approval to enter the giant forest, this should work, Asher contemplated. I'll conclude the class now, but make sure you revise everything you've learned here, Gavin instructed. We could ask about any minor detail in the exam, so try to broaden your knowledge this month, Gavin suggested. Asher rose to leave the class, drawing many watchful eyes. The rumors were circulating, and Asher was perceived as a dangerous first-year student. Many students deliberately avoided looking in his direction. Some would even refrain from speaking in his vicinity. Most of these students were from ordinary families and didn't want to get entangled with the heir of the Greville family. At the moment, Amelia was receiving similar treatment. Everybody avoids you, Damien observed, turning to Amelia. It's not my fault that I'm the sister of the rank 1 first year, Amelia retorted, glaring at Damien, which made him avert his eyes. She had hoped to make friends, but her status and Asher's reputation made it difficult for people to approach her. At least you get along with that Vanessa girl, Damien remarked, but Amelia responded with an elbow. She's just a rude girl, Amelia retorted as Damien rubbed his side. He was enjoying teasing Amelia as they were on their way to go out to a sector of the World Academy to eat something nice. Should I invite our team members for lunch as well? Damien suggested. Not a bad idea, Amelia said after thinking about it. Okay, I will send a message to all of them, Damien said as he messaged everyone, including Asher and Alyssa, in the Great Library. Professor Naaman was in the restricted section of the Great Library. Maybe I should read some old books. Naaman looked at the vast collection of books. He had finished the preparations for his test, so he had a lot of free time till the midterm examination. So he decided to use that time to read some books in the restricted section. What is this book? Diary of Liza. Naaman picked an old book, and he opened the book, but all the pages were empty. What? Naaman looked at the book again as he flipped every single page. Why is there an empty diary in the restricted section? Naaman was confused. Did they make a mistake while placing this book? Naaman concluded as he put the book back in its place. Let's see, I should find some other interesting book. Naaman started looking at the books around the empty diary. Chapter 229. Outing. Asher was heading to his room to train when he received a message from Damien. Hey, let's go to the outer sector for team bonding time. Asher glanced at the message, then he received another one. Come on, it's not like you attend the team practice anyway. Asher looked at Damien's invitation but couldn't help but reject it. If it had been his previous life, he might have accepted the invitation because it was something normal people did, but now, he was not the same person. In his previous life, he lacked emotions but improved slightly when he met Alyssa, but the current Asher felt only one thing, hatred. Hatred towards everything that stood against him in his previous life, hatred towards the world itself. He was in control because his inner madness was suppressed by a high intelligence stat, but it had been long since Asher had lost the ability to live like normal people. It would be better for them if I am not there anyway, Asher thought as he declined Damien's invitation. His indifferent eyes looked at the training room, and he stepped forward, entering it. This suits me better, Asher thought as he drew his sword. I should complete the technique, Asher said, feeling his connection to mana had grown stronger. With his increased magic mastery, he could finally work towards completing the sword technique that he had previously been unable to master. At the outer sector of World Academy, so he's not coming? Amelia asked, and Damien nodded. Well, what about others? She asked while walking with Damien. Except Asher, everyone agreed to come, Damien said, and Amelia looked at him with a surprised expression. That girl is coming? Amelia asked, and Damien nodded. Ah, did I make a mistake? Damien asked in a roundabout way. No, it will be better for us if we have a talk at least, Amelia replied. They chose one of the famous cafes in the outer sector, and Amelia looked at the staff, who immediately recognized her. We'll book the third floor, Amelia said, and the staff nodded as he received her request. She took her ID bracelet and paid the GP needed to book the entire third floor. Sam and Vanessa arrived shortly after, as all the classes for the day were done. Only Alyssa's missing, Vanessa pointed out as she sat. It was strange for her to be with people like Amelia and Damien, but because of Alyssa, she joined the team and did her best to get along with all of them. As they were discussing, a girl with dull pink hair entered the restaurant, causing some students on the first 2 floors to glare at her. Some were senior year students, but none moved when they saw Alyssa wearing the black uniform, symbolizing she was part of the student council. Here, Vanessa waved her hand, calling out to Alyssa. Alyssa was using her wheelchair, so she used her magic to take a seat at the table where the 4 of them were sitting. Vanessa was the only person who could interact with Alyssa normally, as all 3 felt awkward around Alyssa, and Alyssa could notice her dull eyes taking in her surroundings. She had come to this gathering because she felt the need to show that she was not avoiding the team. This doesn't suit me, Alyssa thought, her eyes observing the vibrant vibes of the restaurant. She couldn't relate to the casual conversations happening around her. So, is he not coming? Sam asked, and Damien shook his head. Well, this is just a casual lunch, so you guys can order whatever you want, Amelia said as 2 waiters approached them. I am fine, Alyssa said, looking at Amelia. She was wearing a mask right now, and she knew they wouldn't appreciate her appearance while they were eating. It's fine, you can eat. Vanessa tried to converse with Alyssa, but she felt she was forcing Alyssa to do something she didn't want to do. Okay, Amelia said, and the 4 of them ordered for themselves. It was a bit awkward, but they thought it was better to get along with Alyssa as she was the only one who refused to attend the spa other than Asher. I knew it, I shouldn't have come. Alyssa could feel it. Even though they tried to fit her in, she was unlike other people her age. But she wanted to see if she would have felt the same calming effect around people who were close to Asher, but sitting here, it was clear that was not the case. She still remembered the glares that came her way when she arrived on this floor. At least it's better than that place. Alyssa recalled the Asteria household when she was 8 years old. Don't show me that ugly face of yours, it makes me want to kill you, Alexandra Asteria shouted at the young girl who was looking down at the floor. And don't even think you are related to the Asteria family in any way. Be grateful that I even kept you alive, he shouted again, annoyed by Alyssa's presence. Oh okay, the young Alyssa replied. Should I just leave this house? The young girl thought as it felt too suffocating in that big mansion. Nobody liked her, even those who were supposed to be her family disdained her. I will make all of you suffer the same feeling. Alyssa clenched her fist under the table while her eyes remained the same. At the Asteria household, Alex, do you realize that our son isn't even a ranker while that girl is top 3? A woman with light blonde hair and blue eyes shouted. I know, but we can't do anything, Alexandra replied, looking annoyed. He doesn't even respond to messages anymore, Alan's mother shouted. If only you had listened to me and disposed of that girl long ago, she said. Do you think I never thought of that? Alexander shouted at his wife, scaring her, but he controlled his anger, seeing the frightened look on his wife's face. Listen, she won't live long anyway, while Alan will shine later, Alexander said. He's just overcoming the incident that happened with Asher Greville. Alexander clenched his fist as he remembered the scene where his son was brutally defeated by Asher Greville. He was already fed up with various people tying Alyssa's name to theirs. He had already removed her name from the family, but most people still didn't know. It was during the later years that Alexander was going to announce Alan as the heir. I will just kill her off, even if she survives, Alexander said. If someone overheard him, they wouldn't believe it was a father talking about his own daughter, but this kind of treatment was what made Alyssa leave her home and live alone, earning her own money by selling her art. It was her way of surviving until the World Academy started. Alexander also ignored her, knowing that her frail body would die anyway, so he didn't bother to dirty his hands. I don't know, I want to see my dear son, she said as Alexander looked at his wife. Calva's gala is coming, so you can see him then, Alexander reminded her, slightly brightening her mood. Asher was training his sword technique. It had been hours, and he was nearing the completion of the technique. A bit more. Asher kept repeating the phantom strike. He was trying to complete the final step required to master the skill. It was getting tiring as he swung his sword again, and a film of his aura appeared in the direction of his sword, forming a small shield. This was the skill Asher couldn't complete, Aura Shield, a skill that allowed him to form a shield out of his aura. It was a highly useful sword technique that enabled Asher to block attacks while being aggressive at the same time. Host has learned Aura Shield. All these skills, like Aura Shield, and his sword strikes, didn't have a fixed rank. They were techniques that would become stronger the more powerful Asher became. Chapter 230 Examination starts. So this is the test site? Naaman asked as he stepped out of the teleportation gate. Yes, and I need you to secure the area with runes, another professor responded, glancing at Professor Naaman. Sigh, this old man needs rest sometimes, you know, Naaman joked, making the other professor a tad awkward. Both of them were selected to oversee the test site and ensure that nothing went wrong, but Naaman was the only one capable of securing a large territory accurately due to his proficiency in runic arts. Naaman noticed his fellow professor's reaction, but he merely laughed lightly. But it seems they're ramping up the difficulty considerably, Naaman observed, looking at Xander, who was also present. I don't mind these changes. They will help the students prepare for unexpected situations, Naaman stated. Well, but I still feel like it's too much for a first-year student, though most of them won't be affected by it, the other professor commented. Following Naaman, 3 weeks had passed, and exams for various subjects were currently being conducted. I wonder how many students will pass my exams, Naaman mused, remembering the challenging test he had devised. This time he had amplified the difficulty slightly, making scoring high in his subject no easy task. And the reason? He was curious about the limits of the infamous Rank 1 student, Asher Greville, at the World Academy. Attention, students. The instructor shouted, we will give you various tasks and a sheet. Create these runes and record your answers on the sheet at the end, he explained. We will evaluate both your creations and answers when grading all of you, he added, signaling for distributing the test papers to the students seated in the class, including Asher. Asher scanned the paper. None of the questions seemed too challenging. Some would take some time, but he knew how to tackle such problems. So, it's about combining 2 elements into 1 rune. Asher deduced that the most difficult questions revolved around combining elements into a single rune. It was a complex task that demanded substantial concentration and thought. Boom! Small explosions echoed as some students failed their tasks, attempting to combine the fire element with the wind too hastily. It was a known fact that mana was the only energy that could hold all the elements together, serving as a medium or fuel when used. 3 students have failed. You can leave after recording your answers. The instructor dismissed any students who had failed their creations. They had only 1 chance, so most approached the runes slowly and carefully, though a safe strategy. Taking too long meant the instructors would note this, which could negatively impact their grades. Elsewhere, a young man with white hair sat before a lone professor. Do you think you can answer all the questions? The professor asked with a smile. I heard you spent 2 weeks reaching D rank, he mentioned. I will try my best, Kevin replied, looking at the question. He was taking the examination on the lightning element, a subject only he among the first years had, and the professor in front of him was the one teaching the lightning element class. Your affinity is strong, so ensure you score high marks, the professor reminded Kevin. He perceived Kevin as a highly talented individual, but his thought processes were currently too narrow, and the professor understood why. Once lauded as a prodigy of his generation, Kevin was quickly forgotten when Asher began demonstrating his capabilities. He could reach the highest peak if he focuses on himself, the professor thought, monitoring Kevin's progress. It had already been 2 weeks since he reached D rank. He only lacked experience, which he would gain gradually. Don't worry, you will need to show your progress in the practical part of this exam as well, the professor reminded Kevin, who was still focused on answering the questions. This practical aspect was necessary for the exam, as professors would make the students demonstrate their capabilities to evaluate their understanding. However, most of the grading was done by analyzing the performance of the student in clearing dungeons and hunting monsters. The purpose of the World Academy was to train exceptional hunters who could provide stability to the world. However, due to the existence of elite families and social statuses, World Academy was not a simple academy anymore. Every student enrolled here had a plan for what they wanted to achieve while studying. Some had straightforward goals, while others didn't think too hard about it, yet some had more complex motivations for studying here. The power struggle between elite families persisted over the years, and World Academy became a place where they compared the upcoming generation. It became a matter of pride for some people, but there were also others whose motives were not simple at all. One of them was Leonard Tarvian, who was rallying many people to the cause of his faction, the Blood Faction. Many believed it was simply to oppose the Student Council, where only one student, the Student Council president, held all the power, but it was all a ruse. Not even those close to Leonard knew what he genuinely wanted to achieve by doing all this. Only he and his father Osbert were privy to their real plan. Unbeknownst to them, another person at World Academy knew about their schemes. "Yes, father, I have controlled the rumors," Leonard told Osbert. "Don't bother controlling idiots, Leonard, they will become the reason for your downfall," Osbert advised his son. "I understand, father," Leonard replied. "What about the World Association? I heard rumors about some issues," Leonard queried. "It's nothing significant. A new pest that is bothering the upper society has appeared, but we don't need to focus on them," Osbert assured. "Don't rush into things without a plan, and ignore Greville for now," Osbert directed, causing Leonard to raise an eyebrow. "What plan?" Leonard inquired. Osbert's sharp gaze looked at his son for a moment before he opened his mouth. "No need to worry about it. Attend the Calvers Gala, I'll explain there," Osbert said before disconnecting the call. "Ha, even though he's my father, he is scary," Leonard admitted, feeling slightly cold, but he smiled, knowing that his father's influence was the reason nobody challenged him. Even those from the elite families didn't dare disrespect him, knowing he was the son of Osbert Tarvian. "It's not enough, it's not fun this way, father," Leonard smirked, looking at the chessboard before him. While Osbert preferred to move with a plan and eliminate any threats, Leonard enjoyed toying with his prey. "I will take it from here," Leonard declared, moving the knight forward on the chessboard. "I know what card you want to play, but they won't move easily." Leonard remembered the message he received from Jaden Hargrave about rejecting the deal he had offered. A week went by as the examinations kept going on. "Why are the questions so hard this time?" a student grumbled on his way to the dorms. Some people who had chosen the hard subjects were lamenting their choices, but a few, like Eva Williams, were confident in their academic abilities. "Only one more exam that we have, the main part of the midterm examination," one student reminded them. "Hey, don't talk about that, I am too stressed right now to think hard about that," another replied, rubbing his head. Unlike Asher and Kevin's team, most other teams didn't spend much time practicing together, and that was because the teams kept changing till the last second. "Did you hear the rumors that Blood Faction's members bully normal students like us?" one of them said, but others started frowning. "Stop saying all this crap, and focus on your exams," his friend slapped his back as he shook his head. "Why would they bother with us?" his friend said as they stepped towards their dorms. Chapter 231 Mage Test. "Yeah, don't feed my brain all this drama, instead, tell me something meaningful," the one stressing about his exam said. His words made them laugh, and they forgot the topic. Every day a new rumor would appear in World Academy, and most of the time, it would not be true, and right now, not many people are in the mood to spread or listen to such rumors. It was the next day, and all the mage students were called to the stadium at the outer sector of World Academy. The stadium was huge, and in the center, Professor Elsa, Professor Dahlia, and Professor Arman were present. "Isn't it different from last year? I heard that last time it was a simple spell demonstration," one of the girls asked her friends, but they were equally confused. "Is it different this time?" Amelia asked Asher, who was sitting beside her. Maybe, Asher replied as he kept looking at the stadium. So, they integrated the beast theory course here first. Asher noticed the change due to him. In his previous life, this sort of exam for mages was introduced later after he was nearing the end of his second year. Everyone, attention here, Armin commanded, and all students started to look at him. Right now, the three most popular professors of World Academy were standing together, so many eyes full of admiration were looking at them. All three of them looked like they were in their early 30s, and their features were attractive, so it was obvious why young people liked them more than the other old professors who were more strict. And also, the fact that all three were 3-star professors made them popular even outside of World Academy. Many of you might be confused about why we are here for the practical exam of the mage students, Armin said. The theory part was already done, and this was the last exam that was scheduled, and after that was the midterm examination, where all the hunter teams will move together. As you all already know, as a mage, the most important thing is to remain calm while casting your spells, Armin said as he looked at the more than 100 students before him. But a dungeon is a place where even the experienced and veteran might lose their composure, Armin said. We have changed how we test you guys from now on, Armin announced as many eyes looked at him. Unlike dummies, now you will cast spells at real monsters, Armin said, pointing his hand to his right. With the movement of his hand, the wall was removed, and a teleportation gate appeared, along with a big screen that showed a room with multiple monsters captured from the Lost Lands, and those that escaped after a dungeon break. Let me remind you, even though they are chained, they are well within the attacking range, and I want you guys to defeat the monsters or injure them enough, Armin said as he pointed at the monsters that were desperately trying to escape. The simple sight scared many students as some of them only moved behind a cover of someone and cast spells from a safe distance. First, overcome the fear induced by the bloodlust of these monsters, Armin reminded everyone, as it was a crucial step. He knew that the students were mages, and they were the ones that were often not on the front line, and this meant some of them had never felt a monster's bloodlust from close. Unlike weapon masters who would face these monsters closely, mages would support or attack from a distance, and that sometimes became their weakness. Growing stronger, such fears were hard to remove as you grew with them. We will call you guys one by one, and you will choose a monster from the ones we give you, Armin announced as he looked at Elsa. And remember, those that defeat the monsters will receive much better grades than those that only injure them, Elsa said with a smile. Some of them were nervous, but this was not the first time they would encounter a monster. First is Elena Rothschild. Dahlia called Elena first as everyone looked at the beautiful girl standing up with elegance as she walked down towards the center of the stadium. D rank. Elsa noticed Elena had reached D rank. These are 3 monsters, all of them are early D rank monsters. Dahlia gave her a choice. I will choose the third one. Elena chose the beast-type monster as she entered the teleportation gate, and she appeared in front of the chained monster and people standing around to make sure any mishap didn't happen. Let's see the future Archmage candidate. Elsa looked forward to Elena's performance. She was the only student in the World Academy with an affinity for all the basic elements, and all of them were extremely strong affinities apart from the black element, which was on the weaker side. Grow. The beast howled as it sensed the presence of a being of similar strength. It had 2 eyes, 4 horns, and wide teeth, twice the size of Elena. Its claws were sharp enough to cut any E+ rank hunter in half, and it was an extremely dangerous beast. Bind of Great Earth. Elena started her first spell as a stone from the ground emerged, trying to capture the beast. Blade of Wind. Fire stand above all. Cyclone. Elena dual-casted as she used her spells freely, and her combination was extremely good, binding her target and using a wind spell to block the escape path. Lastly, she used a Tier 2 spell that created a fire vortex. Her chance was so quick that before the beast could react, it was caught up in the wind blade that made severe cuts on its body. But what came next surprised many as a huge fire vortex engulfed and burned the beast to death. Elena stepped back and returned to the teleportation gate, She arrived back at the stadium as she saw multiple students clapping at her performance. "Good job, Elena Rothschild. You may go back to your seat," Elsa said with a smile. "Thank you, Professor," Elena said as she returned to her seat. Elsa was glad that Elena gave such a nice performance, as it made others after her think before choosing the monsters and the spells they needed to perform. Elena had set the bar with her performance, and many students that came after couldn't exceed that bar. Most students chose an E-rank beast because none were D-rank. Not half bad, Elsa thought as she looked at the students' performance. Some failed, but others kept calm and injured the monsters. Some even managed to kill them, but their execution of spells was poor, which affected their grading. But Elsa knew these people had just started learning about spells, so their growth was still quite good. "Why is this monster still alive?" some shouted with frustration as they had difficulty defeating the monster. Not all of them picked an excellent choice of monsters, either. Everything was a test, and currently, the option Elsa was giving was also one of them. Sometimes students were too focused on the monster's strength that they forgot what they had studied about them. Eva Williams, Dahlia called out the next name as she graded the previous student. "Good luck," Elena cheered Eva as she went to the stadium. "Pick your choice," Elsa said, and Eva also picked an early D-rank beast. Unlike Elena, who had reached D-rank 2 weeks ago, a week after Kevin, Eva was still an E+ rank mage. "Are you sure about your choice?" Elsa asked, and Eva nodded back at her. Elena kept smiling because she knew that Eva was not like other mages. Her special magic, which revolved around barriers, allowed her to fight monsters of a higher rank than her. Elena only chose an early D rank to display a perfect performance, but Eva was just here to defeat the beast. It was a similar beast to the one Elena had hunted. Eva raised her hand as the beast immediately rushed at her. "Barrier magic, blades." Eva chanted the spell while a big barrier appeared between the beast and her, stopping it from moving further, and then, a set of invisible blades appeared around her that only she could control. "Die." Eva focused on the small but powerful blades that appeared from constructing small barriers. It cut the beast multiple times, as Eva made 2 walls like a barrier and trapped it in its place. Right now, she was fighting alone, so she didn't have to consider others and could freely use her magic. "It's done," Eva said as she looked at the various blades penetrating the beast's skin. She took a deep breath as she had used a lot of mana to care for the beast of a higher rank than her. Her performance shocked many people, but most were just too astonished to see her special barrier magic. "We can't see the barriers she makes," some of the students thought as they witnessed the might of the genius prodigy of the Williams family. After talking to Elsa, Eve returned to her seat, where Elena high-fived her and congratulated her on her victory. As both of them were laughing, the next name was called, and it was the Princess of Halcyon, Licia Halcyon. "You are next," Armin said as he looked at the black-haired girl with golden eyes. Chapter 232 Difference. Licia stood up, drawing many eyes as she approached Elsa. "I will also choose early D rank," Licia decided, picking a monster similar to Elena's. She was the rank 5 student, above Elena, who was rank 6. Up until now, aside from Eva, none of the students had come close to Elena, so many were expecting something interesting. "Let's see the famous Princess of Halcyon," Elena said, staring at the screen. Eva glanced at Elena's face and merely shook her head. She knew that Elena took great pride in her mage abilities and aspired to be an exemplary mage. Elena watched as Licia stood before a giant monster, massive in both body and arms, but the monster lacked eyes. Instead, it had extraordinarily large ears and a keen sense of awareness, sensing Licia the moment she entered the room. "Vuug!" the monster bellowed, moving in Licia's direction. Mana barrier. Licia deployed a protective barrier around herself while simultaneously casting another spell, Firestorm. Licia summoned a storm of fire, a tier 2 spell. Her spell usage was on par with Elena, and her calmness in the face of a massive monster was admirable. Elsa smiled as she observed the Princess of Halcyon effortlessly controlling the flames while chanting another spell. Licia had affinities with fire and black elements. Seeing her control over the fire element, Elsa was also impressed. The firestorm Licia employed was among the more difficult Tier 2 spells, in terms of a mage's control over it, while anyone could cast it. Controlling the flame in such a precise manner was quite impressive. Shadow Pierce, Licia cast, and a sharp pole emerged from the monster's shadow, piercing its heart and killing it. Upon confirming the beast's death, Licia turned towards the teleportation gate to exit the room. Clap clap. Numerous students applauded Licia's performance, and Elsa offered her congratulations as well. Licia returned to her seat, and the test resumed. One by one, students descended to face a monster. Nothing too special about them, Armin commented, grading the student who had just returned, his hands trembling. The choice of monsters and beasts with high bloodlust was intentional, meant to provoke fear among the students. Overcoming such fear and hesitation was a must for a hunter. Amelia Greville. Armin announced the next name. Elena and Eva turned their gaze to Amelia, who walked down to the center and chose a monster for herself. Asha watched Amelia, who chose an E+ rank monster. She was currently at E+ rank but was on the verge of advancing to D rank. Currently, due to Asha's intervention, the Calvez Gala was postponed and the midterm examination was conducted 2 months earlier than in his previous life. Usually, the World Academy would delay the midterm examination to ensure it didn't coincide with the start of the Calvez Gala. Go ahead, Elsa told Amelia, who then entered the room. Elsa observed Amelia, who had a rare talent. She was an augmenter, not a normal mage. This meant she was one of the few who could cast spells that amplified the strength of their allies. Augmenters were highly coveted in any hunter teams as they were the most desirable support one could ask for. Asha noticed Amelia begin to chant augmenting spells on herself, significantly increasing her power. Her crimson-red eyes focused on the chained monster in front of her, a creature with multiple horns and eyes locked onto their prey. The monster became agitated as it sensed Amelia's mana, and it dashed towards her. Crescent strike of the wind, Amelia chanted, silently casting augmentation magic on herself. Upon finishing her chant, a wind blade appeared and decapitated the monster in an instant. Maintaining her composure, she turned to exit the teleportation gate. Internally, however, she was pleased with the results. Despite their supportive role, augmenters were far from weak. Good job, Amelia. Elsa congratulated Amelia, who acknowledged her with a nod. You can go back, Elsa instructed as she looked at Armin, who had finished writing Amelia's score. With not many students left, the next one Armin called was Alyssa, who was sitting a bit distant from Asha. She navigated her wheelchair to the center and looked at Elsa. So, what monster do you want to choose? Elsa offered Alyssa multiple options. I will choose a mid-D rank beast, Alyssa replied, meeting Elsa's gaze. Are you sure? Elsa asked again. Elsa sensed that Alyssa was nearing mid-D rank, which showcased her talent. However, she also knew that all of it might be in vain as Alyssa wasn't cut out for the lofty ambitions many hunters possessed. Merely looking at Alyssa's condition, one might question her capability to fight. Yes, Alyssa responded, her dull eyes fixed on Elsa. Okay, you can enter, Elsa permitted, tapping her ID bracelet. The teleportation gate lit up, and Alyssa entered the room. Before her stood a mid-D rank beast. The beast's eyes gleamed as it eyed Alyssa, who was hovering in the air. Can she even beat that? One of the boys asked. Let's hope she fails. Nobody wants to see her win. One of them replied with a look of irritation. Alyssa regarded the beast, which was pacing its territory, ready to attack her. It was a cautious beast, which made it even harder to kill, but not for Alyssa. This much should be enough, Alyssa thought, flaring her mana, which alerted the beast. Growl, the beast growled, trying to leap at her. Asha watched Alyssa, knowing that in her current state, she could defeat a C-rank monster. Halt, Alyssa murmured, raising her hands. Wait, why did the beast stop? Some students watching the screen voiced their confusion. However, Elsa and the other professors and staff guessed that Alyssa had employed her gravity magic to freeze the beast in place. Halting a mid-D rank beast while being a D rank was noteworthy. Descend of Ice Lance. Alyssa combined her two spells to create new ice spears which, aided by the heavy gravity surrounding the beast, fell and killed it. Many students silently watched the screen, but no one applauded. They were surprised to see Alyssa easily kill a mid-D rank beast, one that no one had dared to challenge until now. But unlike the previous students, none of them applauded after her performance. Elsa noticed this, as did the other two professors, but they couldn't compel the students to cheer for someone they disliked. Alyssa's situation was complicated enough that even the professors didn't want to get involved. Unsurprisingly, Alyssa hadn't expected any cheering directed at her. Out of the corner of her eyes, she spotted Elena and Eva watching her, but she didn't react to them. She was careful not to appear too strong, but she didn't want it to lose to others as well. Alyssa used her wheelchair to return to her spot, which was mostly empty as no one was sitting around her. Elsa continued calling the remaining students to choose what monsters they wanted to fight against. Die, one boy shouted, using almost all his mana to kill the beast. Why is it so hard? Another girl reacted similarly. Not all of them were having an easy time defeating the monsters. Then there was Gavin, who didn't perform too well, especially when he noticed Asher's gaze on him. Last one, huh? Elsa said, looking at the list of students who were left. Asher Graville, it's now your turn, Elsa called out. Asher rose from his seat and walked forward, standing before Elsa. Now, choose the monster you wish to fight, Elsa said as she looked at Asher. Chapter 233 A Better Mage. Asher looked at the various D+ rank monsters listed on the hologram that Elsa had shown him. I will choose a mid-C rank monster, Asher declared, looking at Elsa. C rank? Professor Dahlia spoke up. Is that a problem? Asher inquired, turning his gaze to Professor Dahlia. Remember, although we consider the ranks of the monsters, if you fail to kill it, you won't score well on this test, Dahlia clarified. It wouldn't matter if Asher chose a C-rank monster if he couldn't defeat it. It's fine, Asher replied, returning his attention to Elsa. Sigh, do as you wish, Elsa retorted, adjusting the list and selecting the monsters designated for second-year students. You may enter now, Elsa directed as she adjusted the coordinates to the room where a mid-C rank monster was held. C rank? Is he really challenging a C rank monster? But he did defeat Blake Cranston. He was using a sword back then. Yeah, do you think C rank monsters are a joke? All the students began whispering among themselves. The purpose of this test was to gauge the students' progress as mages. However, every time Asher fought someone, he always used a sword. Even with a sword, this is a fight against a monster, not a spar, Elena remarked, peering at the screen. A massive monster, chained to the wall with 3 large horns and claws at the ends of its hands, came into view. Seeing the size of the monster, they could gauge how powerful it was. He's overestimating himself when he isn't even a mage, Elena commented, visibly annoyed. She felt her pride had been wounded when Asher chose the mage course over sword arts. It was clear that many, including her, felt mocked but could still not outperform Asher in all the classes, fueling their frustration even more. Asher noticed the unrest among the students as he stepped into the teleportation gate. Within seconds, all their thoughts and attention were now focused on him. Upon entering the teleportation gate, he saw a monster half the size of the boss of a C-rank dungeon, a peak C-rank boss monster. Unlike the last time he had to use his most potent ability, time dilation wasn't necessary now. Asher stood with his hands at his sides, and it was obvious that he couldn't use his sword now. Let's try the magic I learned, Asher contemplated, visualizing all the spells he had formulated in his head. He had requested this monster because he wanted to test the spells he had learned from the restricted section of the Great Library. The monster was about to roar when it felt a terrifying sensation coming from Asher. It was in the middle of charging toward Asher, but it stepped back instead. The monster's instinct didn't register this fear as emanating from Asher but rather from the entity near Asher. Riffa wishes to devour the monster. Asher noticed the notification pop up in front of him. Not now. Asher dismissed it, and the monster felt the sensation of fear disappear. Did the monster step back? One of the students queried. The professors, the staff, and the students were all confused by the monster's reaction. But in the next moment, the monster let out a deafening roar. The monster slammed its fist on the ground, its eyes glowing blue. It charged towards Asher, who remained motionless. "What is he trying to do?" one of the staff members inquired. They noticed that Asher wasn't chanting any spell. Elsa and Dahlia noticed this too, but Armin was scrutinizing Asher closely. As the monster's arm extended to seize Asher, black chains materialized out of thin air, restraining its arm. The monster realized its hand was trapped and opened its jaws, revealing sharp teeth. But in the next moment, more and more chains appeared, immobilizing the monster completely. "What is that spell?" Elsa asked Armin, who was equally perplexed how a single restricting spell confined a C-rank monster. Could it be because he learned from Lady Helena? Armin speculated, yet, their eyes were glued to Asher, who started approaching the beast. "This should suffice," Asher noted, his mana beginning to flare. Suddenly, the monster started screaming as the chains burrowed into its body. "Is he strangling the monster with a restricting spell?" one student remarked, looking shocked. In a matter of seconds, the C-rank monster was slain, its neck strangled and severed due to the tremendous pressure exerted by Asher's spell. Host has used rank C Shadow Bind. Host has used rank C Shadow Control. Host has gained 1500 EXP. The monster's blood splattered, some landing on Asher's face and clothes. The staff around the room were stunned by the sight unfolding before them. "Is that really a first-year student?" one of them questioned as they watched Asher exit through the teleportation gate. "It's good enough," Asher observed, evaluating the damage his spells had caused after using the method that Lucas had utilized in his previous life. He noted that the destruction he had inflicted was not on the level of what Lucas, a pure mage, could achieve. Lucas's bloodline ability perfectly complemented his method, making replicating the exact result impossible for anyone other than him. But doing this much was already impressive because Asher didn't have the same bloodline ability as Lucas. Elena clenched her fist as she witnessed Asher's performance. It was challenging to watch a non-mage outperform every single one of them. Could it be because of the bloodline ability that all Grevils have? Eva wondered aloud. "Perhaps," Elena responded. "Professor Armin, could you replicate something like this?" Elsa queried Armin. "No, I would have to use a higher-tier spell to emulate that result," Armin replied truthfully. He didn't chant, so it was a silent cast as well. Dahlia commented as she concluded grading Asher. "Do you think he will disclose the spell he used?" Elsa inquired with a smile. Probably not," Armin responded, suspecting that Asher was using a spell Helena had taught him. They were unaware, however, that Asher was using different fundamentals in spell construction. He could only achieve this result because he still possessed the mana flow skill, allowing such precise control over mana. Elsa watched Asher emerge into the stadium, half his face smeared with monster blood. The sight of his indifferent crimson-red eyes and blood-covered face made many students uneasy, but they applauded nonetheless. Unlike Alyssa, whom they could openly mock without repercussions, Asher was an entirely different matter. Seeing his talent, more people wished to curry favor rather than create enmity. Clean, Dahlia incanted a water-based spell, removing the monster's blood from Asher's body. "Do you mind sharing the spell you used?" Elsa requested, not hiding her intentions. "You can find them in the restricted section," Asher responded. "Are you already delving into those lengthy books?" Elsa asked. "You can go back now," Elsa directed, and Asher returned to sit beside Amelia. "Your performance was commendable," Amelia said to Asher, her gaze fixed forward. She remained silent after that, although she felt a touch of discomfort, acting normally around Asher. "Okay," Asher replied, focusing on the stadium's center, "and this concludes the test, but we still have one more announcement for all of you," Elsa said, looking at all the students present. "It's about the final and the most important part of the midterm examination," Elsa continued, capturing everyone's attention. "For most, it will be dungeon exploration, but for 2 teams with rankers among them, we have chosen a different test," Elsa revealed. while the other teams will also experience the changes we've implemented. These two teams will face a different test to increase the difficulty level, so prepare accordingly," Elsa concluded without providing further information, leaving many in suspense. "We can't really tell you more than this, so make sure you relay this information to your teammates and friends," Elsa said. Chapter 234. Gather your team. Everyone began standing up, and Asher and Amelia did as well. "You can go back, I'm going to train with Damien," Amelia said, turning to leave. Asher headed towards the exit as well, but they each took a different path. Amelia was on her way to meet Damien on the ground floor of the Rankers' dorm, and she was thinking about Alyssa's performance. "She is strong," Amelia muttered. Of everyone present there, only Amelia's mind lingered on Alyssa's performance. The reason for this was their team meeting, where Alyssa had also been present. Throughout the entire meeting, Alyssa had barely responded to anyone. Most of the time, it was Vanessa who asked her things. Back then, Amelia had thought that perhaps it was Alyssa's background or her scars that made her behave in such a manner, but she hadn't thought that Alyssa was that strong. "Her elemental combination is powerful," Amelia muttered. She remembered asking what elements Alyssa felt comfortable using. Alyssa's response was just ice element and gravity magic, which surprised others. Most people with a space element affinity would often choose to learn other elements instead. This caused Amelia to be a bit skeptical about Alyssa's potential. "It's only until this exam, so it will be fine." Amelia recalled what Sylvie had told her when they arrived at the World Academy. "Make sure that Asher stays away from that girl," Sylvie instructed Amelia. "But Mom, why do you think he will listen to me? You should ask Damien instead," Amelia retorted, hugging her pillow. It was nighttime, and Sylvie was spending some time with Amelia, who would soon depart for the World Academy. Unlike Asher, she hadn't seen her daughter much as Amelia was studying outside of some area. "I asked him first, before you," Sylvie said, struggling to hold back her laughter. "Mom, don't make fun of me," Amelia exclaimed, throwing her pillow. "Okay, sweetie, but listen, I don't want any harm to come to your reputations, okay?" Sylvie said as she used her mana to place the pillow back on the bed. They talked a lot more, and Sylvie didn't bring up that topic again. "Yeah, it's better to have her on our team," Amelia muttered, remembering the way Alyssa fought in the representative tournament. Alyssa didn't care about her own well-being, overusing her mana despite having a weak body. There was a reason most students, even seniors, didn't challenge Alyssa to a duel. Many people began calling her crazy due to her fighting style. They didn't want to spar or duel with such a person. "I should train harder," Amelia said to herself. She felt that her progress had slowed down slightly. This insecurity arose from the monstrous talent that Asher exhibited. The rankings of everyone besides the top 3 were quite close, but the difference of all the rankers from the rank 1 was huge. This was the last test before the final part of the midterm examination, and many students were training intensively for it. A similar atmosphere pervaded all 3 years, except for the 4th year, which didn't have any sort of examination. Apart from the final exam, they had no exams until the end of the year. Asher was on his way to the Great Library to learn more about other spells that could assist him. Originally, he had planned to use this time to enhance his swordsmanship, but seeing that his progress was advancing with his increased knowledge about mage art, he decided to spend his time in the library. Since the month was about to end, it made more sense for him to spend his time reading those books. Upon entering the Great Library, he noticed that it wasn't crowded with students. Most of them were busy training for the exams. Even mage course students would spend this time training, as learning from books was a lengthy process. Not everyone was like Asher, capable of reading a book and understanding the meaning and thoughts behind it, and if they did, they needed to spend a significant amount of time restructuring the spell to suit them. "You're back again?" the old man outside the restricted section asked. "Is there a problem?" Asher asked. "Not really, but there will be a few professors inside, so you might run into them," he reminded Asher, as this was a time when most professors had some extra time to continue their research. "I don't mind," Asher replied as he went inside. The section he was intending to visit probably wouldn't have any professors in it anyway. He planned to read some books in the Space Element section of the restricted area of the Great Library. This was the only place that housed spells deemed too dangerous or forbidden because they could harm the caster. However, considering that some professors might want to research them, the World Academy placed such books in the restricted section. Upon entering the Space Element section, Asher noticed that there weren't many books there. Unlike the previous sections he visited, this one didn't have half the number of books. "I don't need to read this," Asher noted, seeing that many books were about the principles of the teleportation gate. He didn't want to read those books. This should be fine for now, Asher decided, picking up 2 books related to his area of interest. Though his movement art was quite fast, Asher wanted to learn the Tier 2 Blink spell to expand his combat abilities. "I should find that spell in these books," Asher mused, glancing at the titles of the books. Rather than books, they were stored research papers from a deceased Space Element mage who had researched these spells. Most of the work present here was like these 2 books. Asher turned the pages, going through the theories and spells mentioned in the books. Each of those spells was complex, and even the author mentioned how harmful using them could be. Despite knowing that they would die in the process of their research, space mages still proceeded. "Host's magic mastery is increasing." A single notification popped up as Asher continued reading through the pages for hours on end. After 30 hours, Asher was still engrossed in those 2 books. In his mind, he was reconstructing those spells to suit him, but the mana usage of those spells was quite high, even for the current him. Executing more than 10 Tier 2 Blink spells would have cost more than half of his mana. This was also considering that his sword art required a significant amount of mana as well, as did his aura. Ping. Asher stopped reading as he received a notification on his ID bracelet. Announcement: first-year students, gather your teams and appear at the portal gate assigned to your team the day after tomorrow. "This should be enough," Asher said, closing the books and standing up. Walking back to the place from where he had picked the books, he checked his ID bracelet for any additional notifications. Aside from frequent messages from Damien, he hadn't received any news from Tom in the past couple of days. They should have started the mission. Asher recalled Tom's last message. Asher decided to leave the Great Library and return to the Ranker's dorm. He had studied enough, so he was planning to spend the rest of his time training his mana.